Well, I'm not going to be able to give you as good of an intro as Pillbox. I don't even have any backup music, and I certainly don't have that American intro voice. But welcome to Flat Out Elected. We're going to have a discussion as long as the internet allows it. We are at the end of the internet. This would be about the final destination. The earth is flat. Jesus Christ is King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And that's just the way it is here on Flat Out Elected. Paula is here. How are you, Paula?
Good. How's everybody?
That's my knowledge scavenger. She's the one that I think the Holy Spirit put her in my life when he's not in the mood to pinch me or gets tired of kicking me. And then, of course, my beautiful, wonderful friend, Teal. Summers is here. I'm going to let you two ladies kick back and talk a little bit. I thoroughly enjoy listening to you too. So maybe you guys can talk a little bit about scripture and the times that we're in, and just a female's perspective on what could be coming in the very, very near future.
Well, you go ahead.
What's up, everybody? Oh, I was just gonna say hey to everybody. What was you gonna say, Paula?
No, I was just gonna launch into some, Bible prophecy thing, but you go ahead.
Well, did you end up watching that video?
Yeah, I did. I thought
What
it
do
was
you think about it?
Yeah, I think it's very plausible. He does raise a good point with saying that, granted that when Job, when he talks about the fallen stars or wandering stars, that it is an analogy. It is it's not a simile, but metaphor. But the point is that why use that metaphor? Why use stars as a metaphor? And
right.
So, yeah, I think that was a good point that I hadn't considered before. Because people will ask, well, do you think he's being literal there? Should we listen to Enoch on that? To give more detail, and I think in that case that is a good point.
Well, and it's kind of like foundations in scripture. Like I was telling my sister earlier, when foundations are spoken about, even if it's metaphoric, it's conveying a message to us that we would know based off of the reality in which we experience. And we know that a foundation is not built on a ball. And if it was built on a ball, it would be very flimsy, very unstable. And usually in scripture, when it's concerning foundation, regardless if it's literal or if it's referring to something metaphoric, it's to give us the impression of sturdiness and security. Right. And you can't have that on a ball. And oftentimes in real life, we even have to make the ground even flatter and more level before we put down a foundation.
Right. I'm sorry, I got to go for just a second. Rand's still there, I'm pretty sure. So I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, I actually have to wash my son's hands and fix him something to eat. He's wanting something to eat real quick. So, Rand, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to cut out for a second. I can actually still talk while I'm walking around, but sometimes this headset goes in and out wherever I go, so hopefully it won't cut me off, depending on where I go in the house.
Okay, sorry.
I actually had to do something too, but I got a wireless headset, but then if I go certain areas in the house, it cuts out,
Oh, yeah, it's getting kind of robotic right now.
I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Yeah, so let's see. Are we still talking about what's going on in the world or what, Rand? You must be busy. Well, I think it's safe to say bad stuff is going on in the world. Yeah, in the chat mentioned some familiar names that all pretty much teach the same thing. In fact, everybody who's not believing the Bible seems, that has any influence, is not just saying, well, I don't agree with it. They're saying, oh, it's awful, it's horrible, it's child abuse to teach your children to believe in God, the God of the Bible at least. They don't make any effort to be factual. They like to throw things out rapid fire that they think no one will look up, no one knows, and they sound very convincing because nobody reads Proverbs 18:17 and check things out. There's a lot of facts being spewed out all the time. That's why I did some of the videos I did, because people believe false things about the Bible because these people are spitting out disinfo about the Bible, about how the canon was formed, what the names of God mean or where they came from, the creation accounts. They don't do that to any other book, and there's a reason for that. It's just like I've said, if people see that flat Earth is the one conspiracy you can't talk about, and Christianity is the religion you can't have and still be cool, then maybe there's something, if there's something to flat Earth, there might be also be something to Christianity. It's just something to consider. And I'm more bothered by how many people follow those big names than the big names themselves. They wouldn't have influence if nobody listened to them, and nobody would listen if they actually knew what the Bible says and knew how the canon was formed. And that's why I make, a lot of us make websites and put out information and videos, and hopefully someday people will read it or watch it. But if you don't want to be fooled, you have to know what the truth is and not rely on those people to tell you, especially if they're presuming also to tell you how you're supposed to behave in your own faith, your own beliefs. It's always non-Christians trying to tell us how to act. So, just saying, that's something I haven't said before. But yeah, you never know. The Apostle Paul was a murderous, hateful, bitter Pharisee, and God slapped him upside the head and turned him around. So anything's possible. But as I was saying in the hangout I did the other day, a little video, when it comes to the Christian community, we have to have standards and we have to have boundaries. And we have to not fellowship with people who act that way, or especially if they're pretending to be believers. We can't consider them, we can't treat them like fellow believers. We're not saying they're not. We're just saying that, as Paul said in 1 Corinthians 5, toward the end of the chapter, he says we are to judge those inside the church. So, and if, numerous places it says, if anyone comes and does not bring this same gospel, don't even eat with them if they're claiming to be a Christian. So, but as for the people who are openly against him, the hostile, we are not supposed to befriend them and be buddies and pals with them, because they are the wolves at the gate, and the shepherds are supposed to beat them back, not be nice to them. And that's the example we have of Jesus and John the Baptist and the Apostle Paul and everybody in the New Testament. So, yeah, as far as taking a stand, that is one thing that those people do. Because even in Revelation, in one of the letters to the churches, that Jesus is writing, and he says to one church that they're lukewarm and they make him sick, and he wants to vomit them out of his mouth because they're neither hot nor cold. And I guess it was an analogy of the water in that place that was, started out from a hot spring, and it was just kind of lukewarm by the time it got to that city. And so everybody, the water there was terrible. So that's what that was based on. But yeah, we're not supposed to be timid. Jesus said, whoever is ashamed of him, he will be ashamed of when he comes. So we need to not be ashamed to stand up and not be afraid of those people. And people will actually respect you more if you stand up for God's honor and for the Bible and for our fellow believers. There's too many Christians who think that the best thing to do is befriend everyone and not care what they're like, when in fact they would respect us all more if we stood up for stood on our principles. So as far as the attitude of taking a stand, yes, I can agree with that. But of course, I can't agree that God would like the attitudes of unbelievers in that respect. It just depends on how far you take that. Let's see, anything else going on in chat? Hopefully others will join soon. Yeah, the person you're mentioning in chat pretends to know a lot about the Bible, but his facts, quote unquote, are very inaccurate. He burns a lot of straw men. He equates every Christian with the Catholic Church. He thinks that the Bible was written by the Catholic Church when in fact it was not. The canon was well established before the Catholic Church even took a look at it officially. So they're spreading a lot of disinfo. And I wouldn't associate with them. Religious tension is slowly deteriorating our relationship. Well, who is causing the tension? And Jesus said that he came to divide because that's what truth does. It divides people. Other than that, doesn't seem to be a whole lot going on right now.
I'm back for a short while.
Oh, okay, good.
I'll have to get up in a minute to get his food because it's cooking, but...
All right. Well, I tried to stall.
It seems like every time we're doing a hangout during the day, or when I get on the phone, whenever I go to do something, for myself, it's like Zach's like, oh, no, you're not going to.
Yeah. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, he's so funny.
So what else can we talk about? Did Rand say where he was going? Will he be back?
Are you hearing an echo? Or okay, that's me. Okay, I needed to mute the live the live feed.
Oh, okay.
What was you saying?
I was just wondering if you knew where Rand went, or if he said he was going to be back, or.
Yeah, I think he just said he was going to be listening. He had to do something or something.
Oh. Okay.
Pillbox tried to come in a while ago. I don't know if he's going to try to come back in or.
I don't know. Yeah, he almost was here for the start of it, and then he popped right back out. So he must be having more connection problems.
Yeah. Well, let's see if we can hold this down. Just me and you, Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to my sister because I don't know. I've been excited about flat Earth since I discovered it, but sometimes it don't feel like the right timing or whatever, and sometimes it does. And today I just kind of exploded on her all this information in a PM to her. She hasn't responded yet, but I just couldn't stop. I just kept feeding her this information. So I'm interested to see her respond to that. And I was telling her, it's gotten to the point where science and the wise of the world, which are, seen as foolish in God's eyes, are presenting a false reality. And what are we going to believe? Are we going to believe that false reality over God's word, or are we going to believe God's word?
Right. It really does come down to that. Either people honor it as God's word or they don't. There's too much ambivalence about it among a lot of Christians. They're not sure whether it's true or how much of it's true. And then they wind up just picking out the parts they like and then, that as holding to those to being true, or waiting to see if it matches some other ancient writing or something like that. They're really not putting their full trust in it as the word of God.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that. And, you know, they'll chalk it up. If it's something that doesn't match, if it's something that contradicts with science, they'll chalk it up to metaphor, meaning something, you know, deeper and spiritual meaning or what have you. But, you know, I asked my sister about the whole Joshua passage. I was like, you know, how in the world can God stop the moon and the sun with our current science, with how modern science describes it?
Yeah, there's always been a conflict. It's just that Flat Earth made it much more obvious, because we'd look at Genesis and go, the creation week is a different order than evolution, and, you know, irreducible complexity and all those arguments. But it wasn't until Flat Earth that it really became, you know, we had even more scriptures to use, you know?
Right. So, it's kind of like Pillbox said last night. Now we can use the entire Bible. Now we can show that reality actually does comport with the Word of God, with even, you know, tangible scientific type of evidence and experimentation, stuff like that. And it can really give those doubting Thomases, like I was, you know, what they need to realize that the scriptures are absolutely 100% true.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that a lot of the resistance to that is like what was highlighted by 9/11, where people would not, still a lot of them don't, you just cannot entertain the thought that their own government would do such a thing, that they don't believe there are such things as false flags, at least not being done by Americans. You know, we just don't do that. We're civilized people, you know, and our government would never do that. Well, once you get past that hurdle, then the problem is, then you have to consistently apply it, and then you realize so many other dominoes begin to fall about the deception of this world. And then you get to the point where you finally realize that science itself is not science anymore. It was co-opted like everything else, and there's more theory and more
imagination.
CGI. Yeah, and very little of it's actually empirical science. And so there really isn't a conflict between science and the Bible.
Yeah.
Between science and scientism.
Yeah, I agree. And I think a lot of Christians have forgotten that really there is really just two sides. There really is this battle between good and evil, God and Satan, God's people versus the lost, even though that's not, we don't wrestle with flesh and blood, that, you know what I'm saying? But, and I think Christians have forgotten to what extent that is. I know that they still believe it, you know, but it's almost like they don't realize to what extent it is. It's the entirety of this experience that we're having.
Yeah, you really do have to question everything. And then when people question the Bible, we have to make sure we know what standard we're using to determine what's true and false. And that's when I go back to saying, okay, you have to, before you investigate anything, like whether it was the no forest thing or whatever it was, before you investigate anything, you have to know, you have to have a measuring rod. You have to have some way, before you even start your investigation, of figuring out which is true and which is false. And if you don't have that for documents, you know, ancient texts and things like that, which isn't most people's cup of tea, then you're going to say there's no evidence for the Bible. Well, then we show archaeology, and then they'll say, well, that can be faked. And then nothing is knowable. And then it's like, okay, then what are we doing here? Because nothing at all can be learned. Yeah.
That's why I find it almost futile to debate atheists, because I say almost because I think that they still need to hear the truth. Right. But I say that because, you know, their entire worldview, their foundation, their reality is completely not just opposed to ours, but complete opposite.
Right.
And the foundation is, I don't even know how to explain it, but the foundation is not even there. The foundation's not even the same. So it's almost like, well, how can you even debate such issues when your foundations are vastly different?
Exactly. And that's why there's so much debate within the Christian community, because like that video I did on dependencies, if two people have an approach to the Bible that is so different at the very start, then when they try to argue a secondary issue, they're never going to come to an agreement. And that's what happens. We have different foundations, such as, for example, between covenant theology and dispensationalism, where with covenant theology, every part of the Bible is applicable to us, to people in, in every age. Whereas dispensationalism says, okay, and right here, God is talking to people before there was any such thing as sin. Now he's talking about people after sin, before the flood. And now he's talking to the Jews, and now he's talking to the Gentiles,
And I think that there can be a kind of harmony between those two views, to be honest, kind of a mixture, because I think that there are certain things that were for certain time periods for those people. We don't sacrifice animals anymore. That's obvious, right? So there's certain differences there, but there are still things that apply some very deep spiritual meanings and stuff that we need to learn from. That's why it's there, for the purpose of us learning from it. You know what I'm saying? So,
Right.
And I think in a lot of cases, there's some things that can apply, even though they apply to certain people at certain times, they can also apply to us in certain ways that may not be the exact same ways. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, the way I look at it is, if we just, forget the isms and just look at what we see in the Bible and read it as we would read any other text, because it wasn't written in a vacuum. That's what I don't like about breaking it up into chapters and verses, because, especially verses, that turns it into easily proof text, kind of a mystical thing that it's never meant to be. Yeah, it makes it easier. But the way I look at it then is that since these things weren't written in a vacuum, that context is very, very important of where everything is. And so when it comes to applying rules for how people are to behave, or as far as, there's been things that are always be wrong, that have been wrong and always will be. But there are other things that, such as the sacrificial system, or, restrictions on travel and things like that, that were specific to the Jews for a specific situation, and that eventually, that will reach its completion. And so we have to understand when something is binding on us as far as the rules that God has for people, because it does change. For example, when Noah got off the boat, God says, now I give you animals for your food. That was never true before. They had been sacrificed before, but now people were to eat them for food, and that was a gift of God. And so there was a change in how people were to do things. I want to say behavior, but what their actions were bound by. And like here in the age of grace, there's, we are free from the burden of the law. We are only, we don't have to meet in certain places. Jesus said, where 2 or 3 gather in my name, nothing about a priesthood, nothing about rituals, nothing about sacred places. So things do change. The parameters change. I think that's the word I've been looking for, is parameters. But
right. Well, and it's still for our learning, though, because if we did not have, we're not bound by it, like you said, we're not obligated to it. But it's there for our learning. It's the history is given to us for our learning, because, if we didn't have the old covenant system in the scriptures, we would have a lot harder time in understanding the blood of the innocents versus, sin being the cost of sin and things like that, and God's standards as far as moral standards and upholding the law. Where we can't do that. You know what I'm saying? We can try, but we can't fulfill it. And Christ did it for us. So yeah, it's definitely, we need to know so that can learn and grow. But there's a huge difference between the old covenant system and the new covenant system. And I think a lot of it had to do with the old covenant system was a preservation of the bloodline of Christ. So
Exactly.
there's going to be different methods and avenues that they would have to take in that time period.
Right, and not just the bloodline, but also the New Testament explains that this was a shadow and the reality was Christ, and that the law was a custodian to bring us, meaning, the Jews were the ones being brought, to bring them to Christ, because, and it talks about the timing of when he would come. He had to come at the right time, the fullness of time. So there are differences in time and era, and I think this is just something you see in the text when you read it and think, well, and Jesus even said when he, about the bread and cup, when he was passing the cup, he said, "This is my blood of the new covenant." So there, we know there's a new covenant. He said there was. He said
it yes,
expressly, yeah.
And then in Hebrews, I think is it Hebrews 8:5, or I might be getting another verse mixed up, but it also talks about the covenant coming into fruition.
Right.
And it gave the impression, and a lot of full preterists use that verse, by the way, and they try to say, see, it wasn't yet completed. It had to wait until 70 AD for the temple to fall for it to be completely established. Well, now I have to kind of look at that in a different way, because there's so many problems with the full preterist view that I'm thinking, well, maybe we're in the age of grace, right? But it's not. Things haven't been completely completed. So as far as, spiritually we're free in Christ spiritually, but as far as our physical redemption, if that makes any sense.
Which verse did you say they were using? 8 what?
Well, I know they use Hebrews 8:5, but I'm not sure that's the verse that I'm thinking of, though. So let me
5.
look. They love the book of Hebrews, and I like the book of Hebrews too. But
oh yeah, it talks about a new priesthood in chapter 7, and at the end of chapter 8 it says, by calling this covenant new, he has made the first one obsolete, and what is obsolete and outdated will soon disappear.
Yeah, that's the verse that they use, because it says soon disappear, so they'll say, see, it hadn't disappeared yet.
Well, yeah, the thing is, it was written before 70 AD. So that's when it disappeared. That's what it meant by soon. It did the old covenant did disappear.
Yeah, I think, and that's what I've been saying about, I do think that the full preterists have some things correct. They just, they extend it too much. They
Right.
try to claim that it's all been accomplished. Look, death has not been destroyed. It has been spiritually, but we're still dying.
Right.
Christ has not every knee has bowed, so
Right.
there's no way it's all completed.
There's too many things that haven't happened, such as Jesus visibly returning as he left, where the disciples watched him go up and be covered by a cloud, and the angel says, "What are you doing standing here looking at the sky? Jesus will come back the way he left." Well, that hasn't happened. So how can everything have happened?
And that's one of the main arguments against full preterism, and it's a good one, because it's exactly right. How can you claim that Christ is returned? They try to spiritualize everything. They try to make it a spiritual coming with the destruction of the temple.
Right.
Well, that was God. That was Christ's judgment. So that was his return. And they try to spiritualize it, but it conflicts with Scripture.
And that thing of spiritualizing everything is a get out of jail free card. They use it as their God of the gaps, so to speak, too, to use another phrase, because it's their joker, their wild card. They can play anytime they can't answer a question. They say, well, it was figurative. It was an allegory. It was not you couldn't. It happened, but you couldn't see it. You're just supposed to believe them.
Well, and I'm not shocked that Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, even though it says very specifically that the disciples were looking with their physical eyes at Jesus physically rise into the air and disappear,
Right, and that he would return the same way, right? Well, it doesn't shock me that was the position that I held prior to becoming an atheist. It really doesn't, because once you go down that route where you can spiritualize anything that conflicts with your current view, you can make anything say whatever whatever you want it to say.
Right.
Matter of fact, if you heard some of my hangouts when I first became an atheist, that's the problems that arose about the full preterist position. Well, they could make it say whatever they want. They spiritualize everything.
Yep, it's just like the argument that flat Earth doesn't make it necessary that there's a creator. They come up with infinite regression, or whatever the exact term is, where you just keep moving the goalpost back to infinity, and that accounts for everything coming into existence and being designed. It's a stupid argument. It's preposterous. It's illogical and philosophically a dead end.
I agree completely. Infinite regress cannot be stopped without an original eternal creator.
Yeah, everybody's belief system, even the atheists, have God of the gaps or wild cards to play.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, we know that the spherical model plays the gravity card all the time.
Right.
Anytime there's a problem with the spherical model, the magical force of gravity comes into play.
And dark matter and quantum fluid, which is a fancy name for ether, and black holes, anything they can't explain, they say, well, there's something invisible when we can't detect it, but we know it's going to be there, and you just have to have faith in us that we're going to discover it someday, and therefore you can still call it science. People are just fooling themselves.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's funny. People, it's psychology and just human nature that nobody likes to believe that they, especially the atheists don't like to believe that they have belief, but they do. There's no escaping it.
Yeah, I'm like, once a lie gets exposed and you realize the truth about something, you have that thought, like, how did I ever buy into that? Like, how did I ever think that way? And now I just see the spherical model as so ridiculous and unrealistic and laughable.
Right.
I'm just like, I cannot believe that I ever thought we were on some kind of spinning wet ball shooting through space at I don't know, 67,000 miles per hour, whatever they say. They always give these huge, large numbers, and they change it as well. The age of the Earth. How many times has that been changed? It's like, oh goodness.
Yep, it's the memory hole of 1984. They keep changing the past.
Yeah, and then they certainly don't present the opposition to all these.
Oh no.
All these sciences all throughout. From the time that Copernicus. Yeah, the Copernicus model. I mean, even before that, it started even before that, where they won't present, the schools won't present oppositions. They won't show that the stars being vastly distant from us was just an assumption. It never, when it was made, it never could be tested at that time period when it was made. They've never. They never bring up that the Earth being even a spherical was an assumption
right.
that was made at that time period and couldn't be demonstrated or proven. So I don't know. It's brainwashing. They remove the opposition.
Yeah, in our state,
one side of evidence.
A number of years ago, there was a motion in the state senate or something that whether or not they should allow ideas in the science classroom to be presented which conflict with the theory of evolution. I mean, if that isn't a major admission that they are censoring valid scientific discoveries, I don't know what would be, because they're saying, well, should we allow that in our classroom? Should we make a law against presenting ideas that might cause doubt in our theory?
Right.
And that's a religion.
And that's what's that's part of it being anti-science. It's anti-science in a lot of ways. For one, just eliminating experimentation and testing for mathematics is a problem.
Right.
You could build they use mathematics, building simulations and video games and things like that. You can build false realities from mathematics all day long. And that's, I think that's what the spherical believers don't really get. You could, you know, in a simulation, they could create both a flat or spherical.
Right.
So, you know, it's just anti-science to suggest that no opposition should be heard or should be presented. That's anti-science as well, because you're supposed to be able to retest these things and bring things that they think is factual back to the surface and say, well, is it really? Can we? Where's the evidence for it? Where's the testing for it? Oh, y'all only have the, what is it called, the Cavendish experiment that's never been retested. And
right.
was, you know, long ago. I think it was like a century ago or something along those lines.
Yeah. A little longer now.
I don't know if it was a century.
I'm not sure.
It
was a long time ago, and you know, it has never been duplicated. And what we know about even just electrostatic charges and things, you know, the guy had these two steel balls hanging in a barn, basically, and he went out in the cold and he suffered and he looked in this little hole in the wall to see if the balls moved. It's like, this is science. This is what we're still relying on today.
Right.
So, and I think it actually had more to do with the mass, trying to measure the mass of the Earth, which is kind of circular reasoning then, because you have to assume the mass if you assume the gravitational force and et cetera. And you know, eventually they just, you know, I forget where it was, I read that they pretty much say that he got lucky in coming up with the number he came up, that it just seems to work. So.
Right. Well, when they first supposedly measured the moon, they added in all these numbers because of their assumption of refraction and things like that. They had all these assumptions where they added in numbers.
Yeah.
I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So many assumptions. I mean, even Einstein or any of those, you know, what you get out of the equation depends on what assumptions you start with. Or, you know, radiometric dating, a lot of other things that are only, you know, they won't tell you what the range is, or they'll, you know, assume that you don't know, and don't tell you the anomalous results, you know, the minority report, so to speak. They just throw out stuff that doesn't fit. And they call that science.
Yeah.
It's such hypocrisy.
And then when you raise question about it, when you express that you don't buy it, you know, you're the crazy one. You're the, you know, I'm just like, really? I mean, start thinking for yourselves, people. Honestly.
Yeah, but they can't, or they won't. I should say. They're, you know, it's something you have to reaffirm every day of your life, pretty much growing up, that. The system is trying to grind you into a powder and to make everybody homogenized clones that are taught what to think and not how to think. And for whatever reason, a lot of people escape, but not enough. And the percentages get smaller every generation. I think gotten pretty small now.
Yeah, I agree.
Which kind of
oh,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to talk about prophecy again. It's like it brings us back to the condition of the world. You know, in Noah's day, Jesus said it would be like the days of Noah, and he was mainly on the surface talking about the fact that even though Noah preached to them about what was coming, they didn't believe him, and so when it did come, they were caught by surprise, and that's what's going to be now. You know, people think, well, you know, it could be a little worse. It could be a lot worse. You know, Jesus isn't coming back just yet, but Jesus said, you don't know when I'm coming. I'm going to come back sooner than you think, and you better be busy when I do come back. I better catch you doing what I left you here to do. And I think that, you know, all things considered, there's so many convergences and so many things that have taken such a terrible turn for the worse that I don't think we're going to be here much longer.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Our technology, and I think a lot of Christians don't even want to look into this stuff because they don't want to acknowledge how evil it's gotten in the world. And I understand that. I understand that it's not pleasant to to look at this stuff and to acknowledge it and to recognize it, but it's for your own benefit to at least recognize that it's occurring. You don't have to, completely delve yourself into it like some of us has been called to do to expose it. You don't have to do that, but don't deny that it's happening.
Yeah.
But I agree. The technology is too extreme. And you brought up the days of Noah, and I agree with you that the main message there is, you better be ready because it's going to happen, when you least expect it. But there could be more to it too. I know that the genetic manipulation crap that's going on right now is insane. I mean, they've just made a half pig, half human hybrid, and this wasn't on no conspiracy site. This was on National Geographic.
Right.
And then the artificial womb that they've just created and wanting to do these designer babies. And I don't know. It's just getting to the point where they're playing God. They're wanting to transfer that, try to do a head implant now. And it's just insane that the technology's gotten to the point where there's a lot of evil that's going to be used. The technology is going to be used for evil because we know that these elite, we know that Satan offered the kingdoms to Christ for his worship. And we know, we could see it as plain as day in our entertainment, in our music, in our on our TVs,
right.
in the symbols that are used in society, that the elite are into satanic stuff.
There's no doubt about that. Anybody paying attention.
Right. And so that type of technology, they'll sell you that technology. They'll sell you it based upon medical and security. They'll exploit medical and security reasons. They'll exploit the sick. They'll say, look, we could do this because it benefits the sick. If we create this human, because their excuse for the human pig hybrid was to harvest organs.
Mm-hmm.
And to the world, that sounds really great, and that's progress. And hey, we're going to be able to harvest organs where people don't have to wait as long. People don't have to die waiting on the wait list. And that's what they do. They sell you the security and medical so-called benefits from these things, while behind closed doors, they use it for disgusting, evil things.
Right. And I don't know if you ever.
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know if you ever saw that movie, The Island.
It sounds very familiar, but I can't remember the details. Is it Brad Pitt?
No.
Okay.
Ewan, whatever I pronounce his name, McGregor, that played young Obi-Wan. He was one of the stars.
I don't know.
But it was about these people that are in this facility, and they're all told that they were rescued from some cataclysm and they can't leave the facility because of radiation. And yet there's a place called the Island that's prepared for them that as they have facilities prepared there, then one by one they have a lottery and people can go over and live on the island. And it's this wonderful place, and everybody looks forward to it and hopes that they're picked. Well, it turns out that what happened was that there were wealthy people outside of the facility who believed that organs were being grown for them, just like you described in this facility. But when in reality, they discovered that the organs wouldn't function right or something unless they grew entire human beings and then took the organs out as needed. And so they were just keeping these people around for organ harvesting, and that's who would win the lottery, is who, if somebody on the outside, their wealthy donor, needed an internal organ or something, they would just take it out of the clone and put the clone to death. And so it was it's a horror science fiction thing, but it's the same thing where, for all we know, we don't know what's really going on with cloning. It they may have living creatures who can feel pain and self-awareness that are being harvested for the wealthy. So Yeah, I think
Right.
it's that bad, like Noah's Day. Yeah.
Yeah, and it also seems like they're promoting a post-human era, mixing with machines and animals, and
Right.
you have all these superhero movies and things like Spider-Man, where he gets the spider abilities, and they promote this to our generation, our younger generation, saying, "Wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be cool to be able to see like an eagle? Wouldn't it be cool
Mhm.
to be able to run like a horse or something like that?" Um, And so, by the time that the technology comes out to where they might be able to do some kind of hybrid stuff where you even get the abilities, we know that they're able to do the hybrid stuff. They've already created, like I said, they created a half pig, half human. But once they get to that, the kids are just gonna buy right into it. Oh wow, superpowers. We get to our senses get to get heightened. Um,
Yeah.
it's crazy, and it's as nuts as it sounds. We've got the technology to start doing that, and it's showing.
Yeah, it's like the message of the X-Men series is not only that people should look favorably on upgrades, but that anyone who doesn't is X-Men phobic, or whatever you want to call it, upgrade phobic.
Prejudice against the mutants.
Yeah, we're anti-evolution. That this is the way it should be, and we should not be prejudiced and against the mutants, and we should embrace the changes. And that's exactly the kind of stupid race baiting kind of a tactic that they're going to use and say, if you're not in favor of this, if you think you should be purely human, then you're backward and whatever phobia they want to call it, and try to shame people into
you're restricting progress.
Yeah, you're a racist, basically.
Which is already going on concerning, science. If you raise any question about science, well, you're anti-science, you're restricting progress, you're taking us back, to ancient times, blah, 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 blah. These people, they don't realize that, a lot of terrible things can happen in the name of progress. And
Right.
just like Rand said, and also a lot of terrible things can happen with good intentions. And just like Rand said, with the whole Garden of Eden, Eve didn't look at that fruit and see that it was ugly and rotted and disgusting, and she's seen it as good. She thought it was good. It looked good to eat, and she ate it. So it was appealing. It was appealing to her senses and her reasoning and her So I think people need to be a little bit careful on what they think is good in this world.
Right.
Or,
not all that glitters is gold, basically. Yeah.
Right.
Or like the flat Earth, it's had to be something like that, something true, to distract or sidetrack a large amount of people who are into conspiracy theory. We're jaded to a lot of things where this is old hat, and then flat Earth comes along. It's, even though the powers that be, as they're called, might have had a reason to release it, just running with that for the moment. The problem is that doesn't make flat Earth false. It makes it true, and that it had to be so, or we wouldn't have chased it. So then the question is, what else are they doing? Well, they're about ready to unveil the fake alien invasion and the upgraded human. I mean, it's walking right into Bible prophecy.
Right. And, the thing is with them, even if they did have a hand in releasing the flat Earth, like you're saying, they've always been into control opposition just in case the truth gets out. It's a way
Right.
for them to have kind of a backup plan. It's a way for them to be able to kind of manipulate the truth to their own benefit, however it can benefit them. So they've always had the controlled opposition thing, because light exposes darkness. God is going to show His truth, and they know that you can't sustain a lie for too long without it being exposed. Is my opinion. And so I think they back They have controlled opposition for that very reason. Just in case it is exposed to too many people and convince too many people, they can go that route. Because
Right.
with the flat Earth position, they can still imply, even though they have more difficulty, they can still imply that it was another creator besides God.
Right. Which, again, moves the goalposts. Eventually, there had to be someone who started it all. Because if you have more than one, then you have evolution again. You know, you have a class of beings. And where did they come from?
Well, and it has to be an eternal
Yeah.
originator as well, because like we've talked about so many times, if you don't have an eternal creator, an originator, then you have the philosophical problem of infinite regress. The only thing, you know, who created them? Who created them? Who created them? It just keeps going and keeps going. The only thing that stops that is an eternal being, an eternal
Yes.
originator.
A first cause, yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just at least as rational a view as any other, where we have one entity that is the source of everything else, that it had to be eternal by nature. And since by science we know that no effect is greater than its cause, then the first cause, must be able to account for not only physical things existing, but for the complex laws that govern the physical realm, the intelligence, design.
Yeah, the complexity, there's no possible way. I get what you're saying, because this is something else that I used to discuss with people that held to this whole simulation hypothesis. It would have to be an all-powerful, all-knowing God to even sustain
Right.
this complex creation.
Right. It doesn't answer the question if the people have infinite regress or ancient aliens seeding, you know, the Earth, or, you know, there always has to be something else physical and normal for a naturalist, that by definition, and it cannot account for the natural world. It just can't, because things can't.
I agree. I think that's a great way to put it too.
Yeah, the thing is that people don't stop to think about the fact that nothing can self-cause, or because it would have to exist before it existed. And if they postulate that things pop out into existence for no reason, without any cause, then not only are they saying magic compared to the laws of physics, they're also claiming absurdity philosophically, and they're moving the goalposts again to we just believe it. We have to have faith that things just pop out of nowhere. Well, gosh, it's funny how these things never happen in our realm where any of us can observe. We don't think you walk down the street and see something pop out of nowhere.
Exactly.
These things only happen in the quantum world. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always someplace we can't go, a time we can't reach. You know, it's magic, and it's
then they call it science.
Mm-hmm.
They do the same thing with their science. I mean, when have we ever been shown? When has it ever been demonstrated that bodies of water have stuck to a ball?
Yeah.
When has it been demonstrated that foundations have been built on balls? I don't know.
Yeah, and the whole thing of spinning ball, even just the atmosphere, let alone the water, there's still fluid dynamics that applies to it. But in order to account for us not having a constant wind in one direction, you know, because of the Earth's spin, say 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and decreasing speed out to the poles, that in order to get around that obvious lack of observation, they have to have the atmosphere stuck to the surface somehow. And yet within that thing stuck to the surface, that we have little light breezes that go in every direction. We have tornadoes and hurricanes, and we have all sorts of movement within it that, you know, how can it be the air itself that is stuck in place by gravity, and yet that air can be pushed, it can vibrate, because that's how we hear and see, and it's just a mass of contradictions from top to bottom.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, they talk about the atmosphere sticking to us, but they can't include the stars and the sun and the moon because of the way that their
Hmm.
model works. So tell me how the constellations are still the same since
Right.
ancient times. Or the constellations have to be fixed on us somehow. Um, if they've been in the same positions for ancient times since ancient times and used as navigation tools.
Yeah, and the only reason that they can, they try to get around it with an ad hoc explanation is to say, well, they're so far away that they don't appear to move. And not because of observation, but because their theory demands it. Because if you don't pinpoint to light, if you don't know either the size or the distance, you can't figure out the other. And they tried redshift for a number of years, saying, well, it's the Doppler effect. If something is redshifted, it's going away, and blue is coming toward, whichever way it was. And now they quietly admit that that isn't true because they've got like binary stars where one's red, one's blue. And they can't account for, and they're in gravitational lock, and so supposedly, and they can't account for the redshift anymore. So, they keep any real scientific theory would have been falsified 1,000 times over by now. But the fact that they keep it in spite of observation and discovery, and keep making up these ad hoc explanations, like even to the point of dark matter, which accounts for most of the mass of the universe. The fact that they keep it means it's unfalsifiable. And if it's unfalsifiable, it's not scientific. It's all just a magical religion, any way you slice it.
Yeah, that's right. And they still have a problem even with the infinite distance of stars. I mean, if we're traveling, if the sun is as big as they claim it is, which I like I said, I don't ever remember their numbers because they
doesn't
have
matter.
They have these outrageous numbers because they have to. That's the only way it can work, is to have these magical, huge, outrageous numbers of infinite distance and infinite time. It's almost like, it's just, I don't know. But if we're traveling through space, if we're following the ball rocket, basically, and the ball rocket is traveling so fast in space, it still makes no sense that the constellations would not change. I don't care how far they are.
They should change shape. Yeah.
Yeah. It makes absolutely no sense.
And plus, I've said before, how do you measure the speed of anything in space when everything is in motion? There is no fixed reference point. You can't measure the speed. And if the stars are not changing in the constellation because of that, then how do you know we're moving? And how do you know how fast we're moving? There's just no way to know.
Right.
They just make it up.
They make it up. Yeah, you're exactly right. Every time there's a problem, they make up a magical answer. And a contradictory one. I mean, gravity is so strong it can hold bodies of water to a ball, but it's not strong enough to hold a helium balloon to the ground.
Yep. Hopefully Rand just dropped, and hopefully he'll be right back. Let's see, what time is it? 9:29 here. So we have till 9:34. We have 5 minutes. Oh, there he is. Good. Never mind. Hey, Rand.
Hey, well, here's an intro. I was listening to you guys. Here, every time I come on, there's 33 viewers. That Russian Vince is going to think that I'm a Freemason. If we're traveling at 1,000,000 miles an hour and have been for billions of years, how far have we traveled? 1,000,000 miles an hour.
They wouldn't even know because nothing's fixed. I mean,
right. But think about that. Try to do the math on that. I would love for somebody, okay, because they say that we've been in existence for what, 14 billion?
Or something.
Right? So 14 billion years equals how many hours? How many hours are there in a year? How many hours are there in a year? Right? How many hours are there in a year? times 14 billion years times 1,000,000 miles an hour, and nothing, where we haven't made it anywhere? Like, you would think by now that we would have passed something at least. I don't know, a space McDonald's or a Dairy Queen. You know what I mean? We've been on this space rocket for how long? And I don't know. It's just, I don't know why people just get up, tie their shoes, and go about their day and don't question any of this nonsense. I watched today a video, Deep Within the Rabbit Hole, and Mark Sargent did. And they were talking about just the NASA videos and how they do these stupid little antics up there on this space station. They've brought guitars, harmonicas, monkey suits, just you name it. It's like it's literally, they're telling you it's a stage. It's a joke.
And
but there was one
people, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, and there was one video, like every time they do these video interviews where two of the astronauts are standing there spinning and rotating and do whatever they do, in the background there's always somebody floating by. Like they have the T-shaped hallways, and every single, you can actually just wait and somebody's gonna float by. Well, they slowed it down and they put it into some kind of an editor, and sure enough, the guy floating by in the background literally is on a cord. He is on a harness.
Yep. Clear
as day. Not even jokeable. But then they showed something else that was really cool, where Buddy does he decides to go sideways and stand on the side of the wall. And when he does that, he kicks up a gas mask or an oxygen mask. His feet kick it and move the mask up to the top of his ankles where he's standing against the side of the wall. And when he comes down and moves his ankle, guess what the gas mask does? It falls down, straight down.
That's interesting.
And then there's that video clip of all the people they look like they're in the space station and they're looking at little clipboards and things, and all of a sudden they all get slammed into the opposite wall and nobody says a thing.
Yeah. Oh, that was nothing. That was just a little space dunk.
Oh, we just hit a giant meteor. We're all going to die.
No worries. We just.
I mean, they're always got the biggest smiles, like they're tour guides or Disney employees. Wink, wink. They're always so happy, and they're in this tiny pressurized tin can in a radiation field, and with all sorts of debris flying around, the satellites that we never see on the videos.
Yeah, the thousands and thousands of them.
Yeah, and
I want to know.
Smiles.
I want to know what these naysayers are going to say when there's so much evidence that they're green screening these visuals on this International Space Station, and that it's so fake that at some point it's just like, all right, even the biggest shill can no longer deny what we're seeing. I wonder what their scapegoat is. What is their way out? Do they say that we had to do that because of A, B, or C? Like, are they going to have a reason? Because realistically, they could very easily, everybody has their one thing. And I heard Mark Sargent and this Deep Within the Rabbit Hole guy talking about, what they would want the space station or NASA to do to finally go, you know what? Okay, I was wrong. Shut it down. NASA is not lying. Everything they're doing is real. We all have that one thing. And the one thing that I would want to see is during the Super Bowl, I want them from the space station to zoom down unedited right to the 50-yard line during a live Super Bowl.
Yeah.
If you can do that, then you might be a little honest. At the very least, I want one of you astronauts to go out onto one of these space arms, and with your cell phone, because you don't need a signal to take a video with a cell phone. You just use the cell phone and then save it into your cell phone. When you come back to Earth, you can download it onto your computer or onto a website. Take your cell phone and just do a 360. Just put it on record and do a video of the Earth. Go all the way around to 360 like you're paralleling on a dance floor. Show me the moon, and then come all the way back around. Show me the sun. Show me the Earth. Show me on your camera. But they can't. Another good one Mark said is that he wants to see the fourth wall. You know when they do these?
Right.
Show us the fourth wall. Like, you know when you see the show Seinfeld or Everybody Loves Raymond? You only see 3 walls. You don't see the fourth wall because the fourth wall is where the cameramen are. They never show you the fourth wall. So show us the fourth wall.
Have you guys ever watched the live feed and heard the elevator music in the background?
Yeah.
I'm like, that's lovely. They've got music playing in space. That's nice.
Anytime I go there, I have no control over my fingers. Anytime I watch those live NASA feeds of half the Earth spinning, and by the way, the Earth is spinning crazily in those particular live feeds. But when Buddy jumped out of that balloon and parachuted down from the atmosphere, no spin, nothing.
Right.
There was no spin. A complete joke, and people are so stupid.
But that's because the atmosphere goes with the Earth, right?
Yeah, it's stuck to it like glue.
He wasn't outside of the atmosphere, you idiot. Oh, you're such an idiot. Anyways.
You're breaking up a little bit,
My
Red.
first clue was that was a complete joke.
You're breaking up. I could barely hear you.
Oh, let me just F5.
Have you guys heard of the astronaut that almost drowned? They poured out a whole gallon, and they're trying to say, oh, it's sweat. Really? You could sweat a whole gallon into your helmet there? What? No way.
Well, and they were saying that his cooling liquid that they have, or something like that, the liquid that they have in their suit leaked into the helmet.
Yeah,
and snorkels are going to help you.
Yeah. Another joke with that jump Buddy did from the whatever, is the company that sponsored it, Red Bull. Mm-hmm. Right off the bat, as soon as I seen Red Bull, I only know one other red creature with horns. And and for me, it's as easy as that. You know what I mean? But as soon as I seen Red Bull was the sponsor, I was like, for sure, this is a lie. For sure. Absolutely 100%.
Yeah, anytime you see big corporations, it's reasonable to be skeptical of what they're presenting. That Hennessy commercial with August Pickard, that was just a flat out right in your face. Look, he's busting through the firmament and everything. It's insane. Yeah. I just find it interesting. I mean, people don't think about this, but August Pickard, I believe he reported to Popular Science magazine in 1931 that the Earth appeared as a flat disc with upturned edges. And shortly after that, he comes and him and his son and his grandson build a submarine and go to the deepest part of the ocean. And then shortly after that, they're all in Antarctica. What are they doing? It's like they're exploring the containment. Ooh, right. How do we get out? How do we get out? It's the Babylonian Tower all over again. Now that they have the technology to be able to explore the boundaries, they're going to.
Right. Yep. They're doing kind of the same principle as Jesus telling parables in a way, where he said, those who have eyes will see, and those who have ears will hear. And that's why we do parables, because, it's meant to only convey information to those who are listening and watching.
Right. Are you saying that they do a similar thing with presenting? Yeah.
No, I think it's a similar principle where they're telling you things and you'll pick it up if you're paying attention. If you don't pay attention, then too bad for you.
Well, it's like the story I tell. Hey, John, how are you? It's like the story I tell about the what do you call it? The stereographer. Where you do the signals. The what do you call that again? Back.
Are you talking about Morse code?
Morse code, yeah, where they would do the Morse code.
Yeah, telegraph, yeah.
Telegraphing, yeah. Well, there was back in the times when, I think it was in the 1930s or 1940s when they were big, and it was during the Depression. It was very hard to get jobs. At any rate, a job came up for a telegrapher. They were looking for one. The company was seeking out a telegrapher. So they put an ad in the paper, and of course, this guy, he sees the ad, he can work a telegraph machine. He goes to this is true story. He goes to the job interview, but when he gets there, there's like 50 people in the lobby. And he's thinking, I'm not going to get this job. There's no way. There's way too many people here. But he sits down, he grabs a newspaper, he starts reading his newspaper. Everybody's kind of talking amongst each other and, waiting for their turn to go in and do a job interview. And as he's sitting here, he starts to hear the tapping of the telegraph machine, the tapping and the pausing. And everybody's kind of talking but he's listening. So he starts focusing in on the message. And the message read, if you can hear what we're saying, come into the office, you're hired. And so he got up and he went to the office. He spent a few minutes. He come out and he told everybody, look, I got the job. You can go home. And they were all upset. How'd you get the job? He said, well, because I heard them tapping on the telegraph machine. They were sending a message out here that whoever heard it was hired. And I think that's kind of like with God, right? I think that, if you're focusing and you're listening to God, or if your eyes are open and your ears are tuned in to what's going on in this world, if you're listening and you're not distracted by the sporting events or the movie stars or the next piece of technology or all of this war and propaganda and all of these hoaxes, if you're not distracted by that and you take some time to just tune in and listen to what's going on in the world, I think you can hear and see exactly what's happening. And I think that's the difference between those of us that are awake and those that are in and of the world and asleep to it. And that's why Jesus said, look, you're not going to be able to hear what's going on if you're in the world. I'm going to pull you out of the world so you'll be nothing like them. And while you're out of the world, you're going to be able to hear and see things that they can't hear and see. And I think it's really just kind of that simple.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that there is a lot of denial among some Christians to the extent of the evil that's going on, and I think it's caused by it could be caused by a lot of factors, and fear being one of them, just being uncomfortable being one. Like I said before, nobody desires for this to be the case, for the elite to be doing the evil that they're doing, for them to be in control over people. Nobody desires for that. So, I just pray that that God speaks to those Christians. And like I said, I don't think, that they have to be called to expose every single thing and to show every single thing like some of us, I think, are, but to at least see it for what it is and acknowledge it.
Right. And
go ahead.
I think sometimes that people see what's happening and just give up too, where they're like, well, I can't stop it. I might as well just enjoy life while I can and not think about it anymore because, I'll just deal with it when it gets here. But on the other hand, if you are paying attention still anyway, then it will determine how you react when things happen, because you will interpret events differently than someone who's never looked into it. And so it can change your reaction. But for the most part, I can't fault a lot of people for not wanting to pay attention anymore, even if they used to.
Yeah, well, and that another thing too, though, if you don't cause yourself to go into self-denial over it, you're really going to see the hopelessness in relying on mankind and the system, and you're gonna fall at the feet of the Father. You're gonna trust Him more to cover you and to protect you and to, for His will to be done in your life.
Yeah.
Well, even back in the 80s, Paula, and you'll remember this, all of the big celebrities, Lionel Richie, Michael Jackson, The Boss, Whitney Houston, all of them, they came together and did a song called We Are the World.
Mm-hmm.
And I was looking over the lyrics of it. I actually did a video on it, and it was like, we are the world. We are the ones that are going to make it right, just you and I. And at first, when you hear this song, it sounds really motivating that humanity would pull together and fix the problems of the world. But as you become older and wiser, you come to realize that that's an absolute impossibility. It's an unreachable illusion. But it's the very illusion that Satan wants us to believe, that we, in our own power, outside of Christ, can fix this world. And it's just another manipulative way of causing lovers of self in this self-idolization that we are right now. I believe, anyways, that we are living in a time of that, where we are lovers of self. You take a look at, there are more selfies on the internet than family photos. There are more selfies on the internet than pictures of pets. If I had $1 for every time I seen somebody put a new selfie of themselves up on the internet, I'd never have to work again. It is literally, and of course we know why they're doing it. They're doing it for, a positive comment. But again, it just comes down to that. And I think this is the point that I want to get to. I'll just skip to the point. I thoroughly believe that the deceivers are the most deceived. They're almost deceived beyond repair. I'm not going to go assert that they can't be saved. I'm just saying it seems as though they're almost deceived beyond repair, because Satan has literally injected into them a God status. If you were able to sit down with a Justin Bieber or a Madonna or a Lady Gaga or any of these, superstars, you're going to hear a God complex presence coming from them, but not one just out of ego for, the fanfare they get or for the celebrity status, but because I thoroughly believe that they have been convinced within these covens and within these cults and these spiritual sacrifices with whoever the witches and warlocks of their particular covens are, obviously directed under the spirit of Satanism. I believe that they are literally under the belief that they are gods, and when this is all said and done, they're going to be gods of their own universes, their own planets, and that they are illuminated in that we are literally so beneath them that they consider us useless eaters. And so I think the greatest of the deceived are them. I think that Satan has really deceived those that are deceiving us. And I think for them, that is very, very, very sad.
I think along the same lines, I do think that the top elite, those who are really on the top of the pyramid, I do think that they're all into the Luciferian doctrine, and I do think that they believe that they have a chance of winning against God. They have a chance of replacing God, and I believe that Satan has deceived them into thinking that. But I also believe that they are well aware of who God is, and that they're just rejecting him for who they prefer to be God, which is Satan and themselves. And Satan pretty much promises them they can be their own God. That's what he did in the garden.
Yeah. Well, you look at the songs. I mean, you got Sympathy for the Devil. You've got Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. I mean, I could, if I decided to take the time and go and pull up all of the songs that I know are directly to Satan, there are hundreds and hundreds. What's that song by Adele? Hello. Is that the song I'm thinking of?
I don't know.
Adele, she sings a song called Hello. At any rate, From the Other Side. She talks about hello from the other side, and she's talking to God. She's talking to Jesus, saying, look, I called out to you. You didn't answer, so I'm over here. And then the Rihanna song where she talks about you're not going to be able to take her out of the fire. You're not going to be able to save her. She's going to burn up. Like, these are all direct messages of who and what they are, where they are spiritually. And I seen a video of Chris Brown in a hotel in Germany. They were locked in their hotel and couldn't get out. He was on his hands and knees praying to Satan and begging him to just let them go. He was begging. That was when he had his breakdown. I think he's back on track now. I think they put him back in for some MK Ultra glitching or some tweaking. But yeah, he was crying out, like asking Satan to let them go. So these people are very, very seriously deceived.
Well, and they're very much controlled by Satan too. And I know even Christians now look at that as unrealistic. Oh, you bring that up and it's like, oh, well, what do you mean? How? And it's sad because it's like they completely forget the story in scripture of where Satan tempted Christ with the kingdoms if he would worship him. It's like, don't you remember that story? You don't think that that's still happening today? We see it all over the place. How can you not see that?
No, it's figurative. We're playing our wild card when that happens. That's what they do. That's one of those places they play the wild card. Oh no, he didn't really take him to a high mountain and show him all the kingdoms of the world, and he was just talking,
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I mean, the Bible it completely comports with what's going on.
Oh,
And
it's the only true news.
and even Christians are missing it. That's what's sad. Even Christians are missing it.
It's like the truth is slipping between their fingers because they're holding on to the only thing that they can grasp. And Jesus said, look, you can't even understand the ways of the world. How am I going to be able to tell you about heavenly things? And it's so true because people they're afraid to get out of the boat. I look at it like the story of Peter. When Jesus said to Peter, come on, get out of the boat, walk towards me. And Peter's like, what? Get out of the boat. And Peter was fine just looking at Jesus from the boat. He's like, no, I got you. You're right there. I'm here. It's cool. We're connected. You're my Savior. You're my Lord. That's good. And Jesus was like, no, get out of the boat, walk towards me. And I feel like that's Christians today. They know they're saved. They know they're in the boat. They know they're cool. And Jesus is like, no, but I want to show you something. You don't understand the world you live in.
Follow my gardens.
Right? You don't understand the world. So, but I watch this. I'm going to tell you something too about people changing routine because people in life refuse to change their routines, Teal. They get up, they do the same thing every day. It's the same all, month after month, year after year, decade after decade. So there was a guy, listen to this story. This is a true story. There was a guy, and, he went to work every day, raised his kids, same place he worked for 30, 40 years, and it was always the same route. He would go out of the front of his house. He would make a left-hand turn. He would walk 5 or 6 blocks, make a right-hand turn, walk 3 blocks, 2 blocks, 4 blocks, and he'd be at work. And it was always the same lefts, the same rights, the same streets, the same way every single day for 30 years. And everybody would tell him, Dad, John, why don't you take a different route, get some change in your life? Everything about you is the same. When he would come home, it would be the same routine. On the weekends, he would mow the lawn at 10 o'clock Saturday morning. He would, cut the hedge at 4 in the afternoon. He would have a cigar on the porch at 6:30 at night after dinner. It was the same routine daily. So, he was constantly being badgered to change his routine. And one morning he woke up and he got this feeling. He got this feeling that it was going to be a different day. And so he went to work the same way he always did. But all day at work, he was thinking about this change and this need for change. So on the way home, he decided to take a different route. Instead of going the same way he always went to go home, he made a few different turns. And then he realized that there was a park not far. So he was going to, make these turns that he would be able to walk through the park and cut through the park and make his way home, a completely different route. And so he does that. He starts walking through the park, and it's like 5:30 at night. And as he gets into the park, he hears screaming from a distant bush area, like there was a bushy area. And he hears screaming. And his natural self, because he doesn't like waves, he doesn't like change, he doesn't want to get involved in anything. He just wants his patterned life, his way of living. He doesn't want nothing changed. He's trying to ignore it. He hears it. He hears the screaming and the yelling, and he's like, no, I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to keep going. But the closer he gets through this park, the closer he gets to the screaming, and it gets so loud he can't take it. And the woman is screaming at the top of her lungs, help me, help. And he finally goes over to where the screaming is, the yelling, and he goes into the bush, and there was a man raping a girl, and the man jumped up and ran off. And he stood there trying to catch his breath as he's watching this woman on the ground trying to get herself together, crying and screaming and yelling for help. And he goes, it's okay. I'm here. I'll help you. And she looks up and she says, Dad? It was his daughter. And that's a true story. And that's a true story. And what I'm saying is that in life, we are responsible for our own changes. That's why we have free will. We are responsible to take different looks at things, to take different walks, to have different perspectives, to open doors that we've never opened before, to take a look behind things we never looked behind before, to accept the fact that the only reason why you're not changing anything is because you're afraid of what you might find or what you might figure out. And you got to stop that in life. You have to. We're in a new world. We're in a time of increased knowledge, and you're letting all of this slip through your fingers. And as a Christian, I am telling you, you are responsible to know this stuff, because this is the stuff that is going to bring people to the Lord. This is a new knowledge. This is a new way of preaching this gospel. And I'm telling you, Christians need to get out of that mentality of doing the same old.
Well, and also, I agree with you, Ryan. I think that was a great message. But I also think that, just like I love my games, I think there's people out there that love some things that have come from the world. If you take music, for example, and they fear that if they look into things, if they acknowledge that these things are going on, that they will have to put away those things, the things that they do enjoy. And I just wanted to say it like this. I think that it's Christ who separates us from the world. And I think that it's important to know these things, and to, if there's something, worldly that you're in love with, and this is why you're refusing to look into these things or wanting to acknowledge these things, give it to God and ask the Lord, if you want this to change about me, then you're going to have to do it, because I can't do it. I've tried. I can't change this about me. I can't change that I like this, or that I enjoy doing this, or whatever. But at least don't allow the things that you do enjoy that are from the world, that are built from the world, like such as video games and music, don't allow that to keep you from seeing what is going on. At least, acknowledge it.
Yeah, that was what I was saying in my video the other day. I don't know if you got a chance to watch that, Rand, and whether that was what you were wanting me to talk about, but it's the same kind of thing where people are afraid.
Today was way too much, but I promise you, your video and my cup of coffee are going to meet first thing tomorrow morning.
Okay. But yeah, what I was thinking about from it was that it's the two things that'll keep a person from actually being a full disciple of Christ is fear and pride. And that fear is what Teal was talking about, because people are afraid that if they totally sell out to the will of God, that he might ask them to do something that they're afraid to do or that will cost them. And that's what Jesus was talking about, count the cost. And too many Christians are afraid to do that. They don't want to be 100%, They're content with just being born and not growing. And that's why they miss out on a lot of things. And they don't seem to understand that the rewards that are promised to people who do more than just the bare minimum, that are not content with just being born. That, the Apostle Paul said that that our suffering here was not worthy to be compared with the things that will, the blessings that we'll have later. And a lot of people are going to miss out because they were either afraid or proud and wouldn't let God have complete control of their life.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that they even miss out on the blessings that can be given to them in this life. The freedom from, peace, given peace. Once you put all your trust in God, even though seeing all of this stuff is horrific, I still have peace. I still know that God's in control, and that God has warned us of these things. He showed us of these things. Why would I not trust him to do his will in my life? I don't know. That's just why I think that there's freedom in truth. So the more that you deny that truth, thinking that you're protecting yourself, the more that you're actually causing yourself misery.
Right. It's fear of the unknown a lot. Even if the unknown might be better, people just don't want to take that step.
It's fear.
Right.
And God doesn't give us a spirit of fear.
Right.
That's Satan. Anytime you see people afraid, like when Becca was like, look, I'm not interested in looking at that stuff. Look at man, that's not the Holy Spirit. That definitely ain't God. Now, I'm not saying that he's demonic. I certainly would never say that. But it is definitely a spirit of something preventing him from opening a door where God wants a door open. And I've said this to people, Teal. You probably heard me say this, and atheists, this is probably the one thing they hate that I say the most. And I say that, if you're in my life, if you end up in my life, it's because either God put you in my life, God put me in your life, or Satan forgot to get you out of the way. Right? And the truth of the matter is that there is still a lot of deceptive activity occurring in the world, even if it's as simple as putting a spirit on you that you don't need to know something. If you keep being confronted with it, if it keeps showing up at your door, if you keep getting videos sent to you, if you keep getting invited into hangouts, if you keep seeing and hearing the discussions, that's that knock at the door that you were talking about, Paula, when you were talking about the three, when God sends the canoe, the boat, and the helicopter,
right.
and buddies plug in. You didn't, I was waiting on you to save me. Where were you? And God's like, I sent you a helicopter. Well, that's to me the same thing. Is that when we get to the other side of this Revelations, people are gonna be like, well, God, how come I didn't get to know that? And how come I didn't? And he's gonna be like, what? What? That information was available to everybody. And it even says in Scripture that my people die or suffer for lack of knowledge.
Right.
And it also says that we are in a time of increased knowledge, and it also says that you are without excuse. Put those three together. My people self-destruct for lack of knowledge. We are in a time of increased knowledge, and you're without excuse. Put all three of those on a sandwich and let me see you eat that without a glass of water.
Well, and to be fair, though, with Beckel, I think that a lot of it may be that he doesn't have a whole lot of time in his real life to devote to searching this out. And he did say that he wanted to learn more and that he would be watching our hangouts. And I think that's probably the easiest way for him right now to gather information about it, is to kind of listen to talks about it, if that makes any sense. So just to be fair, I think that it might just be circumstantial to why Beckel may not be indulging
I'm
in
not
this.
letting him off the hook so easily, young lady.
Well, I'm not letting him off the hook. Hey, I was hounding him again on Facebook today about Flat Earth. He probably regrets ever adding me.
Yeah, I'm not letting him off the hook so easily. All right, John came back a second time. It would be really rude if we didn't talk to him, seeing as the first time he sat there patiently stirring his drink and nobody said anything. What's going on, John? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, man? Good to see you.
Well, technically. So we're all waiting.
What's the big news?
What's the big news? What's going on?
Nothing much, man. Nothing much at all.
Hey, how's the world on your side?
The world's nasty. The way it always is. How's the world on your side? Any better?
Well, the Dominican, I'll tell you what, it has its issues. Make no mistake about it. But it's also got a different culture of how it loves. This country, I don't know, they love me. When they see me, brother, it's like, I don't know, they're just,
You're easy to love, Ron. You know that, right? You're easy to love.
I don't know. I've yet to have a Dominican not look at me with a big smile on their face and stare at me. Or maybe I look like I ate somebody they knew. Maybe I look like I,
Oh my goodness.
Right? I don't know, but no, they are very, very loving people, and the Lord really blessed me. But we were just talking about, having the courage to open up doors and go check out the unknown. Go have the courage to have a change in life. And me coming to this country was one of those things. Everybody in my life that in Canada was like, wow, you really got on a plane and went to the Dominican? And I'm like, yeah. They're like, that is, I wish I could do that. And I'm like, of course you could. But, we get these mental attachments and they end up becoming chains and handcuffs that handcuff us to invisible possessions that don't even exist. If they exist as a possession, the possession is actually you. You are the one that are being possessed. Sounds like
it's well said. Well said.
Right? I mean, you gotta sometimes in life, you gotta just give it a shot. Just give it a shot. Nobody's saying that you're gonna, right? And that's what God wants. God wants us to have courage and faith. Where's your faith? Do you not trust God? Yeah. You got to trust God. You got to step out in the name of Jesus Christ. You got to command the promises in Scripture. Christ promised that He would be there. Christ promised that He would pave the way and clear the path. Christ promised that He would take care of you. Christ promised that you would be safe and that you would be protected in His name. Christ promised that you would get through this. Christ promised that He had your back. Well, why are Christians so afraid to trust Jesus Christ? It says in John 3:16, for God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that whoever believeth in Him should not perish but have everlasting life. Believeth in Him doesn't mean believe He exists, or to give Him a little bit of belief and carry Him around in your pocket, or to show up with a little bit of belief on Sunday. Believing in Him means that you are to believe in him. I have a maid. I believe in her, but I don't believe in her. I got employees. I believe in them. I believe they exist. I believe they're going to work, but I don't believe in them. I don't trust them with everything, but I sure do trust Jesus Christ because I believe in him. And when you believe in Jesus Christ, he'll open up doors and take you down paths you could have never imagined.
Yeah, I agree, and that's the phrase "ye of little faith." That phrase has popped into my mind so many times when I've heard so many Christians mock the flat Earth, claim that it's not, scriptural when it very much is, deny scriptures, try to get around with making scriptures metaphoric or allegorical so that they won't have to throw away modern science that they've put their trust in. And that's the thing. They've switched their trust in the word. I mean, they still trust God, these Christians. They're real there's true Christians out there that this is happening to. They still trust Christ for their salvation. But when it comes to other matters, or when it comes to creation, when it comes to the way reality works, they prefer to rely on mankind and the science.
Right.
When it's not even really science.
Yeah. People are funny, but that's why we're all glad that God will be doing the judging, because there's so many knots we couldn't untie.
Right.
Could I ask something of the chat panel? Everybody in the chat, it's come to my knowledge that we are being live streamed by another channel. Could you guys just put up
celebrities?
Scripture?
We're famous.
And could you guys start just put some scripture up so that whoever watches his channel could see some scripture and maybe come to know the Lord. Put up John 3:16. Put up some nice scriptures for the other channel, for his viewers to be able to see some good Christian love, and right, and some flat Earth scriptures, so that his channel can really promote us in the best way, because what he's looking for is for arguing and fighting. And we're not going to do that. We love the other channel that's live streaming us. So if we could, let's just use him to preach the gospel and to show some truth this flat Earth. I would really appreciate if you guys could put up some scripture for the next 10 or 15 minutes. I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you were breaking up just then, Rand, by the way. Just toward the end.
Yeah, just toward the end. I think they pretty much got the gist. So.
I posted one at some friend of ours that has the site Taboo Conspiracy has a page on Bible and flat Earth. I just posted that.
I actually ran into someone earlier that was mocking and ridiculing sort of the Bible towards me in another hangout. Why do you think people do that? Like, if they don't really believe in it, if they don't, maybe Rand can kind of answer this question for me, because I kind of ran into someone who was mocking and ridiculing, the Bible towards me in another hangout, sort of abusive. So what's their mentality? Why would they do such a thing if they don't really believe in it? They don't really.
That's the $64,000 question that we'd all like to ask, the atheists, for example, that spend all their days in Christian message boards and channels just harassing Christians. Yeah,
they don't believe in God, but they talk about God more than I do.
Right,
I'm a
exactly.
God believer.
And all I can think of is that either, barring any psychological or emotional development problems, it's got to be insanity, some kind of, or fear. If people are afraid that God might be real, they will mock it because they don't want it to be real, like whistling past the graveyard sort of a thing. You know what I mean? That's how they cope with the idea that they know there's a God, but they hate him and throw stones at him because while they laugh and say they're not afraid, you know, like I said, like people whistling past the graveyard.
It makes when they go to mock the belief and things like that, they focus so much on a belief that they say they don't believe in. It makes them feel more secure about their insecurities concerning their position.
Yeah.
That's how it seems to me.
Yeah, when people come up against something new, a new idea or something they don't like, they run back to their friends for reassurance, and they'll all laugh about it, and then it makes them feel better. Sorry, go ahead.
Right, exactly.
I thought John was going to say something.
Okay, Candy, I gave you the link in Google Hangouts to share with your friend. You're as well, obviously, more than welcome to come in. Just try not to overtalk John. He can get a bit windy.
I can definitely chew your ear off, that's for sure, yeah.
Just hogging the chat, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a ball hog.
Has he hog-tied?
I was just going to say that.
Have you been hog-tied?
It's your big chance, John.
I've been untied from what was the reference? Hog-tied? I'm not hog-tied anymore. They ungagged me. They freed me from the ball gag. What happened?
There was somebody on the panel a day or so ago that had the name Hogtie.
Oh yeah, that lovely person, yeah.
Yeah, and he literally hog-tied, not literally, but very specifically hog-tied the panel. He took it over, changed the topic, and took it over.
What's his deal again? He's like a non-believer sort of person, right?
He's an atheist, yeah.
Yeah. I ran into him a couple of times. He could be something else.
Yeah.
So was he a flat earther though, or was he is he a ball?
Oh no! Have you ever heard of an atheist flat earther? He's not a flat earther, no.
So what was his agenda in here then? Why was he so political? Why was he trying to I just want to get everyone to get along, and I want you to be friend with G-Man. Yeah.
Well, that's the sugar coating over the BS pretty much, because he'll do things like that, but then he'll go and make a post like he did with Rand and talk about how evangelicals love to be hated and love to hate and things like that. So of course he talks out of both sides of his mouth, and that's oftentimes, not all unbelievers, but that's oftentimes what atheists do. And then he gets in here and proceeds to share how Christians should behave, and tries to convince us that evangelicals are working out of hatred. And that's when I couldn't take it. I had to speak up on that, because I think that's just a lie. It's not out of hatred, it's out of love. I understand there may be some people out there that use the scriptures in a hateful manner, or to justify their hate for other people. But just because truth hurts, or just because someone's offended by truth, or just because it pricks the heart of an individual, does not equate to it being coming from hatred.
Right.
Truth is love.
Right. I mean, how many in the political realm alone will, they'll say one thing and do another when they, for example, they're all about tolerance, but if they go to a Christian baker, they single them out, target them to make them bake a cake for some gay wedding, and then the Christian doesn't. They set the whole thing up, and they call themselves tolerant. That's just a common human condition kind of a thing.
Yeah, the big question is, do you value truth over acceptance? That's the big question.
Few people do. I don't know many who do. That's what I was talking about that one earlier about different hangout. Forget about standing on principle and standing for the honor of God. And instead of doing that, Christians will attack other Christians who do stand up and aren't ashamed of Jesus, or not ashamed of the Bible. And if we see somebody dragging either of those through the mud, that we stand up, and then another Christians will, aim at the Christian who stands up instead of, and side with the unbelievers.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep my place in here, but I'm gonna probably be quiet for quite some time so that I could try to get Zachary to go to bed and go to sleep. So.
Okay. We'll hopefully talk to you later then. You're just not muted. I don't know if you're not muted, Teal. Well, I don't hear anything.
I'm not. I
No,
just unmuted.
Okay, I hear you now, but I don't see the mute symbol on your.
Okay, well, I said I'm not before I unmuted, and you didn't hear it, so I'm guessing I was.
Oh, okay. Now John will have to talk somewhere.
Oh boy. So how we're doing with the celebrity status of we're being featured in other people's channels? It's good. We're moving on up.
Yeah, I guess if I don't watch the stuff, so Rand would be the one to tell you about that. But yeah, if we're being live streamed, simulcasted, we might as well take advantage of it.
We got fans. That's good.
I wasn't watching the chat. I don't know if there was a lot of other things posted. I posted one, like I said, on the Scriptures of Flat Earth, but I see a few things. But yeah, use it to our advantage. I mean, free publicity and all that.
Right on. Well, how long have you been involved with the movement, if you want to call it that?
With just Flat Earth in general?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say I'm coming up on about 2 years. Started out in the message boards. And
okay. All right.
yeah, that's where I met Jibby there and a couple other people. And was Jibby, I think, that pulled me over to YouTube because I was banned from yet another message board for talking about Flat Earth and Christianity and stuff like that. So that's intolerable in a lot of conspiracy boards. So here I am. If I have to say there's something nice about YouTube opposed to message boards, it's that there isn't one YouTube moderator that's going to kick me out for my views unless I violate terms of service,
Right. Yeah.
For the time being.
Ben's a good host.
Yeah, I mean, even just YouTube in general, that they're such a big organization. They don't care what my beliefs are right now, They're not going to kick me out over some petty difference of personality or something.
They've been kind of giving the creators a little bit of a hard time, the bigger YouTubers,
Yeah, there is that.
I don't think no one in here has to worry about all that.
Yeah, it's not coming down to the little people yet.
So what are some things that have persuaded you, if you want to use that term, to the flat Earth?
Well, like I've said before, other times, being a young Earth creationist, I've always been on the wrong side of popular opinion, and so I'm used to that, to believing things that aren't popular and that the mainstream tells me I shouldn't believe, and so by the time Flat Earth came around, I mean, 2 years ago, I mean, I was, 57? And so, you know, I'd been around long enough to know that I'm going to believe whatever I want, no matter what the mainstream is saying. And since I had been out of the box, so to speak, for so long, when that idea was presented, you know, when this came after 9/11, after NASA fakery, after a whole bunch of other conspiracies, and it was just the last step. And so when it came, it's like, I'm not going to just, you know, dismiss it. I want to get into it, you know, knee deep and find out what it's all about and try to debunk it, like a lot of other people. And I couldn't, so here I am. And a lot of people say they had this great revelation, this great experience and whatnot. I really didn't. It was just sort of a smooth transition for me. That's pretty much it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
What about you?
Like I said to Rand, I don't really particularly are on either side of the argument. I mean, whether the Earth is flat or round or square or triangle, it doesn't really affect me, you know, day to day. You know, I'll accept that, you know, whatever the Earth is, that's the Earth. You know, that's
right. I don't know. I just always been wanting to know the truth just to know the truth. You know, it was never, I never just wanted to accept that's just the way it is, you know, just my personality or something.
That's
so
good. You crave something more. That's good.
Yeah, for whatever reason.
We need more people like that critically think and are, you know, have this drive to better themselves, you know, to educate themselves, you know. That's good. It's good.
Yeah, you would think more people that it would be kind of a common thing, but I think what's most common is that people just want to find their little spot on the gears of life and ride around, you know. And I can't say that's always bad for everybody, you know.
I don't have a problem with people who just keep their head down. They go to 9-to-5 job. They do their thing, and you know, I can sort of, you know, I kind of wish I sort of had that mentality. You know, it's kind of hard knowing the way the world is. You know, the way the world is nasty and it's hateful, and how the elite work and all the bad things that happen, and kind of wish I didn't have to know about that stuff. You know?
Yeah, it does get to be a heavy burden. Yeah. Yeah, you get to the end of it all, and then you think, you know, it's so depressing and so inevitable that you wonder if you'd have been better off not knowing. And we all get to that stage, you know, even temporarily sometimes. But then whatever this need is to know the truth kicks back in again. And it's like, no, I wouldn't trade that for anything because I had to know. It's just like being given a test. You want to know how you did. You know, you want to know the answers. And that's why I'm looking forward to, you know, first when we get to heaven, just to say, okay, I had a lot of questions. I would like the answers to, you know, who killed JFK? What, you know, what was the real shape of the Earth, and who actually let out flat Earth, you know, theory, and, you know, a gazillion other things. You know, who built the pyramids? How did they do it? Did they really pour concrete, or did they haul blocks? You know, most people won't go to the Q&A, I guess. I don't know. I'll be there a long time.
Well, that always fascinated me. That's how much do you know about the pyramids?
Sorry, you broke up a little bit there.
That was always a fascinating topic for me about the pyramids. How much do you know?
Well, I've been watching videos by Wise Up, and there's something with truth in it, another related channel. where this guy seems to know a lot about pouring concrete and how you set up buildings and things like that. And his theory is that almost all of the ancient structures that are said to be carved out of rock are really not, and they're not, people weren't hauling blocks. And he shows in a lot of detail where there are holes that hold certain things like rebar or framing. And he believes that these people were pouring concrete in some cases, and in other cases that they had a, like, say, for example, he showed just today a bunch of little, what were originally grass huts, mud huts with thatch roofs, and that they were flooded. And with flooding, you get a lot of mineral deposits. So it mineralizes the structure. And so it looks for all the world like it was carved out of stone. But he can show you where the beams were, how the mud was, put on, and that it calcified and did this and that. And it's really fascinating stuff, and makes a lot of sense of a lot of ancient things that you're like, either A, it was the ancient aliens, with their superb technology that we can't duplicate today, or B, it was the flood that made deposits on ordinary structures that were overcome quickly and mineralized over time, or C, they were pouring concrete, mixing and pouring concrete. And he even shows in a lot of cases, it could be a combination of at least the last two, but he even shows in a lot of cases where, in time, the way concrete behaves is that the limestone and things would eventually kind of leach to the surface and kind of run down, and there'll be discoloring. And he just, you'll have to watch this. Wise Up in all caps. I think it's 2 words if I remember right, but really fascinating theories on rethinking ancient artifacts like that, and including the pyramids.
Are you a big fan of the Alien show, the movie, The Alien,
No.
Sigourney Weaver?
No, I never watched that. I like
there's
science
a movie, Prometheus, and they kind of like, scientifically say like the way life came here and why there's pyramids and all that stuff is because like they created humans and all that stuff. I don't know. Kind of, I'm not something I just subscribe to, but sort of. I don't know. I don't know how people could believe that sort of thing. Ancient aliens. I'm not really into that.
Yeah, when it first came out back when, before there was YouTube and things like that, or at least that was very popular, and then they'd have these documentaries and National Geographic and things, and they'd have that guy go to all the, the sites in South America and look at things and speculate about how it was made. And it was nice to learn about those things, but, that these structures existed, it at least served as a kind of an introduction that there are things in the world that we didn't know about. But beyond that, I just kind of lost interest, because the whole ancient alien thing, even then, was like, yeah, this is kind of interesting and maybe it's possible, but I still don't think aliens came from a gazillion miles away and just made stuff out of stone. Wouldn't they make it out of exotic materials, transparent steel or something like that, It just, things just didn't add up. And they still don't. So what's going on in the chat? We got trolls or anything? We got 40 thumbs down. That's awesome. That means 40 people came here to watch the video and add to the view count. Or they're trolls or they're socks or whatever. We don't care. Attention's attention, right? Some nice verses. Dome discussion. Yeah, I gave that one link. You could get all kinds of verses to paste there if you want. Derek Nelson will join in a few minutes. There's Arcane. How's it going?
Yo, yo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. Slow night, I think, for everybody.
Yeah.
But we've been managing to talk for 2 hours somehow.
Well, you guys are brilliant. That's why. Awesome.
Or really tricky, one of the two.
No, you guys are awesome, man. Yeah, there's how many viewers?
We've got 38 right now.
Nice. What's up to all the viewers, man? What up? Including Thick Shades, who's currently streaming us live right now on his channel. Thanks for that, Thick Shades. Appreciate that. I sent Sabella Shepherd the invite. I invited you, Sabella. So if you're listening, which I'm sure you are since you're streaming, you're more than welcome to come in. This is an exception for you. Normally we would have you join the community first, but I want to talk to you personally, and you said you had something you want to say. So
Okay. Derek is here. Derek Nelson, do you know him?
yeah, what's up, Derek?
Is your mic on?
I have to be honest with you. Thick Shades made a video maybe like 3 years ago, 2-3 years ago, and he trolled Mimica real hard. I mean, he gave it to him so hard that Mimica made a video literally having a nervous breakdown on live on camera.
Wow.
And I have to give it props to Thick Shades that if there was like an internet award for something like that, I would give you one. I mean, literally, Mimica was like shaking on camera, and he literally almost fell out of his chair.
Wow.
So what's going on with Thick Shades? What's his malfunction these days, Arcane? What's going on with him?
I don't know, man. You're gonna have to go over there and look for yourself, man. I couldn't tell you. I think he's upset at the world right now for the flat Earth being true. I guess I don't know.
No, I don't know her. Hey, what's up, guys?
What up, man? How come we help you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Loud and clear. I think
What's
I ran
up?
into this Derek guy once before. I'm not particularly sure.
How did he get in? Did someone give him the link? Did Rand give him the link?
How'd you get the link, Derek?
If I remember correctly, I think this guy I ran in. I think this guy's a troll. I think just to be safe.
All right. Does anybody
he's
have
good.
control?
Yeah, he's out of here. Don't worry about it. See you later, Derek. I know how you got the link, but Sabella's here. So,
Sabella says in the side, it's too late for the mic, so I'll guess I'll be your voice. I'll be like Aaron to Moses. I'll be your voice. It's too late for the mic, but I'll type it here. Pillbox, I have one question for you. Well, Pillbox isn't here, but I'm sure other people can answer. Do you agree with the statements Vine is a sellout now because he said flat Earth was stupid? Thank you, Dubs.
Oh, go ahead.
I don't think Pillbox would say he was a sellout, personally. I think he answered this a couple of days ago, actually, and I just think he's. How did he say he wasn't there yet for the flat Earth? He wasn't quite there with the theology. Yes, he needs time.
Yeah, I think something along those lines. But yeah, for now, he's just dead set against it. But he still holds out hope. That's about all I can say.
So what's up with you and Thick Shades over there, Sabella? What's the issue with you guys? We don't have any beef with you. Why are you guys upset?
I think Sabella actually, I think she does have beef with me. I think she hates my guts. Do you still hate me, Sabella, or are we
man.
friends? We all right?
Yeah, Ken Hovind did make a video saying that, but what he can't do is back it up with scripture or any evidence whatsoever. It's all nonsense. So it's just funny. The same guy, Ken Hovind, says his whole career evangelizing that we shouldn't trust the textbooks because they're full of lies. And then the only support he has for his heliocentric spinning ball are the textbooks. That's just the capital of irony to me. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
So maybe you can ask him that, Sabella. You know, why do you trust the textbooks when it comes to this? Because that's outside of the realm of observable, repeatable, testable. But you don't accept the evolution theory, which is also outside the realm of observable, repeatable, testable. To be honest, they're both pseudoscience. They're both theoretical science. They have nothing to do with the here and now. And he built his entire career off of separating those 2 points and driving home the point that evolution is not observable. So he can't observe planets orbiting a sun. So why does he believe that? So, but you said you do have beef with every person who blocked you when you tried to ask a question, even blocked a Muslim friend of yours for asking a question too. I don't know who blocked you, but I know that we have moderators that block trolls, and we get a lot of trolls. So maybe if your question was kind of trolly, they might have blocked you. But as you can see, you're not blocked now. I invited you, right? So.
And apparently in the chat, they're saying that Derek had been given a link by Candy. But I tried to explain, I typed out in the chat there that he was there and he said something briefly and then he wouldn't talk anymore or something. And we didn't know what to think, you know. So, and nobody seemed to know who he was or how he got there. So we erred on the side of caution.
Yeah, man, I asked him several times to speak up who gave him the link, and he couldn't answer.
Can y'all hear me now?
So,
Hello?
Yeah. Yeah, we
Okay.
hear you.
Just making sure.
yep. But Sabella says, do you think I hang out with Ken Hovind or something? Because I do not. We do work with Ray Comfort from time to time, but not Ken Hovind. Well, I don't know what Ken Hovind has to do with this, honestly. I mean, I think I just made the point that Pillbox was making. He built his whole career off of exposing lies in the textbooks, and the only support he has for his spinning ball heliocentric model are textbooks. He has no observation, no repeatability, no anything, no empirical evidence supporting his ball. So that's what we're calling out Ken Hovind for. He's being inconsistent, and he has nothing to support it.
He's also not infallible. Only the scriptures are infallible. He's not infallible, so he's, we can all be at error about something.
How does flat Earth exactly make Christians look bad? What does he mean by that in context?
Well, in
just
his mind,
because most people just find flat Earth to be silly, is that just what he means by that, or?
yeah, he said it makes them look stupid because in their mind, science has already proven it.
Okay,
See,
all right.
Right. So just like evolutionists call
Because-
Christians
because if
stupid,
you
they
just
say the same thing about young Earth creationists. They say, "Oh, you're stupid. The world wasn't created in 6 days." So it's the same nonsense, man. Ken Hovind has.
If you literally read Genesis, I mean, that's literally how the Bible puts the Earth. It's waters above, there's like a glass ceiling, there's pillars, there's a sort of a something that surrounds us on the sides that keeps the water in, or whatever, however it's described. So I don't understand.
I think it makes
Anyway,
Christians
whatever.
look stupid when they adopt the heliocentric model, which is only necessary for an atheistic worldview. Christians don't need a spinning ball heliocentric model. God can make any kind of universe he wants to, or any kind of earth he wants to, but it's the atheists who desperately need this spinning ball to be true. Otherwise, they have no other so-called scientific explanation for their genesis, for their origin. So I think, you know, in hindsight now, Christians who adopt the heliocentric model, or rather defend it, are looking stupid because they don't have any scriptural support for it. They don't have any empiricism for it. They're basically taking the word of a bunch of secular scientists who have deemed themselves the authority over science. So it's the reverse now that I look at it, Sabella. Yeah.
Well, why should we as Christians care if the world sees us as stupid or not? I mean, we're told in Scripture that the gospel will be offensive, and that that God uses the foolish things of the world. So, in other words, what the world perceives as foolish, God uses those things. The same with people. God uses what the world would look at as foolish people. That's why we are looked at as foolish.
Exactly.
So I don't understand why Christians are having this problem with how we appear to the world.
Yeah,
I think it's a pride issue, man. That's pretty much.
yeah, that seems like such a strange complaint coming from Christians, you know.
You definitely shouldn't care what other people think, especially worldly people. That's atheists and secularists. Who cares about those people? As far as me hanging with Sam goes, I have not noticed that until a few days ago. He only had a single mod, and it was me? Question mark. I am the order for his hangouts. I don't always agree with him, but unlike some people, we can disagree without blocking each other. It is not an echo chamber over there.
The echo chamber argument. It's like how the ball earthers all like, well, why don't you let us on your panel? It's just an echo chamber over there. It's like, well, you know what?
Echo chamber of truth.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if it's a particular person's channel, it's like their home they're opening to people, and they can decide who they let in. It's that simple. It's not a public channel in the sense that everybody has equal rights to be on panel. It's by invitation. It's a privilege instead of a right. Yeah.
But I know that
Right.
every time
And
I've
we've
been to
had-
Sam's.
We've had people. We just had Vecco on last night. He doesn't hold to the spherical model. We've had G-Man on. We've had tons of people on that doesn't hold to the spherical model. But at the same time, we have to judge based upon intention and things like that as well. We have to consider, are these people really coming in to just
Fight.
just to fight, or are they actually interested? Are they our brothers and sisters in Christ? There's several factors that we have to consider when letting people in here, and also just like Paula has talked about the last few days, when it comes to things like sin, being in the flesh, and if someone can't accept correction for being in the flesh from a group of believers, then you are to eliminate them from the group.
Well, look, every time I've been on Sam's chat, I've been attacked by you guys. And I mean, you're in the chat right now calling us liars while he's simulcasting our hangout. So like, what are we lying about? I want to know, like, because as far as I can tell, we're here telling the truth of Scripture. We don't have anything to lie about. We're saying take the Bible literally. That's what all we're saying in a nutshell. So what are we lying about exactly? And no, Brucifer can't join. Absolutely not. And if Sam could show some sort of fruit that would suggest that he's not our enemy, I would have no problem letting Sam come in here. But every time I talk to Sam, he's calling me names, he's making fun of me, he's mocking me and stuff like that. I mean, so why would we want to associate with these people or have fellowship with these people when all they do is show the fruits of darkness? Doesn't make sense.
Right. And the scripture also talks about Did I lose my thought?
Well, she's. Go ahead.
I did that video the other day on association, where we're trying to find our way as Christians through this minefield of who we make friends with and who we don't. And so I've been doing videos on those sorts of questions. But as far as echo chambers go, if that argument keeps being brought up, it's not as though people can't say whatever they want in their own channels. I mean, just because they can't get on this one doesn't mean there's an echo chamber on YouTube. And people, like I say, you decide who you let into your home. And so, it's like a thief wanting to know why they can't come in and look around at your stuff. I don't get why there's a complaint.
And we're also told in Scripture to dust our feet, to not cast pearls before swine. I mean, once you've presented something to someone, you aren't to return to that person if they reject it. If they continuously reject it, continuously to mock you, why in the world would you want to continuously engage with them? That don't make any sense to me.
Yeah,
and it doesn't make any sense according to Scripture either to me.
Yeah, the Scripture tells us in no uncertain terms, and I listed them all in that video, that if someone is hostile to the faith, that you shake the dust from your feet and walk away from them. And if they're in the church and they're living in sin or whatever it is, and you for their own sake and to keep the church pure, you have to expel people. And if they repent, like 1 Corinthians 5 versus 2 Corinthians, where he talks about, okay, now, this guy repented, it worked, now you got to take him back. So that's how the scriptural instructions are. Those are our teachings.
Yeah, so it's not like we go out of our way to block people. We really just want to have a productive conversation. We're not in for the mocking or the back and forth, tit for tat, ego stroking among brethren, especially. We really just want to know the truth and to on the same page. It's not like I'm not speaking for anyone else, but I seriously doubt that any of us wake up in the morning and say, I wonder how many Christians I can get to disagree with me today, or how many brothers or sisters I can get to fight with me today. That is not our agenda. If anything, we want us to come together for the Lord. So, just do all the simulcasting you want, I would say, but I would prefer, if you have questions, instead of mocking us in the chat, come and ask us directly and do the research, man. Have a response to us. You know what I mean? Yeah, good night, Rand, flat out elected. Thanks for opening this up, bro, as always. God bless.
Yeah, that's the thing too, is, at least for me personally, and I don't think there's any conflict with Scripture on this, is if somebody wants to talk to me, they need to be decent human beings. And it isn't much to ask, it's all we're asking is for people to be calm and rational and grown up, and to just discuss things, and not ask us questions we've been asked 1,000 times. For example, that people come into flat earth hangouts of all types and ask the most basic, why do boats go over the horizon and things like that. And we can't move on if we're always having to stay and answer the entry-level questions. And so we post links and we say, do your own research. You'll learn better that way anyhow, instead of us spoon-feeding. And I think I can't say everybody comes with that motivation, but there are a lot of people who come just to keep your wheels spinning so you don't make progress, because they want to keep you forever answering the same questions. And it really is tiring. And yeah, we have answered. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, of course, we're not flat earthers because we don't have answers for why we believe what we believe. We've been on here for at least myself the last year and a half or so, posting why I believe what I believe. It's all over my Google Plus. Every piece of evidence that I found compelling, I've been compelled to share it and not keep it to myself. So go check both of my Google Pluses, my Arcane Logos account, and you're going to see why I'm a flat earther from an evidential perspective and a scriptural perspective. Go watch the last, I don't know how many hangouts have we had so far, you guys, 100 maybe? Go watch the last 100 hangouts and see why we believe what we believe. But asking us these questions, what did he say? The Bible says that the earth is wobbling like a drunkard.
It doesn't say it is wobbling like a drunkard. It's said,
right. That's what I was about to say. That's exactly what I was about to say. Ask him to quote the verse verbatim and explain it in context in light of all of the other scriptures that reference the earth being immovable, on pillars, on foundations, shall not be moved, immovable. Okay, so he doesn't even have a specific verse. He wants to just say that the Bible says that it wobbles like a drunkard, and it doesn't say that at all. You see the problem? So go ahead, Knowledge.
Well, I was just going to say too, since you said that, is that sometimes when people don't understand the grammar, they get mixed up too. Like when it says present tense, a lot of times, like the earth reels like a drunkard. Then the people's hearts are failing them for fear because of the roaring and tossing of the sea. Present tense is used in many cases that isn't even translated that way in a lot of English translations. I do in mine, but to put the reader in the story, okay? And it doesn't always mean it's happening right now and literally happening right now. So if you were saying, you're describing a prophecy, it's like when John in Revelation, he's going, and I see this and I hear that, and talking about things that he's seeing and hearing right then, but it's in a vision. And, even in Revelation, there were subvisions, and he would say things in the present tense. And it doesn't mean it's happening right then. It means this is how anybody would describe what they're seeing in a vision. I'm standing right here. Like somebody says, okay, tell me about your experience. And say, I'm standing in the room and I'm looking to my left and I'm looking out the window. Well, it doesn't mean you're doing it right then. It means you're reliving something. And this is a frequent usage in the Bible, in the original languages, and especially in the context of prophecy, you'll hear a lot of that present tense stuff. So even if they come back and say, it says the earth wobbles, not wobbled, that still doesn't make it happening all the time. You have to consider the whole context.
Right, just like in Job 9:6, which says, which shaketh the earth out of her place, and the pillars thereof tremble. That's not happening right now. It's giving a reference to something else. So, but it's still giving a reference to the earth where it says the earth is in a place and it has pillars and the pillars tremble. This is backed up by, like you said, the other scriptures that we just read, and the rest of the interpretations don't fit the earth moving. Just because it says the earth wobbles, well, my table can wobble like a drunkard, but my table is not in orbit. Just like right. This Job 9:6, it says, which shaketh the earth out of her place, and the pillars thereof tremble. Well, first of all, if the earth is in a place, it's not moving. So it says it's going to shake out of the place, and the pillars are going to tremble. But my table could do the same thing, and we know that my table is always stationary up until the point I shake it. So right, every single scriptural reference points to us being stationary. You don't find anything other than maybe it might wobble or shake to suggest that we are a spinning space ball in outer space orbiting the sun. So
I see there
the firmament also. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I see they're using the side chat to have a debate with us anyway, whether we want one or not. But I guess we're not talking about a whole lot else anyway, and we're doing it calmly. So, but the next thing they've got is, first of all, they call us scared and can't answer a question. Well, that doesn't make us want to give you another minute of our time.
Right.
Why should we talk to people that come at us with a knife? I mean, somebody who comes at you with a weapon in their hand doesn't want to have a conversation. They're not there
right.
to have a conversation or to talk honestly. They're there to wreak havoc. And now they're doing it in this passive aggressive way, You know, you get somebody on panel and all they do is no, I can't talk to you, but I'm going to type in your panel chat and type really aggressive stuff in all caps and bold and think that we should answer when they come at us with this kind of an attitude, and then they wonder why they get blocked. I mean, nothing you can do with that. I mean,
Right.
we can answer. We have answered so far, but I'm not going to answer anymore, even though I easily can, because it's the game they're playing. This is stupid.
Yeah, Sabella, why would we let Brucifer and Sam in when the chat is full of vitriol and mockery and scoffing? I mean,
machine gun questions too. I mean, once one's
right,
answered,
and they say
another
that we're
one.
scared to answer questions, but we're here all the time talking about these very same topics with no sweat off our backs. This isn't, who are we afraid of? Like, we are on here live right now telling people that the flat earth is true, and here's why. So, you know, we can't be scared, and it's just a petty attack. You know, I'll address this because I want to. Brucifer flat out scared. Oh, I mean, a guy calls himself, he made a channel and calls himself flat out scared. And you think that we should entertain him? Why are you entertaining him, Bella? Is he a believer? Is he a Christian making this channel mocking other believers?
Yeah, but here's the thing is, once again, they've made our channel about them.
Right.
And we keep falling into this. I personally, I would, if I had a vote, I would say, let's just shut this down. I mean, not shut down the channel, but shut down the conversation, because that's not what it is. It's just them making it all about them instead of what we were talking about before they came.
Drama, yeah.
No, we're not letting...
Well, at the same time, though, I mean, look at their question. The question is, why aren't there any pictures of the flat earth or even military keeping people from going to the South Pole? I'm sure we can go on and talk about that for at least 20 minutes. What do you guys say? We could do that, couldn't we?
Oh,
we could
easily.
answer their questions.
Well, there's tons
Easily.
of pictures. I mean, you can go on screen share and share all the footage from balloons and things like that that shows a flat earth. So in
Every
planes, the
picture of the earth
Concorde
is a
that goes
flat earth.
60,000 feet in the air, the Concorde, you can look at that and see it.
Every picture of the earth is a flat earth photo, because none of you have seen curvature except for on a fisheye lens. And even your Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you can't see the curve of the earth from an airplane. You got to be much higher. Basically, you have to have a rocket ship.
But yet you
to
can
see
it. But yet you can see it with ships in the ocean.
Right, but the point is, though, even Neil deGrasse Tyson says there's no curvature. You have to go up in a rocket ship, basically. So every photo you see from your vantage point and everyone else's vantage point that's, basically, sees a flat earth in their photo. So if you can post a photo that's not of a flat earth, and we can put it in Photoshop and make sure it's not a lens distortion or a fisheye lens, have some evidence, but I haven't seen any, right? By all means. And the burden of proof is on you guys. If you're satisfied with NASA telling you that all they have is composites and all of these buffoonery like pictures that they show you on, their website. I mean, if you're satisfied with CGI and you're satisfied with Photoshop, I mean, I can't really argue you out of that. But frankly, if all they're giving me is Photoshop, I have no reason to believe the authenticity of anything that they tell me, right? If you can't show me empirically. So as far as the military keeping people from going to the South Pole, well, why doesn't the military just prove that we're on a ball by doing a north-south circumnavigation? Fly the heck over Antarctica with everybody watching. Why don't you take the ISS or the Hubble and do a 360 and zoom in on the Super Bowl and have someone sitting there waving a flat earth flag so you can zoom in on them in real time? Why don't they do that? These are very simple ways to prove you guys are correct, but you're asking flat earthers to do all the proof. Why aren't you skeptical of what they're giving you? That's just my angle on it. What do you guys think?
Yeah, well, especially when we know, and most Christians even know that there's science out there that isn't true, that contradicts Scripture. why in the world would you not be skeptical of them? And especially when they're feeding you all these fake CGI photographs, fish lens and lens distortion videos and things like that. I mean, and especially when even BBC did a documentary showing that what happened on the way to the moon was faked. I mean, you see it. You see the craft that they used. It looks like a 5-year-old created it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand why people aren't more skeptical. And their model does not comport with what we observe and can demonstrate in reality. None of us have ever seen a ball hold bodies of water to it. None of us has found a foundation on a ball. Most of the time, they even have to level it out even more, or flatten it out even more before they lay foundations. None of it rings true to what we observe and experience daily in this reality. But the scriptures do, and the scriptures are completely flat earth scriptures.
Right. As we've pointed out many times, every time the Bible talks about the shape of the earth or the stars or anything like that, it always talks about it in terms of a flat surface with some kind of canopy over it, and pillars and corners. And this is the opinion of people who don't even believe the Bible, who will say that yes, this was the ancient Near East belief about the cosmos, was this shape. And the Bible does not deviate from it. And it never, even in poetry, even if you take it all as poetry, you would expect that sometimes the poetry would talk about the earth moving through space, and it never ever does. It always talks about it in terms of being stationary. So it's an argument from silence to say that the earth is moving from the Bible.
And also, like I was telling you earlier, even if it's poetry, it's relating information to us that we can that would help us to understand by using things in reality that we observe and we use and things like that. And that's why, when you see foundation in scripture, foundation, regardless if it's a metaphor or if it's actually speaking of an actual foundation, it gives us the impression of security and of stableness. You don't build a foundation on a ball.
Right.
Why would it convey to us things about the foundation and think that we're going to think of a ball? We don't ever experience that in reality. We don't build things on balls.
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, people only question Christians only question what the Bible says about the length of creation and the shape of the earth, because they think they must bow to science first and the Bible second, and make all kinds of excuses or try to make up ad hoc explanations and try to force fit the Bible into what they believe to be science. But it's not science. It's not observed. It's not repeated. It's like we were saying, it's all a pack of lies. And so they have to decide who they're going to believe, not whether they're going to have belief versus knowledge, because everybody's operating on belief here in this kind of a question. So I don't see any other motive for being upset about it other than this is the indoctrination that everybody gets from cradle to grave, is a certain model, and they are just a human reaction to
cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, exactly.
Hardcore. I had it for a couple months until I settled down and humbled myself. And I still need to work on that, because there are things that I thought I knew that I don't particularly have that much confidence in anymore. So we could all use a dose of humble pie when it comes to the things that we learn from the world. It's not like we're asking you to deny your Bible. We're asking you to critically look and read your Bible. It'd be one thing if we were saying, the Bible doesn't have the answers. We need to go to a NASA scientist or an astronaut to figure out, Jesus couldn't tell us what we lived on. We needed NASA to do that for us. It'd be different if we were saying that, but that's not
Right, the creator couldn't tell us what we were living on. Come on.
Yeah, the creator didn't tell us. We needed NASA and the government and all these people to tell us because we're evolving. See, we're getting smarter. They were dumb back then. That's the whole premise. We're smarter now, and those stupid flat earthers, they had it wrong. But yeah, that's the paradigm they believe in. But Sabella, if you're still there, maybe if he's streaming, this is a flat Earth photo. You see, we're over 20 miles high, and the horizon is still 100% flat. There's not an inch of curve in this horizon. See, Mount Everest, you're on the beach, it's all the same. Why would you expect, and here's a question for the skeptics out there, if we see lakes that are flat, bodies of water, we see swimming pools, we see bathtubs, we see every single body of water that we ever can see is always flat and maintains its level. And the Earth is 70% water, by the way, according to your geologist. So if the Earth is 70% water, and we know that water is always flat, no matter what kind of container it's in, why should we believe that the Earth is a ball holding water when it's 70% water? I think our intuition would deny that and say that if the Earth is 70% water and every other experiment shows that water is always flat, that it's more likely than not, based on empirical evidence and research, that the ocean is flat too, because we don't see water curving around balls. Now, if you put water in a container, it'll take the shape of the container, but it always maintains its level at the top. It's never gonna curve around a ball or convex surface. So yeah, every photo is a flat Earth
Right,
photo.
the top of it's never going to curve, exactly.
Yeah, every photo.
Bella, she's being insulting, saying that we're Islamophobic because we haven't invited a Muslim on panel.
They just want drama and just want to fight. I don't mind, I don't mind ejecting her.
Exactly. She left anyway. Because we're so...
Well, that's a shame.
We're fill in the blanks phobic because we choose who we let in our house.
1 second, I'll be right back.
Sure.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Oh, okay. Rand kicked her out. Yeah, we were more than tolerant. I mean, to let her in and type all those questions in the side chat here on the panel, that was
right.
What bending over backwards more than I would have been.
Right. And
I don't bend more.
Yeah, and I've seen Sabella on here for a long time, and that's why I decided, to bring her on. I actually thought she would be vocal, but it's all good. I mean, that was the whole purpose, to show that we're not scared and that we actually are here for this. We're here to educate and edify. We're not here to fight. So hopefully while they're live streaming over there, some of that rubbed off on them and that they'll be less vitriolic and,
Right.
just.
Well, here's some evidence of the disingenuous nature of that whole thing with her is that she says that, she went on and on about this person being a Muslim and only then says, oh, by the way, he works in aviation. Works in it. Doesn't say what he does. Maybe he's, changes the tires on the planes for all we know. But to say that last really tells us all we needed to know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this goes back to the burden of proof thing. Honestly, it's not on us, is it, to prove that the Earth is flat?
Right. The burden of proof is on the standard accepted theory to defend itself.
Exactly. I mean, each side respectively has the burden when they're making claims. If I'm willing to go out and say that the Earth is flat, I should be able to defend that claim. However, when it comes to the whole particular topic, right, whether the Earth is a ball or whether it's flat, since they're claiming to have the scientific authorities on their side and they're mocking us for not believing them, then the burden of proof is on them, since they're positing this worldview that we're supposedly foolish for not accepting. And if you have the empirical science as you claim you have for the ball,
Right.
the burden's on you to show it, because like I said, every observation shows a flat earth. Every observation shows a stationary earth. You can't feel any motion whatsoever, but it's claimed that we are moving and that the earth is curving. So what do they say? Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And people haven't put two and two together yet to realize that the whole purpose of NASA and all of these other so-called space agencies, their whole origination was for the sole purpose of faking space, because they needed that extraordinary evidence, because they were making extraordinary claims, and we were coming into the information age, and it worked, man. Their disinfo program is second to none, I must say.
Yeah, it isn't our burden of proof to tell them. We're having to argue both sides, essentially. They want us to argue both sides. They want us to understand their model and accept it, and then they keep demanding that we're the ones on the hot seat that have, just the way atheists do the Christians. They always want us to play defense. They want us to defend our beliefs, but they never have to defend theirs. And that's how they keep the debate going on forever and keeping us chasing the red laser dot, basically, and doing all their homework for them. They want us to go chase down the verses and look up the experiments and do everything for them, while they sit back and laugh because we're entertaining them by running around, running ourselves ragged, trying to answer all their questions. And this time we got to stand up and not let them do that to us anymore.
Absolutely. But at the same time, though, like, you know, we should be sharing our information and casting down arguments, as the Bible says we should do. Prove all things. So when people have objections, I think we're just more so exposing the fact that they haven't done any research and that they have a willful ignorance of this information. And I think that's exposing the heart of the issue, because if you're willfully ignorant of whatever issue, that's not an intellectual problem. That's not an evidential problem. That's a spiritual problem. That's a problem that you have with your own pride. You know, I'm not willing to go out and make claims about things that I haven't researched, that I don't have a firm grasp on, at least to my best ability. I didn't come on here and start telling people that the flat earth is a worthwhile topic until I proved it to myself, and, you know, with the Holy Spirit's discernment behind me. So that's what we're asking people to do. We're not calling you out to debate or fight. There is no debate. The earth is flat and stationary, period. But what we're asking you to do is take a look at that critically and prove it or disprove it for yourself.
Right. That's the thing, is we've been saying all night, and a lot of other times too, is that you learn best when you do your own research. And it's fine to ask for how to get started or have a question along the way, but that's not what they want. They want us to do all of it and spoon feed them, and then they're going to spit it back in our faces anyhow. That's been our experience.
Right. Yeah. And that's the worst part, you know, when you spend however long, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, giving people reasonable arguments and rational evidence, and then they just spit at you. They spit it back at you like it's nothing, and then they walk away without providing anything.
Right.
That's pretty frustrating. But I think that goes to the pillbox theory that you know, those people aren't worth even being considered flat earthers then. You know, why would we even want to fellowship with people who don't even want to take the time to take the truth seriously? Honestly, I don't want bandwagon flat earth buddies that just want to hop on because they saw someone that they think is smart and they accepted it. I want people in this fellowship, you know, all together, just like Christians. I don't want a Christian to be a Christian just because some pastor was able to eloquently put together an emotionally charged argument that converted them to believing. I want a Christian who searched and proved all things and that is walking with the Lord truly. I don't want a bandwagon homeboy who's just around me just because I'm trending. I want someone who loves me for me. And that's the same thing, you know, it's the same thing with the truth. And I think when we do these type of things, the people that are really after truth, they can discern, you know, what we're doing opposed to what the scoffers are doing. And I think that's a huge piece of evidence on our side, I think, honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, like if you walk in a party and you see one group of people acting completely belligerent, like ruining everybody's fun, tipping over tables, that you might be into that kind of thing. You know, you might be into the whole frat boy kind of, you know, let's go bob for apples in a tub full of whiskey type of party. But we're not really on that. You know, we're really in the fellowship mood. You know, we're not into disrupting other people's fellowship. So I see that as what's going on here. I see people throwing a lot of mud from the other side, and I see the real truth seekers humbling themselves and being open-minded.
Right. Yeah, the fact that our guest took a screenshot of what we were talking, you know, everything in the chat and the link, of course, you know, and then they complain that they get banned. I mean, there's the proof. I should take a screenshot of them, you know, the things they say when we do let them in here, and they don't return the favor. But here again, they had us talking about them, and that's what happens when, you know, whether it's atheism, Christianity, or flat earth, round earth, whatever it is, one side always tips their hand by being the passive aggressive or sniping or you know, trying to use guilt to make you let them in to your house and tell you what color to paint the walls. And so yeah, it just shows once again, you know, we've bent over backwards and reached out to somebody to show that we do let people on, and then how do they treat us? And then they wonder why we don't do it again. I just think that's pretty well answered and put to rest. And another point that was brought up that I forgot about was that they complained that we don't answer every question because everybody can't be expected to go back and watch everything. Well, that's why we post links to sites that have it all laid out, so you can just sit there and you can read them anytime you want or watch the videos. There's people who have good summary videos that are always there for anybody who wants to get started at the ground level. That stuff is available. I mean, how did any of us learn it? We didn't have somebody that we could go on any panel and expect them to hold our hands and walk us through the whole, you know, 12 years of school, so to speak. That's an irrational thing to ask of anybody, and we got to stop playing those stupid games.
Yeah, man. I mean, I didn't ask people questions. You know, I actually went and did the digging and the reading and the watching myself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't need another man to tell me that the earth is flat. I want to see it myself. So I just urge the people that are in the chat and watching, yo, man, you know, looking for validation from another person isn't looking for truth. You know, that's just looking for a comfort blanket. You're looking for a binky.
Right.
You're looking for a comfort blanket, you know, to pacify you. You know, I'm not, you know, I want to know the truth no matter how hard it is, man. And this flat earth isn't an easy thing sometimes, because you have to question a lot of what you think you know, man.
Right. I mean, if you're a truth seeker, you're motivated to go hunting around and find what you want to know. And yeah, it's great if you get stuck somewhere and you want somebody to help you, you know, get past a certain thing, to ask about that specific thing. And then if they say, here's a link that will help you out, you go follow it. You know, you don't sit there and go, I want you to personally sit here and tell me.
Right.
That's just unreasonable.
It's mocking is what it is. Form of mockery.
And wasting our time.
Yeah. Oh, explain gravity. Look, things fall down. And then, you know, when you try to actually provide them with sound reasoning, they just dismiss it. It's mocking.
Yeah, and there's someone in the chat saying we should do something the way IPS does it by answering questions in his chat. And IPS isn't exactly a role model that we like to pattern things after. So yeah, that's not going to score points. But we don't want to talk about that anyway.
I don't even know who that is. So
Infinite Plane Society. I have other things I think it stands for, but I'm trying to be.
yeah, I'm not even familiar with who that is. Maybe someone's told me before, but
all I know about him is that he suddenly appeared, first red flag, in the Flat Earth community. Nobody ever heard of him before. Second red flag was that he would sit on his hangout for 8 hours and monologue, just talk. And third red flag, in spite of that, he would hold an audience of several hundred people regularly. Another red flag is that he suddenly had all these thousands of subscribers. The next red flag was that he was on all the big channels. He was interviewed at least 4 or 5 times already by the big channels with a lot of viewers. Gets invited everywhere. Another red flag is people gush over him. Oh, he's the greatest thing since sliced bread, you know, to hear people talk. And those are just the conspiracy theory red flags. Then, as Christians, and people always think this is the first and only thing just because I'm a Christian, but it's not true at all, that he is very anti-Bible, very much smearing us all with the Roman Catholic brush, saying, and I've got screenshots I took of him. I was on one of Rand's hangouts here when he had to go, and this guy comes in with 2 different accounts, typing in all caps and saying that I worship, was it Jupiter? I worship the sun. One of those kind of people. So that's who he is.
yeah, a lot of these people sound like agents to me, like that guy who sniped us and started saying "Hail Helios" and all that stuff. Like, who would do that, man? Honestly,
Yeah.
who in real life is going around interrupting Christian hangouts, saying they're trying to convert people to Helios? I mean, it might be a honest troll, but I wouldn't put it past Satan, honestly. And you know, this is what it is. Some people are under the influence of Satan directly, man.
Well, that's another thing I forgot to mention. The guy claims to have been a 32nd degree Mason, I think. And he's very young. So what I studied Freemasonry many years ago, so I'm a little fuzzy on some of the details, but I can tell you with confidence that you don't get to that level without the right bloodline. And if you've got the right bloodline, especially at his age, you don't get that high. And especially if you get to that level for whatever reason, you don't walk away and live to tell about it. So the whole thing seemed, you know, it doesn't add up. And also he has said that he casts spells on people. I have a screen cap of him saying that he is basically Legion, you know, that the body the soul that inhabited the body that he's now using, you know, left a long time ago, and now there's a whole bunch of us in there. Yeah, this is who IPS is, and these are his own words. So there you go. Now you know all I know about IPS.
Wow. Yeah, I'm glad I don't know about him then, I guess. My ignorance is bliss on this one, so pat myself on the back.
Yeah, well, sorry. You're going to probably run into him anyway.
Yeah, I think I've seen him here or there, but I haven't really looked, you know, at who it is. And I know there's a lot of people like that. That's why when people ask to come in and stuff, I know, you know, I'm not just going to let anybody, but Sabella, like I've seen her around for a number of years now, so I kind of gave her the benefit of the doubt. She showed her true colors, man. That's a shame, man. I'm just gonna say you know, Sabella, that's not cool, man. I invited you. I went out on a limb for you, and I said, you know, I'll let you in and answer your questions. And then you betrayed the trust by like taking screenshots and calling us names in the side chat. You know, we're Islamophobic, and
Yeah.
that's not cool, man. And if you anyone who's looking at your chat right now, Sam, can see all the vitriol you're saying about us, man. And people are starting to think that you're an agent, man, because you're really starting to get radical with this, man. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't trust anyone called Uncle Sam. I'm just putting that out there. But we just, hopefully one day we can come to an understanding. We can at least stop coming at each other's throats and maybe have a productive back and forth, you guys, honestly, because this is really getting old. But with that being said, keep showing the hangout though, man. I mean, more people watching is great. But yeah, we have to be vigilant about these agent types, man, and just ban them. Once we establish who they are, just get them out of the way, you know, and keep exposing them. That's what the Bible says. Take no part in the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather expose them.
Right.
But man,
Yeah, we're supposed to use the Bible to rebuke fellow Christians too. I mean, rebuking is part of the deal. We're, you know, we know what the standards are and what the truth is, and if people are acting in a contrary way to it or teaching things that are clearly anti-gospel and anti what the New Testament teaches us to do as Christians, then we have to say something. We have to stand up, and it's not unloving. So.
yeah, it's not. It's as long as, like you said, we're keeping it biblical and it's loving. That's what we're here for, right?
Right. People keep trying to tell us how to practice our faith, and that love means being absolutely passive little doormats and punching bags, and that's not what the Bible says at all. It's not Jesus' example. It's not Paul's example. It's not even the beloved disciple John's example. I mean, he went to, you know, one of the letters of John as opposed to the Gospel of John. He said that he wanted to write about certain things, but somebody named Diotrephes was throwing people out of the church and boasting and doing all these things, and he was going to come there and set him straight, you know? So even the most supposedly passive and loving disciple would stand up and take care of business when he needed to. And that's what love does, because love has to protect people as well. It can't just stand idly by while, you know, other people are being attacked. That's not what love does. Oh, we got all kinds of fun going on in the chat. Arcane is busy for a minute. You still there, John?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there.
Just watching the show?
Hey, sorry, I had a phone call. I've actually got company on the way, so I've gotta take off for a little while. But I'm gonna stay in the room. I'll just be back once I
Alrighty.
get back. All right, I'll be back.
See ya. Yeah, I'm. You know, I'm sure you're a nice enough person, hitchhiker, but we're not exactly in the mood to give out links right now. This is probably not a good time. You there, Teal? Okay, must have. For some reason, her icon lit up.
We got something happening on the outside chat.
Oh, just a lot of trolls, and somebody was asking for a link to get in, and I said, well, you know, after what just happened, we're probably not in the mood for that, for letting more people on. Unless it's somebody I really, really know well. And I know I've seen that name before, Hitchhiker's Guide to Earth. Probably okay, but, you know, just right now, we
looks like Pillbox is lurking in the chat outside.
Yeah, he's working.
Good thing we have someone keeping us safe out there.
Yep. But since we know that the other people have the Hangout link, that at any time this could just go poof. So it's probably good that we don't have a lot of people on right now. Let's see. IPS and small show wouldn't answer a question on Terminator Robocops. All right, I don't really know anything about that. What panel? What's your ideas for who perpetrated the globe myth? I'm sure it wasn't just one person. It was them, people who like to deceive and control the world. And its purpose, among other things, was undoubtedly to hide God, to make people think that we are a insignificant little infestation on a little blue ball in an obscure corner of the universe. I mean, if you want to make people feel worthless, that's one of the ways. Also, some personal issues going on in chat that I think some of the other Christians are taking care of best they can. Well, we could bore the other channel to death that they're streaming.
Bella says, demanded that I be kicked to prove that they did not like the questions that I was asking. Was that the reason? I don't think it was kind of, but that wasn't the reason, Sabella. I don't think you should say something like that. I'm reading the comments on the other side.
Oh, okay. Yeah, people don't get kicked just for asking questions. They get kicked for having nasty attitudes, for coming at us with hostility, for taking screenshots of our chats when we do of our panels when we do let them in, passive aggressive, trolling behavior, you name it. That's why people get booted. It isn't just for asking innocent questions. I think the channels prove that over and over. Yeah, I don't even go to those other channels. I really don't care what they're doing.
Yeah. Saying that we don't like Muslims, I don't know about that. I don't have any problem with Muslims.
No, long as they're being decent human beings. I didn't have a problem the one day when they had that atheist on because he was being rational and calm and not attacking the faith. But a Muslim recommended by these people, and only at the end mentioning that they happen to work in some vague way in aviation, tells us that it was just a setup to say, it's just like playing the race card. You didn't vote for Obama because he's black. When that, of course, is not true. People didn't vote for him because of his policies. And the reason, that's just a time-honored tactic of people who are trying to manipulate is to play the race card or the gender card or the Islamophobia card, as if we're afraid of Muslims, which we're not. That was just a very transparent attempt to try to use guilt or something on us. But enough about them. What they really want is to have space in their heads, so the less we give them, the better. Well, chat people, is there any other reason to keep this going? I don't know if I know, Arcane will probably be back, so maybe we should keep it up just to see if...
Randcam is over in the other chat. That's funny. He's trolling Thick Shades a little bit. Oh, I know who troll you. I troll you, Mimica. Oh, I know how to troll. Oh, I'm Thick Shades.
Oh, we got a question.
Oh, we do? Anything good?
Well, let's see. It says, what would you say followers of Christ should have as top priorities? What do you think? Oh, I guess they're asking me.
Say it one more time. Say the question one more time.
They're asking me, I guess, specifically. What would you think followers of Christ should have at the top of priorities? I think following Christ would be the priority. That's the easy answer. Hey, Pillbox. You got a microphone?
What is going on?
Hey,
Yeah, is this working?
Pillbox. Yeah, it's working all right.
Yeah. So you've been busy.
Yep, just getting stuff done. A lot of people went in this chat tonight. I saw Hitchhiker's Guide to Earth wants to get a link to come in, and I know that guy for many months, so I would give him a link if you can.
Okay, I'm not sure.
Savvy Steak has entered the building.
Hello.
Hi there. Yeah, I knew I was pretty sure he was okay, but I was like, we just had to kick somebody that it's probably not a good time to get on panel just because I wasn't absolutely sure. But if you vouch for him, I guess it's okay. But I'll have to see if I can add him. I don't know. What's up, Savvy?
Yeah, we kicked Derek earlier.
Well, last night when we had that whole talk with that other guy, I forget who he is.
Is that Knowledge Heal echoing? Who's echoing?
Sorry, is that me?
Huh? Yeah, it's knowledge. I don't think it's happening anymore.
All right, go ahead, Savvy.
Yeah. I forget who the name of the guy was that we talked to last night. It was like 2:00.
Veckel.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't know what it was. It kind of bothered me.
All right, but now be careful. Now, remember, we're not going to say anything negative about him. All right. So, all right. Don't be negative. Just don't be negative. Just be nice. All right.
No, nothing bad about him, but just sort of how he sort of put things together. I was like, why don't you see it? It'd be so nice if people, if it was easier to just sort of transplant my mind and make people understand. But, I guess it's just sort of a little bit of a personal thing for me, because this really has changed my entire view on my whole faith, and it's worked out so well.
Okay, I'm going to try unmuting him. Are we still echoing?
No, you're not
Sure.
echoing now.
Okay,
No.
good. I don't know what that was about. Yeah, everybody knows I'm only up till midnight, the latest, so I missed all of that.
Yeah.
It was actually a good conversation. It actually proves that we put our money where our mouth is. We are very open-minded. We are open source. We're open door. We just happen to be Bible-believing Christians. We're not going to choke you to death if you don't believe in us. But we have a standard. But we're also not going to go away from that standard. If anybody can just have a conversation with us, that's pretty much all we can ask for.
Yeah, he definitely knows a lot about the Bible. Can't say that much for myself, but he knows how to quote it pretty well.
Oh, John Gishgallo, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. How's everything on your end?
Yeah, nice and bright and sunny out here when I want it to be, and then nice and rainy and disgusting when it has to be.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I know. It is what it is. Another day in paradise.
It's actually pretty warm here.
I see that question earlier. I was asked if Ken Hovind is a sellout because he called Flat Earth stupid. I don't know, sellout. The guy's deceived just like everybody's deceived. And I expect people to call things names if they're absolutely deceived and they think in magical balls that fly around each other. Of course they're going to call Flat Earth stupid.
Who are we talking about? Uncle Sam?
That guy too. Yeah, but no, Ken Hovind.
Okay.
Ken Hovind, everybody's
Ken
favorite
Hovind.
textbook preacher.
Someone had a question for you earlier tonight about Ken Hovind.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, John.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I stepped away from the computer. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, it's okay. No, I'm just saying, like,
Quick, I can never. You're good. I shouldn't even had questioned that you were doing your thing.
I apologize. No, don't worry about it. No, but no, I don't even believe in sellouts. I don't even believe in shills. People love themselves, and they love their pride. And even someone like Ken Hovind can be deceived. It's that simple. I don't believe in shills. Yeah, everybody's a shill for Satan. Either you're a shill for Satan or you're a servant for God. That's your only option. But it isn't like these people are getting paid to say, oh, okay, like everybody's a Joe Rogan, give me $40,000. I'm going to say, actually, there's no way I know if anybody landed on the moon. Instead of saying, there's no way we went to the moon. So I don't believe in sellouts. I believe in cowards.
Hey, I tried to add Hitchhiker, and it says that it added him to the call, but he hasn't got any notification or anything. So I don't know what the deal is.
He might have to reboot the G Plus stuff. Sometimes it lags. There's all kinds of problems with G Plus. So
Yeah, Snack just said the same thing. There we go. Hopefully that'll work. Oh, somebody typed the S word, snow.
No, why?
I don't know. Shouldn't even say that this time of year.
In Maine, it snowed in July once.
Wow. I'm glad I don't live there.
Yeah, I don't know how often that happens. It's probably like once every 50 years. So it's going to happen once in my life. Happened in like 1986.
There's been pictures of my hometown, northeastern Ohio, where they would have snow that was taller than the people, piled up. It even not just where it was, not bulldozed, but, shoved so they could get cars through. And I mean, it would be like 8 feet up, piled up high. It was just unbelievable.
Oh, yeah. It gets pretty ridiculous up here.
That's why we all wish we'd, every winter we go, why do we live here?
I actually really like it.
And there's actually some funny memes about that where somebody will show a picture of some, poisonous snake in somebody's house in Australia, and then the caption will say, "This is why I live where the air hurts my face."
Flat Earth will turn it up. So Flat Earth changes everything. Flat Earth is a salvation issue to you if you hate God because of magical space balls. There's no way around it. What is going on? What is going on, Snack to the Future? Where's Yvette?
Dude, the flat earth turns everything right side up. You're living in an upside down world.
Hey.
Yep, they're going to behead 2 people, Christians and flat earthers.
And the mixture of like...
No, if you're like me, if you're a Christian flat earther, you get pushed to the front of the line.
Yep, they want you to go first.
That's actually
Just like
better. Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna go first.
Oh yeah, if you survive though,
Yeah,
you're stronger
no,
than
they'll
everyone
never.
else.
I'll never get to a guillotine. There's no way. I'd never get to a guillotine. There's just no way. I mean, there's thousands of people that won't let them. That'll go fighting. They're not going to be able to do it that way. They're going to have to kill a lot of people without via normal execution, gunfire, bombing. So.
Yeah, I don't get. That's another thing that makes us question the videos of the the beheadings. Speaking of Muslims, that they were to be nice to, that those fake videos, and the victims all are very passive and meek, like little kids being led to recess or something. That they
Like they've been drugged. Yeah.
Yeah.
Check this out.
What's that?
Vaccinated versus unvaccinated children and the illnesses.
Oh. Yeah,
Things
I
that
can
they're
see that.
more likely to get than others. And unvaccinated children are least likely to get anything.
Yeah, that whole thing. They never answer the question, well, what are you afraid of if my child's not vaccinated and yours is, if vaccines work? And why do you need boosters? Never get answers to those questions.
Nope. Did you ever
Yeah,
hear
but they
about,
wouldn't lie about the shape of the earth, though. They just feed us poison to our children from birth and hopefully and kill us every time we need to go to the hospital. But they wouldn't lie about the shape of the earth.
Yeah, that'd be too much.
Yeah, we got to
You
make
guys
sure
ever-
we're talking in the context of the Bible. It's probably allegorical unless it agrees with me. So
You guys hear about this was a while ago, but France said that there's no such thing as ADHD and ADD.
Yeah, I did.
That's kind of insane.
that's because human beings are designed to be in the farm, pushing dirt, collecting milk, cutting the grass, plowing the field, doing things. Even from ages 4, 5, young children are supposed to be doing things, working, becoming strong mentally and physically. So when you put them in an insane asylum, teaching them that they're monkeys on a ball, I think they're going to start acting a little weird, probably, some of them. Just a hint.
Yeah. Can't do that in Canada, though. It's illegal.
It's illegal to do what?
You cannot have anyone working, even any in your family, to work on your farm, because that is child labor.
So
Wow.
Canada is a satanic nation as well. Okay, I thought, no wonder Rand Campbell moved out of there.
Yeah, they had there's a guy that told me about that. I'm like, holy crap! A lot of stuff that you can learn as a cashier.
I knew there was a hitch. I knew I was supposed to be down here by the south border, not the northern border. I just thought there's no way. Canada, there's got to be something wrong with it. And I did no idea that it was that crazy. That's just borderline bat doo-doo. That's as bad as you can get. You might as well tax us for breathing.
Yeah, and they also have like when they allowed same-sex marriage in 2004, it got even worse. Like child social services and stuff like that, they will go to your house and they will ask you what you believe and what you've taught your child.
Wow.
And if you have taught your child that same-sex marriage is not okay or something like that, then they have the right to take them away.
This is Canada?
Or
Where is this? Savvy, this is Canada?
Re-educate them. Yeah, this is Canada.
This is Canada. This is really Canada.
Yeah. Everyone's afraid to talk. Everyone's afraid to have a different view.
Wow.
They smile and they say sorry all the time because they have to.
Oh boy.
That's impressive, I got to be honest with you. That's disturbing.
Yeah, and after same-sex marriage was allowed in America, and people started saying that they're going to move to Canada and stuff, they're like, "Oh, you want to move here? Well, here's all the problems," and that's where I learned that. And they're like, "We were one of the first to allow same-sex marriage," and and then they started telling other people about the social workers and everything. It's insane. And then the new prime minister, I believe, he's a feminist and not the good kind.
I'm glad you added that.
Well, I personally believe that feminism at its core is just bad. If you want equality, be humanitarian or egalitarian.
Yeah,
But
it's
some people
rarely
just don't agree.
Yeah, it's gotten a bad name. It's as if it used to be just the right to be human, the right to have your own checking account, the right to own property. These things were women had to fight for, and that's what feminism used to be, just being treated as equal human beings. And now they've turned it into, absolute twisting of everything that no decent woman wanted anyway.
Yeah.
We all get weird with that.
But there was this when feminism started in America and went to Great Britain. This was probably in like the mid '60s. There was a woman called Erin Prizzy, and she used to work for a couple. Well, she knew a couple of women who called themselves feminists and stuff, and she went to one of their things because she was convinced. But then she was told that she was like a prisoner within the man's household because she was married, and that she had no rights because the man owned the house and the man owned everything, and she couldn't say or do anything. She's like, she was thinking to herself the entire time, I'm pretty happy being home. He takes care of me. He loves me. He's not abusing me.
Yeah, the big thing. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And then the same group of people decided that they were going to bomb a place where men were mostly there, which is insane. She tried to tell the cops, but women back then, they weren't trusted as much as a man was. So it ended up happening, and one person, was barely scathed by it. So they didn't end up hurting anyone, but she was like, children go through there. You can't just bomb a place and hope to kill a dude.
Yeah.
So there was an extremism even at the early stage.
Yeah, the thing for me with feminism and all that is that there should be always choice among when adults can should be able to choose how they get along with their spouse or whatever, and just if it happens to work out for one couple that the wife stays home, that's great. If it happens to work out for another couple that the man stays home, that's great too. And who is Green Soul? That this is apparently the Muslim she wanted to force down her throat. He's out already.
Yeah, Frank's a good guy.
He's like, wait. He's like, wait a second, screw this.
Yeah, I mean, especially a Muslim would not want to hear me say that women are human beings. That's not what the Quran teaches. I did read the Quran, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it teaches that a woman is somewhere between an animal and a man. That it takes two women to testify in court. They're
the third step in the evolutionary stage,
or something like that. Yeah, it's just I don't know how, if you practice what the Quran says and the Hadith says, and how Muslim ruled countries are run, you would wonder why any woman would want to be in it.
Yeah. That's the other thing, the what was I gonna say?
About Muslims, or
yeah, feminism has sort of included Muslims as liberators in some fashion. I don't know why. Like, if you were to look it up, this is a literal article, and I think it's from the Huffington Post. If it's not from the Huffington Post, then it's endorsed by them.
Hey.
It is called "The Hijab is liberating" or something like that.
Wow, that's about double.
Because it covers your entire body, and the only part that a man can see is your eyes, so they can't rape you.
But it happens anyway, and it's really insulting to the men too, because it's saying that a man is absolutely unable to control himself, and so the woman has to wrap up like a mummy. Okay.
It just makes it worse.
Yeah, it does. It does.
And Erin Prizzy, Erin Prizzy she was amazing. She started the world's first, I forget what it's called, but it's like a woman's sanctuary, for women who were having a hard time with the husband being abusive to them and everything like that, like a woman's shelter.
Hmm.
And she was the world's first, and she was anti feminism at that time because of what she experienced. Um, and she started writing books on how to get some help and how to leave abusive relationships and things like that. Doing some real good stuff. And yeah, she did all sorts of great things. Turning around this whole dynamic of men oppressors in a way. Getting to the actual people who are acting like criminals.
Right. There's a lot of people that don't realize how far back there have been women fighting, and men too, fighting for women's rights, and you never hear about it just because it was so, and still in some part of the world still is horrific, the way women are treated as property and human trafficking and all that. It's just, that's what I think the purpose was of turning it into something bad, that women should have rights, that they totally abused that push for just basic human kindness and made it such a bad taste in people's mouth that they want to push back hard the other way back again to put women back in their place. I really think that's the intent behind it.
When the modern age feminism, when that whole thing started up again, I was like, there's really nothing for them to fight for. Because I honestly think that there isn't any problems like there used to be.
There's certainly a lot less.
I'm talking about, strictly at home, where people are in America.
Yeah.
Where that whole resurgence started happening. I'm like, there's nothing wrong here anymore. There's laws set in place to make sure that, women are treated as equal as any other person.
At least legally, yeah.
Yeah. But then you also had you had the children being raised by the mothers who are also like, yeah, you can do what you want. You can do what you want. I just believe that there was a little bit of, a little bit more time to just let the new generation get in, and then you would have started seeing a better leveling out of how people saw each other,
Right.
because they were still overly, really rough and tough kind of guys who are like, yeah, I'm a man and the woman's always under me or something like that. But they were dying out. Like, you don't see them anymore. They're either in the woods somewhere or in jail for beating someone to death.
Yeah, there's got to be a balance somewhere between the knuckle dragging caveman guy and the total, which would be bad for anybody, male or female, to be, dependent and weak. And I mean, everybody should be trained in some way to, at least as much as they're capable of, being self-sufficient. Because when you're dependent, you're a drain on society if the person you depend on is not there anymore. And so it would be good for both male and female to be trained to be self-sufficient. Everybody learns to cook and sew. Everybody learns how to shoot a gun and defend themselves, or whatever they have to do.
I mean, I think if they were to do a study, maybe they've done one, how many women have actually worked their way into some male-dominated workforces.
Well, I can kind of...
It's increased quite a ton. I mean, it also is based on their interests when they want to. I mean, I
And
don't.
that's what it should be. It should be interest. I mean, I started out as a programmer back in the 80s, and there were a fair number of women in it, but time after time, we would find out later that we were paid like 60-70% of what the men were paid for the same work. Even though everybody insisted that, well, we've got laws on the books and there is no glass ceiling anymore. We all knew that wasn't true. I mean, our own experience was that if there was a position opened up, they would rather take a lesser qualified man. And that's just how it was. And then I got into electronic engineering, and that's even more male dominated. And here again, the pay was less. You got no respect for your work. Other people took credit for your work. I did a hangout. It was about a 3.5-hour hangout on women, not, both inside and outside the church, and how many scientists that were women had their work stolen and being credited even for Nobel Prizes. The men that they were working with or for took the credit, and the women were shoved out of the history books. So it's a real thing.
Like Thomas Edison.
And what's that?
That sounds like Thomas Edison.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the oldest prejudice, and right there in Genesis 3, the enmity, it's always been there, and so there's a legitimate feminism, there's a legitimate egalitarian balance point that I think that doesn't have to make anyone what they aren't naturally by their personality, and I think it would take pressure off men as well, because there are men who are not naturally aggressive and natural leaders who are shoved into those roles because the society demands it. And they think there's something wrong with them for not being the knuckle dragging ape man, And so it goes both ways. And I happened to choose, even though I had worked, I was a programmer, I was an electronic technician. When it came time to settle down and have a family, I always wanted to stay home. I never liked having to work. So we worked it out that I could stay home, and that's what I chose to do. But that's the important thing, is that it was my choice. It wasn't because society said I had to, or that I was deemed incapable of any other kind of life, That's the big thing, is the choice.
They're making it out as if women are still being told, as little kids, oh, you want to be a nurse, and you want to go into the medical field, and you want to do all the woman stuff because you're a girl. And then they put a really disgusting twist onto it and say that it's a gender appropriation or something BS like that, where, they invented 76 other genders.
Right.
74 other mental conditions that are now going to have to be treated.
Yeah, it messes people up. Yeah,
it's insane, and it only makes it even more difficult when there's these days in America, the whole economic part of being a private owner of anything in the business is taxing, like more taxing than it ever has been before. If you want to hire someone for a job, you're expected to give them so many benefits and all this other stuff. And not only that, the dynamic of what you said earlier, men, lesser qualified men,
right,
taking over the woman, it's now the exact opposite these days. Like my stepdad, my father works at Walmart, and he's just gotten excellent reviews every single time he's been reviewed for his position, and he wanted to move up to manager. A new girl just got hired. She was less qualified, and she didn't even do any sort of training and stuff, and she just got the position immediately.
Yeah, that's
and then the very next,
yeah,
she was less qualified, and I'm like, this is going to ruin quality of work if you're not going based off skill.
Right. Either extreme is wrong. I mean, they shouldn't do quotas just because, and if the purpose of a quota was to bring some balance and then they make it out of balance with their quotas, that just kind of defeats the purpose. But
Yeah, I think affirmative action was the worst thing. It was the most racist
Yeah.
and sexual thing and sexist thing
Right.
they had ever invented, because it ruins business when you are being told you have to hire this person for their color and this person for their sex because we say they're oppressed. It's
Yeah.
like, what the heck? When we get these changes in culture and social aspects, with Martin Luther King coming in, and then then the counter of that being unions, it should be, um, you should just give it time, because eventually people are going to start seeing how badly things used to be, and then go like, oh, this was actually a good idea, and it will work itself out. The
Right.
generation after them won't have as much animosity because they're not experiencing the same stuff as the generation before them, and then it'll slowly start to normalize as like, oh, these people are people.
Right. And normally I would say, you can't externally impose things on a society and expect it to really change for the better. But there is one exception, and I have an article on one of my blogs called Sound Familiar, where I looked at some of the things that were said in early America when the slavery issue was being addressed, and it was one of the arguments made was against it was that the reason the push against slavery had such tough going is because they resented anybody trying to ram any kind of moral thing down their throats, even if it was really good, like ending slavery. They didn't like, and it was mostly women that were pushing for this to abolish slavery. Most of them were women. And they did not like these women trying to impose a basically Christian morality on society because it would impact the economy was the real reason. But, so they thought. But the point being that here was a group of people that were pushing their moral standards on the rest of society. And now we look back on it and go, why did people ever think it was okay to own slaves? And so then you have to ask yourself, when, there was a good instance of stepping in and imposing a minority will on a society, and it resulted in so many more improved lives. It's a sticky question sometimes. And yeah, so, but it is after midnight. I usually don't stay up this late.
Oh, yeah.
And I think, we have a guest again, probably, I don't know. I think somebody else added them in the back chat, but I need to go. It's late, so.
Okay.
Good talking to
you. I'll talk to you more about it tomorrow.
All righty, we'll see ya.
Thanks very much, Paula. We love you. Have a good night.
All right, you too. Bye.
And then there were 6.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? It is about that time. 9:13 west of the Rockies right now. Paula just went to bed, so we're going to take over. This is the Red October Hour portion of the radio show. Thanks for playing. Let's see what else we got. Oh, by the way, God is not an answering machine, so you're going to have to maybe give him a little help if you're asking for prayers. So yeah, you're going to need your effort. What is going on, Green Sir?
I just came in. I'd like to say hello to everyone. And that's basically it. Yeah. Somebody.
How you doing today?
Hey, John. What's up?
Good to see you.
It's good to see you too, man.
What's up, Green?
Hey, what's up? Love the icon, by the way.
Just to let you know that we're an anti-Muslim handgun, apparently. We hate Muslims.
We're also racist, sexist, homophobic, and we don't like artichokes, too.
Artichokes are the worst.
I can't understand the artichokes, but I get you. I think I had an artichoke once, and I don't remember how it tastes.
It tastes like butter and paper. If you took paper and you made paper paste and then put butter in it, it's about the same, I think.
I had
I
artichoke
guess that's
pesto.
why I never tried it again. Well, thanks for the invite. So I'm going to sit back and relax. And that's basically it.
Green, didn't I talk to you a couple months ago about this?
Your voice sounds very familiar.
This is Pillbox.
No way. Really?
Yes, come on, player, let's go.
Oh, wow. You changed your name now?
No. This is the Red October radio portion of the Hangout, and it is just my secondary account.
Oh, boy. Okay. Didn't even, like, you sounded very familiar. So, like, I was like, holy crap. Sound like, well, how you been, man?
Chilling, bro. I was going to get out of here 2 years ago, but a big war started over the shape of the earth, so I got called back in.
I could see that.
You know,
well, I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, bro. Hey, well, the first time I ever heard flat Earth was out of the mouth of a Muslim about 5 years ago, and I remember an older. I don't even know what a leader of the Muslim. I don't even know anything about that, but he was some Muslim gentleman.
Imam.
Is that what it was? It might have been some like, but I don't know. I just don't. I haven't studied enough. And he was talking about the flat Earth, and I was like, "What is this guy talking about?" And after I just listened for like 30 seconds, and I was like, "You know what? I bet there's a reason why this guy is saying this. There's got to be a reason. This guy knows something." And then I just put it up. That was 5 years ago.
Well, it seems like we had this conversation like yesterday.
Yeah, it was like 3.5, 4 months ago, bro.
Yeah, now it just feels like it was just like,
It was.
holy crap.
There's no time in between. Time is an illusion. Come on.
I know. It's very relative.
Yeah, we're picking up where we left off, bro.
No, you're picking up where you left off. I was just listening. I have nothing to do with this. I have nothing to do with this.
Hey, I look at it this way. Everybody has a right to the truth. You know, I believe that we all worship the same God, and we just have some stipulations that are different. So,
well, definitely, we're all one people. We're all human beings, right?
All in the image of the Creator.
Yes, and express, our love and gratitude towards the things that we value most. Let me stop sounding poetic. But who invited me here? Actually, I know why.
John Dubs did.
No,
it was Sabella. No,
it was Bill Dog. Bulldog. I just clicked on the Hangout spot.
Okay, how did Bulldog get the link? Oh, Sabella gave it to him, and then yes. See how that works, John?
Yes.
Yeah, I hear you. And Pillbox got raptured. Nice. All right.
Oh, what happened?
That's the way it goes.
You had a hangout earlier, right?
I did have a little hangout earlier.
Oh, that's good. How did it go?
It was all right. About 45-minute little study.
That's good.
We didn't really study. We ended up talking about other things, but yeah, it was.
I didn't know you had hangouts Wednesdays.
I don't. It was spontaneous.
It's good. It's good to be. You still do the things on Mondays?
If I can remember, and if I can, get online, yeah. Mondays and Thursdays. I do the ones with James on Thursday, and then I do my own on Monday.
You're gonna be there tomorrow, right?
God willing.
All right, awesome.
God willing.
I missed the one last week, so definitely. I hope I can make it tomorrow.
All right. Good. I'm looking forward to see you there.
Always enjoyed it. Hold on. Just I am sweating here, man. It's hot.
Yeah, it's been getting pretty hot around here.
It's good because I'm losing weight. Trying to get to my ideal weight. That's the good thing about the summer is that you start shedding some pounds.
Well, the good thing about summer is I can actually walk outside the door.
Actually, you know, it's funny because I like the cold. I like the snow.
Yeah, it's pretty darn good.
It's not looking good for Trump. I've been keeping up with the news.
It's very entertaining. I never would think about just watching politics, but this is some good stuff, man.
I think they're gonna. I think there's gonna be a coup. I think there's gonna be literally. I think they're gonna be a coup. I think they're gonna try to throw him out.
It's so bizarre. It's really like the stuff that he says is.
I don't personally think he's bought and paid for. That's why I don't think. I think he's truly an outsider. He's not part of the swamp.
I can't wait to see the chat on that message, John.
Do you think he's part of the swamp, Pill, or do you think he's independent? He's a little bit on the outside.
I don't think he's independent at all.
I think he is now, because they don't let anyone.
Maybe now.
Like,
yeah, maybe. I believe he's been part of the swamp for the last 30 years.
30 years?
I don't know. I mean, do you see the things that are going on, though? And you've been keeping up with the news?
Yes, and that's exactly. Did you not hear Green Soul here explain how entertaining it is? It's working just fine, John.
I hear you. That's why it's called television programming.
It's working just fine, ladies and gentlemen. Please put on your regular station programs to channel 666 and just be brainwashed by all of it. It's all garbage.
This is actually better than The Apprentice. Like this is actually really good stuff, man.
That means it's working very well.
Yeah, it is. It is. They got this locked.
They're all Satanists, guys. Every single one of us understands this. They are all absolute Satanists. They worship Satan. You can believe in whatever, Bible to the Quran, bro. We know who the evil people are.
Trump is anti-drugs, anti-alcohol, anti-filth. He's
anti-human.
He's not anti-food.
Anti-God.
He's been gaining weight.
He raised some good kids, right? He raised a couple of good kids.
He raised a nice couple clones, yeah. Couple of nice clone kids.
They got it okay, a little clonish. Okay, I agree. A little clonish.
If the thing that made me realize that he was totally part of it was when he decided to go to war with Syria.
Oh yeah,
that's when they
not signing $18 billion away for testing air on Mars. That's not suspicious.
Yeah.
I noticed that when he bombed Syria. They were praising him in all the news. Oh, he's acting presidential. So he's got to start bombing somebody to this to go away. That was surreal too. I remember when that happened. Everybody was just on board on all the major news sites.
Yeah.
I think war is big business. So, but that's just I don't want to go into that. So.
Since the dawn of warfare, it's been big business. Yep.
Yeah, but it's a dog and pony show. It's a show, and that's what I see it as.
I wish some pilot would go rogue. Obviously not from America, but somebody with balls like from Russia to just grab a Sukhoi 35 and come over here with a couple anti-ship missiles and wait for all these politicians to get in the building together. That would be the only way any of this could be saved by man whatsoever. That's the only hope you'd ever have, but it's not going to happen.
There's a couple. There's probably 100 more places you got to bomb first. You got to get the United Nations. You got to get the
That's what I said. Yeah, have them all meet at the United Nations. Get them all together at United Nations. Yeah.
Last night in my hangout, Vaughn, Frank, you were there, right? Vaughn was pretty. He said just make the whole planet a big giant parking lot. You were there for
Seems
that,
like he's
Bob?
going through some. It sounds like he's going through some legal issues.
Yeah.
I think I've been there before. When I was having some trouble. So screw it. Everything's a parking lot.
Well, the thing about us trying to kill them all is that Satan's already going to do that anyways when he shows up, and then he'll reign supreme as world leader.
I think
He's definitely not
Satan's
gonna
shitting
keep them
bricks right
around.
now. What he's launching is some. I really think humans are more evil than Satan.
Humans? What?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. I think there's certain people that I think Satan's really scared of.
I've met people who are
Yeah,
pretty
you're right.
fucking
You know
evil.
what? Come on,
I've met some pretty evil
like
people.
we know somebody like, yo, I don't think Satan was like, damn, that's messed up. There's some really...
No, he would need your soul first. He's got to trick you.
We have people
Yeah.
like
As soon
George
as you get
Soros
touches-
walking around. I mean, when you have someone like that, I mean, maybe
Satan's
he
running out the
is
door.
Hasatan. I don't know. Huh?
Well,
Say that
really
again, Frank?
think about it first.
What? I'm trying to think.
I think I got a little bit of lag. Hold on, I'm gonna come back in.
Yeah, me too. Something's up
Yeah.
with my stuff.
But really think about it first, because while they're in the world, they can still have pleasure. But as soon as you get to hell and Satan's got your soul, there is no pleasure.
Hmm.
Because pleasure, us feeling gratification and pleasure in that way is from God. Everything that is of God is either here or in heaven. But in hell, it is completely no God. And everything that is of him cannot be there.
That sounds interesting. All right.
Sorry, be right back. Sorry.
Ooh, I think I have like bronchitis or something. I won't stop coughing. Ooh. I gotta go see the doctor. I think I don't know. I keep
Yeah,
coughing,
man.
And I'm,
Can you take care? What's wrong? Yeah, what happened?
I'm
Pat yourself
puking
on the
up
back.
stuff, green phlegm and stuff.
Are you serious?
Yeah. What does that mean? Is that bronchitis or is that like something?
Oh, you probably got some sort of lung infection. I'd fast. Yeah, that's why when you don't want to eat anymore when you get sick, just fast it off.
Fast
Couple,
yeah, you're
about
right.
5 days. 5 days. Go to the fries store. Go to the organic aisle. Get some beet juice. Some nice $6.95 for like a quart of beet juice, and drink that for the next 3 days.
And get some antioxidants.
You hear that cough? It's like it's like comes from the inside of me, right? Like,
oh yeah, and some honey. So first thing to do, have some honey, some good honey, and then you'll be all right.
Yeah.
All
Bee
right.
poop is good.
The
That's
bees
what I
can't
was
eat
gonna
it all, so.
When you eat the poo, can't eat it all.
No, you got it. No, that's too much. Too much for the bees. You got to help them out by taking it. Yep, it's part of the ecosystem.
If we even have any bees left,
When I had
no bees are left.
Yeah, you got about a couple of years of honey left, and then yeah. Good thing honey never
when I
goes
had
bad.
pneumonia, I didn't eat for 6 days.
Well, you lost a good 15 pounds.
I lost a good 20 pounds.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I lost about 20 pounds. It was good. But, my mother was like, she made up some broth and stuff, homemade. So, like, she put turkey bones and stuff inside to make the broth and everything. It's pretty good. And she forced me to eat. I'm like, no, I don't want to. She would wake me up and just put the spoon in my mouth. I'm like, almost choked to death. She almost took it out of me quicker than the pneumonia did.
Well, there you have it, John. So you're going to start fasting, and then you'll be all right.
It's in Hashem's hands. It's up to him. But I will fast. Fasting's always good.
Yeah, don't go too crazy. Don't overdo it. You might get ahead of yourself.
So what I did is I got 2 comforter blankets, put them right on top of me, and that would start a nice good sweat session. When you wake up, you might find a pool of sweat all over your bed, but it means it's working. And then if it's really bad, you might want to take some Vicodin. That'll knock you right out. And then some homemade turkey broth soup. I'll have my mother mail it to you.
All right. I'll give you my address for some homemade soup.
Yeah.
Definitely. I love me some.
It's pretty amazing.
There's nothing
like
like
if
a
you
good
think
biblical recipe, that's like biblical, that broth. Getting sick and drinking broth. I mean, Go ahead.
It's absolutely, if the only thing missing is that she would get the turkey from our farm, but we don't have a farm. But she goes and gets the turkey, cooks it up, and then boils down the turkey bones, so it gets all the marrow and calcium and everything in that. It tastes quite incredible because we don't go to the store like the regular grocery store. We go to an organic market store, and that actually tastes far better. You don't get any sort of like pesticide, nasty stuff from that. It'll probably be the best thing you'll ever have.
Good. I'm easy to please. I'm easy to please. Be honest with you, I don't really care if I keeled over and fucking passed out. Whatever. The way life has been lately, take me.
Well, you certainly wouldn't care after the fact of keeling over.
All right, I right. The caring part is kind of past. Right.
Yep, I know what that's like. That happens, man. Yep.
It is what it is.
That's not true. Every time someone says it, I'm like, nope, that's not true.
How old are you, Savvy Steak?
23. I'm gonna be 24 this year.
He's a youngin', John, so he's gonna go through some things in a few years here. We'll see what
He's an optimist.
Yes, especially.
I remember when I was 23. Yeah, I remember when I was 23. Yeah, it was fun. Fun watching Dad die. I had to make sure he was breathing, every night. So, but yeah, it's all good, bro. You'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah, I've gone through some things like that. My grandfather passed away last year.
When you think you found the right one, the one with the golden hole, and then things go downhill.
No, I'm too smart for that.
All right.
I ain't getting involved with a woman.
Why not? You're supposed to. Yeah. That's a good thing, getting involved with a woman.
No, I'll wait until they're mature enough.
That's the problem with men today. That's the problem with the men today, the West, especially the West. No one wants to marry. No one wants to have kids.
Because they call themselves feminists. The modern day feminism is so bad. Holy crap!
You're letting the muzzies outbreed you, though.
Well, the thing about marriage is don't get married in the courts. That's all I could tell you. If you're gonna get married,
go to Las Vegas.
Do it. Anything that has a government document on it, don't Just don't mess with it. That's the best advice I could give you about marriage.
I'll marry you. You come out to my temple, I'll marry you. You want to take a vacation in New York for a few days?
J-Dubs can marry you and you'll be better off. As soon as you start getting the government involved, that's when trouble starts. And I've seen too many things.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get that prenup.
It's a mess.
The government is horrible. I went to the post office the other day to mail a package for someone, and the side of the box didn't have tape on it, and the post office guy, he's complaining about, I should have charged you for the tape. I should have charged you, but I'm gonna be a nice guy. And I go to the guy. What do you mean? The government steals all my money. You can't even afford tape. I go to the guy. How much more do you want from me? I just paid $2, $3, $4 for the box. I paid $2, $3 to ship it. Well, that's not enough. I need to buy the tape, a piece of tape, a fakakta piece of tape, a little piece of tape. He wants me to pay for the tape.
The best thing I like about the government is the post office, and that's the only thing I like from the government.
They're losing me. The post office is losing me. I used to think that way too.
I love the freaking post office. Like, I don't want it to ever go away. I really don't. That's
how I feel about the DMV.
Oh no, screw the DMV.
DMV's beautiful.
That is
if you want
punishment.
If you want to meet some people who really don't care, they will teach you how to not care for anything anymore.
That's when all the dreams were shattered in the DMV. If you want to see some dreams being broken down and being spit upon, like life took its worst turn, DMV.
I think didn't God model purgatory off the DMV?
It might be.
I think it is.
It's just the waiting places.
I think it's purgatory. I really feel that's perfect.
Where you actually want to die, yeah.
Yes.
Like, I can imagine that's how hell, like, if I, died and then all of a sudden I see myself on the line of DMV for registration. Like, that is horrible.
If I had a choice between that or hell, I would prefer purgatory.
Fucking DMV. Oh.
That is the place.
I guess there's so many things wrong with government institutions. Like, the post office is like the best thing out of all of them. I don't mind it. Well, you have to go to the right post office still. Like,
where did this word postal come from? What went wrong there, you think?
That's an interesting question. Yeah, remember, there was a time where there's been a lot of shootings inside the post office. And I think the only explanation I could tell you is that there was an episode in Seinfeld where, he asked Newman, because Newman was, he worked in the post office, said, what's up with all these shootings inside the post office? He said, well, the problem is that the mail never stops. It just keeps going. It just never stops. You're doing the same thing over and over again. That's the explanation that I got from a TV show.
Yeah, that's good.
Sounds legit.
Yeah.
Seinfeld, a show about nothing, a show about Yids living in New York.
That was a great show.
That wasn't too bad, yeah.
I liked that.
What is the deal with post offices? Huh? You wait and get your mail.
No, my man was Constanza, man. That was the guy. That's the only reason why I watched that show, is because of him.
Yeah, George, he was funny.
Yeah, George was like freaking amazing.
I had kind of a crush on Lorraine. She was all right.
You ever saw her dance?
Have I ever
Doesn't
saw her
it-
dance?
Yeah, she had an episode where she started dancing, and it was the
Oh,
most
yeah?
awkward thing you ever seen. Yeah,
Was
you
there?
gotta see it. It's pretty funny. Like she starts dancing for the party, everybody starts looking at her like, "Whoa!"
I like her in the show Veep. VP? You ever see that show?
No,
She plays the vice president. Yeah, I don't watch too much
get the
TV
hell out!
anymore.
No. My show is actually the Game of Thrones. That's the only thing I really watch.
I don't do the TV thing anymore, to be honest with you. But sometimes I'll download a show. Sometimes I'll download.
Yeah. I don't have that time anymore to watch shows. They're not like they used to be, anyway. I guess I'm getting nostalgic.
They don't mind rape you as they used to, the TV shows.
Yes.
Yeah, speaking of TV shows, what about all these flat Earth things they're putting in all these shows, Green? What do you think of those? All these ridiculous messages and clocks. You got the Back to the Future flat Earth clock in 1980. I mean, what's with all this stuff?
Back to the Future. That's like one of my favorite movies. What happened in Back to the Future?
There's a flat Earth clock on the wall, bro.
I never noticed that.
Just look up, just type in, Google search or YouTube video, flat Earth and movies. It'll probably always come up as one of them.
Oh.
Journey to the center of the Earth.
I actually have a question about Back to the Future, and
Yeah.
this has always perplexed me.
Well, Snack to the Future, I was in the chat. He might be able to answer you.
Well, whatchamacallit, like, if he has a time machine, why was he always in a rush?
That's a good question.
Because he was like always like, hurry up, we gotta go. You got a time machine. What's to hurry?
The senses of urgency, man. They want to make it all entertaining.
My whole thing is that guy was using a lot of stuff, and whatever he was on, he was tweaking.
He was on crack and speed.
Oh, yeah, there's a couple of flat Earth clocks. Yeah. That's interesting.
It's just a coincidence. I mean, it doesn't mean anything.
There's a YouTuber that psychologically breaks down movies, psychological mind fucking, if you want to. I don't know how to say it.
That sounds like porn. What?
This guy is great. He does mostly Stanley Kubrick and how Stanley Kubrick is a he's whatever, however you want to say it.
Genius, by the way.
Stanley Kubrick as a director, yeah, he's all right. I mean, I guess if you're into that sort of thing.
It's very subtle. Like I'm into like pictures, like environments and how they're shot. For me, he was like visually, he was amazing.
Full Metal Jacket.
Full Metal Jacket is like a good movie. I put the link in the side chat here if anyone likes his channel. He did a breakdown of Full Metal Jacket, how it's a process of going through hell. You start off in purgatory and you work your way to the lower levels. That was like a psychological breakdown he did of that movie.
You know that movie, The Shining? You know what that's about?
The Indian genocide.
No, it's about pedophilia.
Oh, you know, I heard that too. But okay, pedophilia.
It's really about. It's about, pedophilia, and it made a lot of sense when you really look at it. That kid, remember in the first part, like that kid was like saying that, with the psychologist, who hurt you, and he was not able to speak. But basically, the father was sexually abusive, sexually molesting his son, which makes it even creepier. It was really creepy.
That makes it even creepier, yeah.
Yeah, it was a really creepy movie.
Well, I think we've hit rock bottom, I think, in the hangout.
No.
Maybe.
No, it's good.
Let's go back up. Now we're going to go back up, right? Let's get out of this hole. Here, hand me a rope.
We're gonna fly right to the firmament.
we went really really depressing.
You guys hear?
No,
I'm
but
in a hole right
I
now.
found-
Can you hear me? I'm stuck in a hole.
I found it was really interesting. I don't know.
I find that interesting that people can break down movies like that and actually find the true meaning of that. It's creepy how people put subliminal messages in the movies like that.
What do you think about that Mandela Effect, Green and John?
I adhere to it because as a kid I used to have Bearstein Bear books, and it's the way that I remember it, and now they're saying it's the other way around, and I don't accept that.
Mm-hmm.
It's Bearstein, not Bear. What is it? What are they trying to say? It's now Bearstein.
Yeah, you especially would remember that name, John. So yeah.
Right. It was a Yid. It was,
right.
Yeah, it was a Yid name. It was a Yid.
Right.
All Yids know the Yid names. The no, like Nixon used to say on the secret tapes, the nose always knows. The nose always knows. Us knows people always knows. I don't know if people got that reference or not, but okay. Nixon,
I think it's BS.
Nixon would say that about Jews. They had big noses. No, it's not BS. The Mandela Effect, absolutely not.
It's totally BS.
Beer,
No,
what is it?
no.
Beers?
They're just seeing how well they can confuse people.
How it's
Coming
beer
up with old
stain?
stupid stuff. Yep.
How is it beer stain? I never had beer stain books as a kid. I always had beer stein books. Beer stein. It was a stein.
Yes,
German.
They were German.
Yiddish.
Yes, there is, especially during like childhood trauma. You definitely can have a Mandela effect.
Come on, Pillbox. You're telling me you had beer stain books and not beer stein? Come on.
I didn't have any of them, man. I guess it's Sodom and Gomorrah, and I'm looking forward, John.
I don't know if that was supposed to be a bad statement or a good statement. I don't know.
Well, someone like you should be able to appreciate it.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, I don't look back, bro. I just can't afford to look back anymore. Oh, really? Pfft, like, I can imagine God coming down. So, Pillbox, you were discussing movies. I'd be like, oh, fuck. Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry. You're not going to catch me doing that. I'm sorry. And I apologize for the language, but I really think just the context of it drags the mind into the sewers of Satanism, which is exactly what Hollywood has always been, a giant massive programming deception. And now we're gonna talk about the details of this deception to make sure we all got it right. And that robot had a silver leg, I swear. I can't do it.
Well, isn't that why it's called television programming?
Right. Right, we're gonna argue now about what the programming was showing us. Yeah.
Huh? Sometimes you gotta reprogram yourself, Pill. You know?
Don't look back.
I mean, I don't look back, but sometimes you got to take your brain out, take it out, put it in a nice bowl of warm water and some soap, wash it off a little bit, put it back in your head.
Yeah, you can't but you don't want to do it too many times because you'll bleach it. You got to be careful.
That's true. I've tried.
Oh boy, Pillbox, what are we gonna do with you?
You know what though? Anybody, if they want to take their time and get into that, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, I think that it is something that if you really think about, even if it was true, what are you going to get out of it? For one, number two, if everything can be changed, nothing's provable anyway. So what are you going to do with the argument? There's no argument anyway. It's not provable because it is, because it isn't, because they changed it, so they changed it anyway. They changed it, so they changed it. So where am I going to go with that argument?
But but isn't that such a nihilistic statement to say? I mean, you can say that about anything.
No, I'm saying that. No,
Google Hangouts.
I don't. I just think you have to have a foundation of truth, and worrying about that stuff, you're taking away all truth. You're saying it was changed. It can be changed. How do we know we see something?
Okay, I can kind of see that. All right.
Like if they did change it, then how come I remember it another way anyway? And then the other argument, well, if they changed it, then how could I prove it? anyway, how do I know what this was? You know, how do I
You
know a
gotta
bunch
ride
of
yourself in circles. That's what you're saying.
right? Then you're gonna start saying, well, how many other things am I wrong about? Oh my God, I don't
Yeah.
know if wood's wood. I don't know if water's wet. You know, is the sky orange or blue? Oh my God, you know that you're gonna. Is it a blue October? It's gonna go too far.
Yep. That's why I don't believe in it. Because it's just stupid. It's a little play on the mind. That's like, you know, some people just have a naturally hard time remembering anything, and you're gonna believe them for forgetting stuff? No. When they, the thing that really made me pop out of it, you know, I used to be like, oh, that's interesting and cool. I didn't really think too much about it. I was like, oh, it could be true. But then I remember as a kid, you know, they were complaining about Snow White when that witch lady said mirror. It was mirror, or magic mirror. People remember mirror instead of magic mirror on the wall, but according to the Disney movie, she said magic mirror. So as a kid, I remember my uncle saying to my mother, you she says magic mirror in the movie. She doesn't say mirror. She's like, oh, okay, yeah. So just back in those days, they were already getting it wrong anyways.
And now, Savvy Steak, you might know this. So, what do you think about this no forests on the flat Earth thing?
What?
What do you think? You don't know what the no forest on a flat Earth thing is? I'm trying to be very nice when I'm talking about it. You haven't heard the no forest on a flat Earth story yet?
Is that the thing about the trees? Like the no trees and stuff?
Yeah, there's no trees. Yep.
What would be the ball earth equivalent? Like you can't hear yourself screaming in space?
Exactly.
That's
John nailed it on the first try. It was good.
That's ridiculous. How can there be no trees? What are they saying?
Oh, it gets worse. You think they've already mind foxtrotted you, and that has nothing to do with what their point is.
Really?
And you can't even now you have to totally get away from their title just to even start to think about what they're saying, and it's much worse than that. Much worse.
Oh, that's good.
Any Torah believer would be extremely angry with the assertions.
What would be the I never heard of the premise no trees. You have to catch me up too.
Yeah.
It sounds silly, no trees. Unless
Yeah,
it means something else.
It's like imagine another Scientology, and now I have to explain it to you, John.
Yeah, it's probably better left unsaid.
No, I'm gonna give you a rundown, and just give me a second. But it's kind of in that category. It is in that category, like, okay, where to begin?
So it's just not going to make any sense either way.
Well, how about this? That the plateaus all over the deserts of the world are actually giant tree stumps.
Beautiful.
The plateaus all over the planet are giant tree stumps.
And this isn't even that big of a problem yet. But yes, that's the beginning.
I'm Googling an image of a plateau just so I can kind of visualize. Right. All right, the giant tree stumps. Okay. And what's the next premise?
Good question. What is the next premise? Well, apparently there was a civilization of giant beings, some sort of alien Paul Bunyans that were chopping these trees down. And they had
Do we
giant
mean, like-
other.
I have to stop you there.
Go
Do
ahead.
we mean giant like in Nephilim, or giant is even bigger than them?
Oh, must have been bigger and must have been way before them. So this is where it's going to start to interrupt biblical timelines. So it's a pre-existing thing, of course. And they were very advanced civilizations. So, and they chopped down these trees with saws. Apparently they were advanced culture of giant alien race, but they didn't have a tree stump puller, so they left all the stumps.
Nice.
And then they carved out giant canyons because they were the most advanced civilization, but still needed coal and a couple other things out of the ground. So they carved out the Grand Canyon.
Oh, okay.
All right. All right.
And the trees are no longer petrified wood because they weren't wood back then. They were synthetic trees.
Oh, synthetic. That's really
Yeah,
No.
pre-human synthetic trees. Yes.
Now, where do they get that? That's interesting. Synthetic. Where did they get that from? Why is it?
So, well,
synthetic?
because they turned to rock now. They're not petrified
Okay.
wood. They're not petrified wood, and we have no remnants of trees, so they had to be synthetic.
Synthetic. That's why it's rock. Okay. Okay.
I guess something. Yeah.
Something to that effect. All right.
So the point is that they put flat Earth in the title because it is a direct psyop to distract and make everybody who is willing to, because there's a lot of hippies out there that just love getting.
Oh, Pillbox got raptured right in the middle of the sentence.
dang.
I was going to say that the only thing I can sort of relate to the Bible with is that, from my perspective, from the Jewish perspective, that Adam. Oh, Pillbox, I'm glad you're back. I was going to say the only thing I could sort of relate to Judaism with is that we believe that Adam, was taller than the trees. That my first instinct was maybe there was some connection to that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if that's is that like a Christian thing to believe that Adam was that tall, or how tall was Adam in your faith?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it too much. I've heard a lot of people think that, he was maybe the size of like the Philistines kind of thing, like maybe 15 feet tall
15,
or something.
15, 20,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Something like that. Maybe 12, 10, something. Anything past 8 is pretty big
It's
to us.
pretty big.
We'd be pretty impressed with an 8-foot tall Adam, I think. Because it's not the same build, though. It isn't like a deteriorated genetic tree. Over time, the pituitary gland is going to be, everything's going to be much stronger. You probably could have bent I-beams over his knee.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, especially we're talking about the first man. He was probably a George Foreman, to say the least.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No,
So
absolutely, he was. Yeah. No, you're right.
yeah. So they have these giant, massive psyop scams to just derail truth, John. And that's not the only time. See, every single evil thing I could just imagine in the last year or so has attacked this truth of people waking up to this biblical creation story, this flat earth, if you will. And they've used anything they can think of. They want to create a giant new Scientology pseudo-earth religion, you know what I mean, to tie into flat earth and say, oh yeah, if you think flat earth is big, it's actually nothing compared to this. So it's like literally like a Scientology with a Christian name on it kind of deal going on. It's really weird. And people, people love to get high is my point. People love to watch YouTube videos and get high. That's why people are on the internet. They do it because of what it does for them. So they'll click on these things, these crazy pseudoscience, L. Ron Hubbard style religions, and they'll get so high on it, they get attached to it. Oh, this has to be true. Oh, and it's bigger than flat earth. And then they feel special. Then they feel attached to it. It's absolutely just pure satanic witchcraft. That's my completely biased racist opinion.
No, yeah, that was pretty sexist as well. Homophobic. You should be pretty much ashamed of yourself. You're a disgusting white man. And
you do know that we were the only people that had open arms to the leader of the LGBT community. We actually never even had a falling out. We still talked to Nadia Vet Chambers even up to when she might have left. You know what I mean? So we were very open to a lot of different people, John. So
I always knew Nadia had a big head, but to say that she was the leader of the LGBTQ community is kind of a little exaggerating there. Bill.
She really is the leader, bro. She literally is their spokesman, leader, and absolute pioneer of the LGBT community. You have to admit. Come on.
If pioneer means like sitting on a bed on a hangout 8 hours a day, 3 times a day, I guess she's a pioneer.
She's the greatest voice for the LGBT community in history. Put your money on that.
All right, I'll bet $1 on it.
That makes $2 now. Yep. So.
Good. $2. That's a $2 bill from original currency back when it was backed by gold, and silver.
Oh wow.
That's a good $2.
That's actually worth, I think, $3.46. I think right now.
Oh, good. All right. So the dollar's up in price. Good.
Well, that one is, the old one like that. You could probably sell it for $5 actually. Yeah. Just got to find a collector.
I haven't seen Nadia in a while. Is that particular person still alive?
I hope so. She was the best voice for the LGBT community in history. Of course, I hope she's. We prayed for her, John. We got along. I think she's all right. I think we'd find out if something went wrong.
If you say so, I'm more, to use your analogy, Sodom and Gomorrah type of person, but okay. It is what it is.
Oh, well, yeah, that's the thing is that I still think that she has it. Well, that's the thing. If she's still alive, I guess I get to talk to her. You know what I mean? Unlike these brainwashed dead people of our past that, made us believe in television as our reality. You know what I mean? So any human being that's alive, John, I'm going to be able to talk to as long as they maintain some sort of sensibility. Like, Nadia's probably gotten close a couple times, but she isn't like these raving wild rabies pigs that we're used to. So compared to them, she's really a nice person.
You're right. Like Shlomo Malach used to say, it's better to be a living dog than a dead lion.
Yep.
So it is what it is.
Yeah. So when's the last time you talked to Brett Keane?
He blocked me, booted me, removed me from everything, and then I think he quit YouTube soon after. So I haven't.
Really, I had no idea. That sounds encouraging.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice because he used to kvetch to me all the time that he had no friends and no one would talk to him, and people wouldn't be online. That people wouldn't come to his hangouts, and I would try to make it. And then he, I don't know. I guess it is what it is.
Which reminds me, the other weird troll, Benny the Gangster. I always wondered if that was really
Benny.
Brett Keane.
I know the rumor mill was saying it was really me.
Well, yeah, for a while it was, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was Brett Keane, though. After everybody thought it was you, I thought it was Brett Keane. But I can't figure out that guy. He's the weirdest guy ever.
He's an interesting fellow, yeah. Yeah. He's how would I say this? One fry short of a Happy Meal?
Yeah, it was weird. He called me paranoid once a couple months ago, and I was like, Benny, you don't even let people hear your voice, and you're calling me paranoid. I was like, are you serious? I got triggered. I gotta admit, I got triggered. I was like, are you serious, bro? You've never even used your voice on the internet. You are a smiley face dot of a...
Raptured again.
Man, this happens too much.
Yeah.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Well, loud and clear.
Yeah, I've been gone for a while. It took a minute to get Zach to go to sleep, but I'm here now. What's been going on?
Well, till we figured out that Benny the Gangster is a really good hacker. So he's for some reason hacking into the hangout, so to speak, that after John and I were talking about it. But anyway, so we're not going to talk about him anymore. We're done with that topic, John. So you go ahead, Teal.
Oh, I was just saying that I've been gone for a while because I was trying to get Zach to sleep and it took forever. But so I don't even know like what all y'all been talking about or anything, or if anything happened. Did anybody come in or?
No, we've run out of ideas.
It's been pretty quiet. Savvy Steak has been we've been bashing a lot of psyops and Mandela Effect and hoaxes and all these psyops that are attacking flat Earth. John is getting caught up. Obviously, he's a flat earther, but he doesn't want the title yet. So we have converted him. It's official by now. He just won't admit it. And what else? Yeah, so we brought up the No Forests scam, Teal, which is a huge psyop. It's brainwashed probably at least 20,000 people by now. And I was just, me and Savvy were talking. I didn't know he hadn't heard about it, but anyway, long story short, there's a bunch of Scientology like religious things going out there that are put flat Earth in the title with them, so it to discredit the whole thing.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, any type of, I mean, you have a lot of the flat earthers that they believe that this is design and everything, but they're not necessarily Christian, and so they fall for deceptions regarding the flat earth as well.
Right. Well, they put flat Earth in the title. It says no, there are no forests on a flat Earth. So you click the title, you click it. Okay, then you find out instantaneously there's actually more forests, and they're claiming something completely different. And then it turns out that they actually believe in some pre-Adamic giant alien race that chopped down trees that turned into.
They're trying to turn people, real reasonable people, away from looking into it. Is what they're trying to do.
Right. So, yep. It's just very obvious. I mean, it's all anti-scripture, and they try to say that giants carved out the Grand Canyon. So what a great attack on God's judgment because of the flood.
Yeah,
It's funny. I actually found that video. I didn't finish watching it because I was like, this is really freaking weird. There's a couple of things that I thought was interesting about it, like the Devil's Step. Is that what it's called? Like that being a giant
Devil's
tree.
Tower, yeah.
Yeah, that thing being a giant tree, and then some other thing about the wood turning into gems or something in Russia. I don't know, but those things were pretty interesting.
Limestone and wonders.
Yeah, I guess so.
Call it.
It was exhausting though, because there's a lot of people around us that get fooled by it. So I had to spend some time researching it. It was like studying like the French language for like a week. I was like, this is terrible. It was horrible. It was like the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And I was just like, I don't know what else to tell you guys. Like, and I lost friends. I've lost flat Earth people. Have gotten mad at me because I'm telling them the truth on this stuff.
Right. Well, I don't know. Crazy world. If you're not in Christ, you can definitely be steered the wrong direction. And even if you're in Christ, sometimes you can go the wrong direction, but you have a greater risk of that when you're not in Christ. Yeah, accepting some truths, but denying the absolute truth of Christ Jesus.
If I were to ask you this, Teal, because it's one of the psyops, what is your take on the Mandela Effect?
I honestly cannot really speak on that because I have had no interest yet to delve into that and research it. I know that I will eventually, but it's not something that has been of interest to me lately or anything. So
it's actually really simple. It's not that hard to understand.
I did hear Paula say something about it basically being gaslighting, and I'm sure I've spent a lot of years researching MK Ultra, so if that's what it is, I'll spot it right off the bat.
There are some truths to it, but they take these little tiny little truths and then they just absolutely stretch them inside out to oblivion is what it turns out. And then we're busy arguing about Star Wars and Star Trek.
Yeah, little stuff, huh? Makes you get your mind off of what's really important. I mean, they do have the ability. We know they're doing it right now to brainwash the masses. They're already doing that. They've already done it. They've already been successful in that. So, and all it is manipulation. If people look into MK Ultra, they can see that playing out right before our eyes. Even the false, hoaxes. That's a form of trauma. It's problem, action, reaction, solution. It's the way they get you to buy their solution. It's a con game.
What's going on, John?
Nothing much. Just over here coughing my brains out. What's going on with you?
Still.
Yeah. Wow. I guess bronchitis doesn't heal itself over in 10 minutes, I guess.
You're not smoking anything, right? You don't smoke anything, right?
No, I'm not a smoker. No, not kosher.
Is that true? You can't use. Excuse me. There's no use of tobacco. Isn't there no use?
You could. Some say you can ingest it, you can eat it, but the smoking part is not proper.
What is it? When does it speak of that though? I'm curious about that. Where is that in the Torah? Or is it not really written? Is that the teaching more than a scripture? What is that from?
Well, you're not supposed to damage your body. You're not supposed to destroy your body.
Well, how do we know that some of these plants doesn't help us, or maybe they don't necessarily damage us? So that's what I'm. That's what I'm getting at.
I think it's pretty much universally accepted that smoking is not good for the lungs. Whatever you're putting in, but eating it. Some people say marijuana is fine.
Right.
Yeah, that's okay.
I would think that smoke entering the lungs would be damaging the lungs. I don't think that just the consumption of it is harmful, but I don't know. There might be something to the whole smoking thing. But I know when I did research on medical marijuana, I was doing a public speaking course, and you had to do a informative speech and a what was the other one called? Informative and persuasive. So the informative one was where you actually kind of shared both sides of the argument, and don't really show your bias in that one. And the persuasive is where you show what you agree with, what side you agree with. And when I was looking up the medical benefits and everything, and also the cons to medical marijuana, a lot of the things that they say are harmful, there's very little information to go by on it. So they really actually need to continue to look into that, because at least from what I looked into, they didn't have a whole lot of evidence to back up that even smoking it was bad. I would assume that it would be bad because of smoke entering the lungs, but I also don't know how all that works. Like if we filter out certain things or whatever when we breathe in and out. So I don't know. But the information I came across was suggesting that it is not harmful, that it's a common argument, but that there's really no evidence to back it. And it's the same thing with killing the brain cells. The only thing that I found that had some significance to it was memory issues. And that's mainly short-term memory issues, like just forgetting where your keys is, your hat is, things like that. But that's just me in my research.
Yeah, the amazing part to me, what I found shocking was that the plant has to be activated actually, and it has to be above a certain temperature to be activated, which I think is 220 degrees or something, like really hot, 220 degrees Fahrenheit. to be activated, or I think it's even higher than that. Like if it's supposed to, like literally the plant is designed to lose the moisture and then to be activated with the extreme temperature. And that's how actually you get most of the health benefits out of it. So now we have something really weird here. The fact that it almost turning into smoke is the best way it works is crazy. And they've known this for a while. It's not like this is like hidden information. That's why when you cook it, you have to cook it like really well. You have to take all the moisture, and that's how the cannabinoids and things like that get activated to actually help your body. So that to me is like, I don't believe in coincidences. So I think that's kind of crazy. I think it's literally makes sense to me that like it's almost has to be lit on fire.
But don't they make like I'm not a drug expert or anything, but don't they make like the liquid marijuana, whatever it's called? What is it called? The liquid shit?
CBD oil. They'll take it right out of hemp plants. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. They
So it
also
doesn't have
have
to be smoked. Oh, go ahead.
they also have some kind of spray up in Canada, I believe, that you can spray onto your tongue. I killed the room.
Well, let's see. The way I look at it, like though, there's one way to do the natural way. There's a synthetic way, right? Like the way they take cocoa leaves, and I don't know anything about cocaine or what they do, obviously, but however they convert it, that's obviously not natural, right? So even though I don't think you can unnaturally convert marijuana to do any harm, I think I am just such a, I guess, I don't know, a traditionalist or whatever, a caveman. I think it makes sense. Like if it's that easy to just literally light on, you know what I mean? Like if it's that easy to actually just do it and light it on fire and you get all these health benefits, then that just makes so much more sense to me that like you could be out and you could travel, and come across plants and use them right then and there. And you don't have to have a factory to subtract the CBD oil or however they do these things. You know what I mean? Like I think we're supposed to be out there using these things in such a normal sense to me. So
The most natural way, is that what you're saying?
how could it not be? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's the other option?
Well, synthetic, which is what you said, adds even more harm to it, possibly more than we even know. Because
Monsanto's has
we haven't.
ever since it started being legalized in Colorado and California and all those other places, Monsanto has 5 GMO seeds already made up.
Well, and in Scripture, you have there's incense, there's the burning of incense, and that, and it talks about reaching into the nostrils of the Lord or something like that, and being a sweet savor or something. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but it didn't seem to imply that it was harmful to inhale the smoke from incense within Scripture. So I don't know.
Well, also the tar that gets produced by these plants, though, is absorbed into your body with no ill effects anyway. You know what I mean? It's not like, how many athletes do cannabis? How many? 90? It's got to be a big majority, especially from certain cultures. There's no way around this. And these are the people that are paid because of their health. So I think, I don't know. I think it's all, they've lied about everything so much. They've lied to you that tobacco is even bad for you. I'm not even just talking about marijuana. I think tobacco by itself, if it's natural I think that it even has health benefits, which they don't want you to. That's why they put all these poisons in it. That's why they put, you're sucking a cigarette, you got the filter, you got gunpowder, and you got all these poisons,
You've got
the
a lot
problem.
of poisons, and I can't remember how much, but it's a pretty big number.
I don't understand why people even smoke. Out here in New York, it's $13 a pack.
That's insane.
Yeah. Got to sell your kids to buy cigarettes. It's not good. And it's not good for you either. So why are you doing it?
Yeah, I've got smoking problems, and I can, at least from experience, I don't think that it's even healthy just from my life experience, because I noticed a difference with shortness of breath after 20 years of smoking. You know, I don't know. I witness a difference in my singing abilities and the ranges that I used to be able to hit when I was a teenager and a kid than from now. So it's, I don't know, it just seems from my experience that there are some very unhealthy benefits or side effects to the whole smoking cigarettes and stuff. And I went the natural route on that as well. Well, I don't know how natural it is. You get the, you know, the bags of tobacco. So I don't know if they sprayed it or anything like that, but not something that's easy to let go, though. You know what I'm saying? When your body, I mean, that's how addiction happens. When your body gets used to certain chemicals being produced from the drug, it stops producing it naturally. So you let go of that drug, and your body's without that chemical for a while until it starts building it up again.
How do you feel about growing hemp?
Who?
Well, John. I mean, I want to ask John just because he's, you know, I want to hear
The
what
founding-
his
the
people.
founding
Yeah. What
fathers-
are the what do you
The
what do you
founding
guys think about
fathers
growing
grew
hemp?
The founding fathers grew hemp. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, the other people.
Yeah, but they're not Jews. They're Satanists, bro. I want to know what your people think about them.
What's wrong about grow? You could do any. I mean, a Jew can raise pigs and sell them pigs, even though we can't eat them. I mean, you can buy, you can sell things that are you don't have to I don't know how to put it, like just because you don't believe in it or accept it doesn't mean you can't make money off of it.
Brilliant. Yeah, I don't want to raise pigs because I don't want to kill them and eat them. So maybe we can move into the same place, John. You can have the pigs on one side and then I can eat them, right?
Yeah, sure. That sounds like a good business partnership.
Yeah, I'll have chickens, right?
And I'll have the chicken.
Right.
We have to get a proper Mashiach, though, to properly slaughter the animals, but that's okay.
Well, people are so brainwashed, bro. Like even like when I like Mormons, and some Mormons are great people, but I'll talk to them about any of this kind of stuff, and they'll be like, "Oh no, that's against our religion." And we looked into it, and the Mormons at first were like one of the biggest hemp producers. Like that's all they did, and they fought the government to produce hemp. And now the Mormons think that hemp is bad. It's like a part of their culture. People's minds have been absolutely destroyed. They don't even know their own religious beliefs.
Yeah, that is interesting. That happens. Yeah, it happens to everyone, not just the Mormons.
All of them. Yeah, all religions. Except for people that believe in the Bible, of course, though.
That's an obvious one. Yeah, we don't screw up on anything.
That's a hard pill to swallow. That's the blue pill.
Yeah, I was gonna say if we screw up here, I was gonna go look for another hangout. I thought this was perfect in every way hangout. You know? We get everything.
If you're not a Christian and you see a Christian, they're supposed to be perfect in every way. That's where the rule comes from. Yep.
You gotta make sure.
There you go.
Only
Exactly.
non-Christians can point that finger, though. Yep. So I mean, that's the thing, John. We get attacked a lot, obviously. You know, who attacks the Jewish side of things? So of course, you know, I'm here all the time, so I don't see what goes on in your world.
A lot of hatred towards Jews are mostly from other Jews. I guess there's a little Christian hatred comes at us. That's just, you know, I mean, that's really it. It's usually just the most, like on my website, on my like you Google channel, it's a lot of atheists, Woo! I mean, it's nonstop atheists. They're just sick. These people.
Oh, have fun with that.
Atheist. I don't have no problem saying that they're weeds, and You know, that's the way they act. They're, you know, not weed like the way Pillbox likes the little weed, but the other type.
Well,
Sorry, that's a rough joke. Sorry. And that's pretty much it. I mean, in real life, I don't really have a problem with it. I don't get much problems. You know, mostly atheists.
I think almost everyone has problems with atheists.
Just wait till you start having flat Earth Torah studies, John.
it seems like a lot of times to me that a lot of them, okay, they either think that their position is so great that that they're superior, or they have a superior complex already, and the position propagates that or pushes. You know what I'm saying? There's this intellectual superiority complex among a lot of them. I don't kill the room again.
No,
Okay, I'll stop talking.
No, I don't know. I don't understand atheists. They have a problem with God, but they talk about God more than I do.
All the time, yeah.
I mean, it's just nonstop. I mean, it's like if you don't believe in God, you think he's not real, like Mario, then then don't talk about it. Then, who cares then?
I think
don't
they
get
would
it.
be. I think
They
they
obviously have some sort of attachment to it. They obviously have some sort of. It's there. They want it or something. They want to believe in God or something. They have to.
Yeah.
They need some sort of like how to put it, like they need the fight with someone that believes in, because it like
it makes them feel validated
that maybe one day they could believe again. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's because they want to believe. You don't think so? I think it's because they want to find a reason to believe. I don't know. Some of them, not all of them.
I think they do because they have insecurities about their position. I think they do because they have insecurities about their position, and they feel like if they mock and scoff and if they put up too much of a fight, that they feel validation about those insecurities. If that makes any sense. That's just I don't know, it's the impression I get.
All right, yeah, fair enough. I was attacked earlier today. Well, now it was yesterday because it's the next day, but by a non-believer, ridiculing, accosting me, abusing me because I believe in God, and it's like I didn't get the reason for it. Like, it was just unnecessary hatred.
I think some of them are really convinced that religion is the reason for all wars and hatred and things like that, because they buy into what man has said about religion. They also don't understand that there's true faithful believers versus those who just profess with their mouth while their hearts are far from the Lord.
I never met like a bad believer in God. Like, I never met someone who believed in God that was a nasty person. Like, honestly, honest to God, throughout my life, while I lived, most people who believe in God, charitable, loving, kind, soft, gentle. So I don't know. I don't relate to
I've met some pretty rotten people who at least profess to be believers. I've met them all over the place, and I think it shows all over the place. And I think I think it's just it's a revealing of what Christ warned us about: sheep's and wolves in sheep's clothing, and false teachers, and yeah. I think it's a perfect show of that, and I think it turns other people away when they see that happening. I mean, a lot of these people that are against Christianity that I run into on here, their idea of Christianity is what they got from somebody else and not the scriptures themselves. They don't know the scriptures all that well. There's some people that do, that are even atheists and non-believers. But those people, I tend to think those people are completely deceived in regards to reality, and so they can't see the scriptures comporting to reality. So they've done bought into what the elite says, and I think a lot of the Christians done bought into what the person behind the pulpits has said instead of going to the scriptures themselves. It's still like a cycle of trusting in mankind.
Yeah, I think the atheists are going to be the ones to actually prove that God exists before we do. Despite all the proof we already have, it's going to be kind of funny.
Oh yeah, the atheist position, I've come to realize, is the most illogical position there is. Even in their false spherical model, that's everything's by chance and randomness. There's too much design and patterns and cycles and beauty and intelligence and life to think that this all happened out of randomness. What's the odds of that? That's like I cannot believe. I thank God for bringing me out of that, but I cannot believe I once bought into it. The same thing with the spherical model either. Now I look at the ball of earth as laughable. I find it even ridiculous, and I don't want to like do that openly because I don't want to offend people who do hold to it. But if I'm not on the mic, I'm laughing at some of these things.
Yeah. There is a number. It's called the probability factor. It's a number that pretty much says if it is above this, then it is not possible that it can happen. What the number is actually, it's like 20th to the power of 50 or something, something crazy like that. It's pretty much, how possible is it for some particular science to actually happen? And if it's probable, then it might be able to happen. But okay, I guess it's just a whole sequence of numbers and fractions depending on what you're doing.
Okay, what's being talked about? Fractions.
Yeah, it's called the probability factor.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because I hear atheists sometimes trying to claim that their position is more probable, that they're not arguing like absolute, but that it's more probable. And I'm like, no, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't buy that anymore.
yeah, where I learned this, I actually have the DVD. What they teach is they go down straight to the amino acids, the things that everything is made up of. And there's like left hand and right hand amino acids. The right hand amino acids are like death or something. I don't know. And then the left hands are one's negative, one is positive. And the human body is made up of 50% left hand and 50% right hand amino acids. Then, so he sort of went down a bit further and started explaining a little bit more on how the whole on how they work and everything like that. But then he started explaining, okay, so there's all of this, and now you have to go all the way back, some odd 400 billion years ago, and you start with one amino acid, and then you go up, then you start adding on more and more. What are the odds that you would continuously to make evenly a left hand, then a right hand, then a left hand, then a right hand, then a left hand, then a right hand? And he said that there is something like, a ridiculous amount of number of amino acids in a single person. Like, I don't know, probably 4 trillion. So 4 trillion times it would go left, right, perfectly. And he sized that up to the probability factor and, did the math and put it up on the board and stuff. And he said, according to this, it is absolutely impossible that the human body would be perfectly made all the way back these many years ago and make it to an amoeba. And then he even explained the experiment that they did, the one with they had a trap door and trying to prove that evolution is true with an experiment by using a uncontrolled environment or something like that, something ridiculous. I forget where it was from. It was something in the 1960s that they used. But with the chemicals and stuff that he used, he professed that it was, the guy that made it professed that it was a success and, everything was done perfectly. But there were 2 problems. One is it was a controlled environment, just like the one we live in, because he made the entire contraption himself. So that's one thing that's wrong with it. And then the other thing that was wrong with it is when those chemicals mixed, it was 100% right amino acids, and that is also categorized as poison. So if you were to even ingest the darn thing, you're gonna get pretty darn sick. Yeah, I guess that's about everything I have to say.
Where's Pillbox at? You there, Pillbox?
I don't know. He's still here too.
I don't know if he's listening. He might be away from the keyboard or something.
I was talking to people in the chat.
Oh, is he? Okay. There's still 30 viewers at 1:30. Well, people might be in a different time zone, I guess. I'm gonna have to get off here soon. I was hoping to catch Paula before she left, but it took longer than I expected, so. I actually brought up flat Earth to my neighbor today, and my son's therapist. And she was actually it was pretty delightful talking to her about it because she was very receptive to talking about it, and she's a believer, so she definitely agrees that it's the end times. It's nice to have your son's therapist, you know, have a belief in Christ and trust in Christ. Crickets. All right, Pillbox, are you there? Because I'm the only one in here. Hello. Oh, there you are. Good. I'm not alone.
I'm gonna have to leave pretty soon too. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, I'm getting there as well. Probably heard it in my voice. So who was the person that was in here earlier?
Um,
Green Soul? Is that the Muslim dude that hangs out with the atheist crowd, the
I think so. Yeah.
great debate crowd?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Was how'd that go?
We really didn't have much to talk about. Yeah,
Okay.
the last while, I think people are kind of drained at this point with the weather getting hotter and crap.
Yeah, it is. It's nice though. But yeah, it was real hot yesterday here. It was in the 90s.
I think today it was somewhere in the 80s or 70s. I don't care which one. All I know is that it's hot.
You on the East Coast, West Coast, center?
East Coast.
Yeah, me too. You on the Eastern or Central time?
Eastern.
Yeah, that's me too. No wonder both of us are ready to go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I gotta pull all-nighters though, because of the way he stays up at times. Zachary.
Yeah.
And I gotta get up at 5:45 anyway, so it's like, well, you know, he hasn't gone to bed yet. It's 2:30. Okay, he's asleep now. It's 3 o'clock. I'm not gonna risk it. I'll just stay up the rest of the time.
Mm-hmm.
But he went to sleep kind of early tonight, so I better get off here before it gets too late.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to y'all later. God bless ya.
All right, down to just me. You shouldn't. It's going pretty good, guys. Tell everyone how I got to flat Earth. All right, sure. I got a flat Earth 2.5 years ago. I found a random YouTube video while I was looking up conspiracy theories, stuff like that. I got into conspiracy theory through 9/11. When I was about 16, I got interested in it. So I looked it up on the internet, found out all sorts of different things and conflicting information. So went down the rabbit hole from there. And then, so when I started looking at flat Earth stuff, I was already interested in critical thinking and finding out things for myself. So I went into it and found myself thoroughly convinced. I had no idea what I was getting myself into, but it is quite quite a great thing that I found. It made it much easier for me to read the Bible and understand the things that God is saying, and I can read the whole thing now. That's the part that I like the most. Mark Sargent Flat Earth Clues. I may have. Like, when I go on a binge, which can last about 24 to 36 hours, I kind of forget what I watched. I keep track of the captions, just the pictures on them. I'll look that up real quick, see if it looks familiar. Flat Earth Clues. Let's see. Nope, I don't think I've seen this at all. Ooh, although Mark Sargent does look familiar. I may have. Yeah, his icon hasn't changed in a while. But I do look at Leisure X, Under the Dome, the documentary and stuff. Under the Dome is Flat Earth Clues. Oh, okay. That's cool. Yeah, I am a Christian. This has made it much easier to be a Christian. That's the thing that I was sort of looking for. What is the divide? What is the line between being part of the government and being an atheist and just listening to everything that they say, and what is being a Christian and being of God and not of the world? And learning about flat Earth has made that line much more clear to me. Oh, you guys talking about that rocket that the class did? It just started spinning and then screeched at the top. I'm not sure if we're in the end times. I think things like this, God can take us out of it at any time. So I think this would be a good experiment in a way to sort of like get us ready for the end times, but I don't think now is the time for the end times. I think there are just some other things that aren't quite in place. They say that they're willing to wait a couple of years. Well, not a couple, but hundreds of years and stuff to get this all figured out. But I think we found it out way too early for them to be able to get all of their chips in place. No one else. It's just me. Although my older sister might be able to, I might be able to convince her because even her husband found it quite interesting, and they find me to be quite reputable with the information that I gather, because a lot of the stuff that I was saying before about 9/11 being a planned attack, and the airplanes not being real and it being bombed, and no one actually, there was no people on an airplane, and all those other things, and then me telling them about GMOs and those being bad for you and stuff, and then 5 years later those things become mainstream. I think I think those things made it quite obvious that I was looking at the right information. But according
You're good, Savvy. How you doing? Keep going.
hello. No, this part I gotta type.
Mhm. Oh, sorry, brain dead tonight.
Yeah, I think it's just the heat wave, the new weather.
It's something. Shirtless made it right on. Well,
Am I on? Is it actually working?
it's working now.
I am wearing a shirt. Sorry, this is actually really confusing to me.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Just trying to figure out the Hangout thing. This is the second one I've actually been on.
Well, that's because
anyway.
it's set up kind of goofy. You're thinking Hangout, but yet you got to start it in YouTube.
Right. I was like, what the hell? But all right, whatever.
Yeah, it's like a 12-step process that takes 15 steps,
Yeah, for sure. Adrian, I'll have to explain it to you. Adrian in the chat, I'll have to explain it to you later. It's actually not that hard once you get it. I'm sorry to bring up something random, but the Mandela Effect. My mother She has a Berenstain Bears thing from way back when I was a child that says Berenstain, not Beerstein. I mean, it's as old as it is. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead. You're all right.
All right. And on the tobacco bit, if people look at like tobacco in history, I mean, people were smoking tobacco for hundreds of years, thousands of years, never got cancer from it. But once the 1900s came about and it got all governmental and they added preservatives and chemicals, blah, 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 that's when people started dying of it. I smoke cigarettes, but I just get natural tobacco. It's a choice. Like, you can do it. It costs a lot cheaper. And it's better to not smoke. Anything that you smoke, whether it be from a fire pit, you get carbon monoxide in, but some people choose to smoke. If you take my meaning.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I get that entirely. The same thing is going to happen to weed. Weed is perfectly natural, and it has so many health benefits. But Monsanto has 5 seeds already invented that are completely GMO and engineered. So they're going to sell those, and that's going to make people sick. And then nobody's going to want to have any of that.
Right, and the effects neurologically that it'll have on people is going to be profound. The friends that I have that like grow marijuana all the time and get natural crops and everything, they hate that they heard anything about GMO seeds. They're like, oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, they've had those for at least 5 years. They're just waiting for the perfect time.
Right, it's sickening. It's like, really? Like, you have to genetically modify and ruin everything that's natural? People think that we're low on food in the world. No, we're not low. People can farm, people can crop. It's all over. We're low on GMOs, and they keep making that over and over again. The people who work at Monsanto don't eat the food that they make. They have natural, organic food at lunchtime. Gosh.
At least as far as we know. I mean, the problem with these seeds is that it ruins the ground, and it also eats up too much water, which are two horrible things. But then on top of that, it's not even giving them more nutrients. It actually gives them less nutrients because they're growing way too fast. And then by the time it even gets anything, they're already spraying chemicals on it. So it's just a load of nastiness.
Right.
It looks like a big green cucumber or green pepper, but there's nothing in it. You're literally eating just half a cucumber of what it used to be.
Right. None of the nutrients.
That's the funny thing. My brother keeps on telling me, yeah, but you get more out of it. I'm like, you're getting half the nutrients. And he's like, no, you get more. You get better stuff. You can even inject new nutrients in there. I'm like, yeah, and you get new allergies. Like, he doesn't understand.
People don't.
Once you change the genetic structure of something, it no longer has the same effects on the body. It has completely different effects. Now you need to put warnings on GMO fruits and vegetables to say, hey, we changed it so you might get sick or die because it'll affect different people. Like, if you put calcium into broccoli, it's gonna affect people in a different way because of the delivery.
And we see these effects on people just from people getting overweight or getting weird, strange cancers. It's genetically modifying their structure. Like, if you have genetically modified weed or cannabis, whatever you want to call it, it's going to genetically modify what it's trying to do naturally. Like, people don't understand it. You want to talk about what the Jews did with cannabis or what the Egyptians did. The Jews, they added it to their holy oil because it has healing qualities. The Egyptians, it's in the top of their medicinal list. Cannabis, whatever they called it back then, that's what they used to cure people of all sorts of ailments.
That was one of the biggest crops. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
That was where I was leaving off. Go ahead.
No, that's it. That was one of their biggest crops. People don't realize that's what used to run this plane,
Right, and it was a lush and flourished plain. When people talk about the no trees on flat Earth or whatever, blah, 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 if you read the histories before the flood, whether people want to agree there's a flood or not, it was in the histories and it did happen. There was trees that would go up hundreds of miles that people could not reach the top. I mean, you look at these movies that talk about it or read ancient stories, there were trees like that.
Oh, I
there was a
believe.
rainforest.
I think that there were
Right.
giants in those days. I believe there were giant trees, stuff like that. But going some of the other directions, I really don't. I'm not going to really push my view on those. But you
It's
know,
like watching
they
the
were out there.
Discovery Channel.
You know, they're out
Right,
there.
and
They're
try-
out there. You know, a lot of other things. You know, that people won't look at either. You know.
Trying to say that the mountains were trees, it's like, well, when you go under the mountains, where were the roots? Like, I don't see any big cavernous areas under there or roots that are still there, petrified like the above mountain. Just a thought.
Yeah. I'm still looking into it. I'm still continuously looking into it. You know, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just one of those things, kind of like the Mandela effect. I don't think Mandela. Some people are putting things in the Mandela effect that don't belong in what the theory of Mandela effect is. On top of that, you got with the Mandela effect, you have a problem where you can't prove your results. It's one of those ones. You can't prove it, so it's hard to even fathom. But I think because
Well, it's
that
a cyclical thought. If
can't.
something was changed in the past, we wouldn't know that it was changed because it would have been changed in the past that we thought the change was. You know, it's a.
well, there's no way to test it unless you have that time machine.
It's like people saying we're
Exactly.
in the Matrix.
You know, I can give you a theory, but we can't test that theory because we're not doing it. You know.
Yeah, I can't
the-
believe in the Mandela effect at all.
Well, hold on.
Because-
This is what I meant. This is what I meant by bringing that up.
Yeah.
You ever have deja vu? What I
Oh,
mean
yeah.
by that is like you ever been walking around or been doing something, all of a sudden you got that funny feeling that comes over you, and then all of a sudden you start seeing it as it's happening. It's almost
Right,
like for a little bit.
like supernatural almost.
Okay, again, let's put that aside. Have you guys ever had a dream that came true?
Once.
Okay, put that aside. Now I'm thinking that what people are calling this Mandela effect is kind of like what's going on over here with the dreams and the deja vu that we're calling it. I think it has something together. I'm not saying deja vu or Mandela effect is correct. I'm just saying I think there's something there that has to do with what's over here.
Yeah, that's a good point. They don't put anything out without there actually being something there.
Right.
Well, I would
They
say
do what they
the
are.
effect. Back in the days when, like, before they started putting chemicals and everything, like, I'll just say the 1960s, when everyone sort of trusted each other and that sort of thing. When they, ever heard of it?
Go ahead.
I forget what the word is called, but it's sort of like a jet lag in your mind when someone would try and purposely tell you, "Oh, wait, you've remembered that wrong, but you're right."
Oh, they're misleading you. They're
Yeah.
tricking your memory. Yeah, they're changing
Yeah.
your point of view. Yeah,
The power of suggestion.
Yeah,
that's it. That's it.
but back in those days, people were really trusting of each other.
Mhm.
So when someone would say something like that, you would go like, "Oh, yeah, I probably did." Because it was that kind of, like, I'm sort of saying in America because that's where I am at.
Right.
So like it was that kind of a community where you just automatically had that trust. So I think
You trusted your elders, yes.
I think in this way they're doing the same thing, except we all are literally being chemically imbalanced and everything. So they want to make you go like, "Oh, you forgot something," but then they're going to lead you in a different direction with what it's supposed to be, or distract you at least with something else, and then they'll tell you in either a suggestive way or subliminally of what you're supposed to remember.
Right.
So
Well,
I
they're
don't.
getting us from all sides. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
I believe the Mandela effect is like there's really nothing there because it's stupid. There are a few things like mirror, mirror, or magic mirror.
But what about Bond?
Yeah.
Now that one I just showed to a couple of my family members that were there for the original ones watching it, and I brought up the scene without said, you know, I didn't force such a situation or anything. I let their minds flow, right? So I brought up the scene and I let them continue it. They brought up the braces. She had braces. She doesn't now. If you go look back, I can't find any video that has her with braces anymore.
Yeah. I think something like that. There's, you know, we know cloning is an actual thing,
Right.
so there could have been, you know, a twin or something like that, or someone that just looks really similar.
Well, you don't think there's anything like cloning going on?
No. I believe that there's cloning.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering what you're. Yeah, okay.
But I'm just saying, you know, just a couple of other suggestions of what it could be. Those things make much more factual sense than to think that.
Oh, you're talking about the ones
You
with the
know,
pictures they're showing, like Eddie Murphy now. And then,
yeah.
Okay. I can see
Than to think that there's a dimensional cross and some things changed and some things didn't. You know, one of the things that
A lot of people have,
what's that?
I said a lot of people have doubles who are famous, or triples,
yeah.
or quads.
Yeah.
Well,
and they'll
that's all you are when you get with the female and mate. All you're doing is producing a DNA clone of you two, both of you guys together. It's just merging the two. That's technically what's happening.
Yeah.
Right. And committing a soul tie.
Go ahead. Hold on. Go ahead.
But one of the things that I'm looking up right now is you know, Cupo Noodles, that franchise where they apparently changed to cup noodles.
They might have changed the name there. That's what I'm thinking on that one. See, because I looked on that one too, and I found that old video where the guy's hanging off a cliff.
I'm unfamiliar. What do you mean?
Okay, cup of noodle soup is now cup soup, pretty much. And
Cup noodles.
Yeah, cup noodles,
You
cup
guys,
soup.
you guys being serious?
No, dead serious. It used to be called cup o soup, but from what I've looked at, it looks like they changed it. They just changed it. Now, people are putting in there saying that the Mandela Effect, whatever is happening there, changed it. But from what I've researched on that one, it's a physical change. They just like changing your name, you know, because your patent ran out or your copyright ran out, whatever. You know what I mean?
It's like Walmart. They used to be called Wall to Wall Mart. That's where the original name came from.
And Adrian in the chat said something earlier about the mirror, mirror on the wall. It is magic mirror in the Disney movie.
Oh yeah.
But in the books, it says mirror, mirror. And if you think of what the original story of Snow White was, it was she ate the apple that the queen gave her, and then the queen convinced Snow White's father to rape her while she was in her sleep. Like the Disney versions of any of these movies are some buttered up pagan, you know, let's have princesses and everything's about you, self-abasement, blah, blah, blah. I can sing with the birds. There you go.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Oh, I got some friends that do the artistry for Pixar and stuff like that, and they tell me that there's so much stuff in there, it's not funny. They have fun with it.
Yeah, you do not want to get into that. It is very sad, and like all your nostalgia just turns into sadness.
Yeah, it's the Grimm Tales. That's what it is.
Yeah, something like that, or the Tales Grimm or Brothers Grimm. With the shows and everything, I'm so confused nowadays.
Yeah. A lot of people are confused these days.
I wanted to ask what you guys think of the Torah awakening thing, like not the Hebrew roots and Judaism and this. I mean, the people who are, I'm one of these people, but trying to incorporate like the festivals and not following Christmas and this and that, and just not eating pork, blah blah blah. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm kind of doing the same thing.
I honestly think it's true. I mean, without putting the, if you go back to the 1500s,
I
before
agree with everything you're saying, but the banking. But go ahead.
But you bet. But when you go back to when we originally had the canon with the New Testament and the Old Testament, it had over 80 books. Some versions had 94. Inclusive were the Jubilees and the Book of Enoch. Nobody had any doubt or question what these quote unquote aliens were. They all knew what they were. But since pagans and Catholics, like Roman Catholics to be concise, since they took those out, literally ripped them out. Some of the pilgrims did in America, in the New Americas. Boom! All of a sudden, oh no, it's just 66 books. Does that bother anyone that it's 66 books? Anyways,
66 books in the Bible?
yeah, now. But before there was 80 to 94 books in the Bible.
Wait, what?
In other words, he's trying to say from the Old Testament to New Testament, correct?
No.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Isn't that crazy? I'm sorry. It's just so obvious to me that we should follow the whole Bible, but that's because I read the extra biblical texts, and there are some really bad ones. I mean, there's some that are made in like 300 or 200 AD, such as the Gospel of Mary, or I believe the Gospel of Peter is another one, where they just kind of go on this Gnostic bit, and one of them talks about like Jesus and Mary, that they kissed on the lips, and just around 300 AD, 200 AD, people making up stories. But when it comes to the original New Testament, like what we read, like there's so much historicity on that like people deny it without looking at history. Same with the Old Testament, but historians look at the Bible for a reference point to make sure what they're looking at is legitimate or in that time frame. Nobody talks about it though. They just say, oh, Bible's stupid.
Well, yeah, they like to use the Bible when they can help them, and then when it's going to hurt them or whatever, they like to put it off to the side.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so how random do you allow these conversations to go?
What do you mean?
We can have them go anywhere, almost.
Just stay on the good side. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we gotta keep it kind of safe.
Right, I'm not a brash person, or I try not to curse, blah blah blah. So I'm not gonna bring any of that. But I've been trying to be righteous or whatever. Haven't had a girlfriend for a long time, and just not even paying attention or trying. And I finally have met a woman. She's about my age, and we get on real well. Like get along real well. She's interested in the Bible. Never really got into it until like a year ago or something. But so I'm hanging out with this girl a lot. We whatever, and she gets my RAP'd by her sister's boyfriend, and like just it kind of got bad for a few days, but she's gotten over it, is what she said, because like things like this have happened to her. She's had a rough past,
right?
But all I've been doing is praying for her. But I really like this girl. Do you think I should just literally curb and shut off my passion for her in the other sense, my feelings, and just stick to praying and trying to help her?
Yeah, stick with that, and if it's supposed to happen, it will come that way. It'll naturally turn the way you were wanting it, if it's going to happen.
Yeah.
I've noticed more so with the way everything works is seems like you find the right one when you stop looking. Really, really. That's when I found my wife. I literally put my hands up and was like, okay, I'm not looking no more. That's it. Everyone I've found is wrong. And now I've had the right one for 5 years, and it's never going to end,
If I may, what is your age?
I'm 40.
40, wow. See, that gives me hope. I'm only 30, but after like 10 years of being alone, you kind of think maybe that's it. Maybe this is my
That's how I was. That's exactly how I was. I don't get to that point where you're thinking, I'm getting older. People aren't gonna like me, so I gotta settle for something I don't want, something that's not gonna work for you. Don't do that.
That was really profound. I'm not gonna lie.
Serious though.
Yeah, I'm not looking. I've never dated anyone.
Okay, can I ask another random question?
Sure.
I love to play video games, but I don't obsess over them. I probably play them more than I should, but I'd like to do it while I listen to podcasts and such. There's some games that are a bit too much for me, like demonic, but some games aren't, and some games are just really interesting. Do you think video games are just a complete waste of time, like you shouldn't even be doing it, or if that's your fancy, whatever?
Being that I used to be into games, heavy, World of Warcraft, all that stuff. It seems like once I got onto the truth side of things and I'm starting to research stuff and I'm stuck there for the last 5 to 10 years, it seems like that naturally has pulled me away from games. I have an Xbox, I got all that stuff. I sit down to play and I literally can't continue. I don't know why. It's really strange. It's like it took away that drive for the games. And so I'm not saying that it's a good thing or a bad thing, but from kind of what you said, you were asking a question on there on how the games are. I think that some of the games are meant to warp our minds, or at least most of them.
I mean, kids have been, I shouldn't say kids, children, a generation behind me, have become really weird. Like it's normal, and it was normal in high school for these kids for boys to make out with each other, or like.
That was the normal thing when you were growing up?
No, it wasn't. When I was in high school, like there were boys that were strange, and queer, but they didn't publicize it, and the ones that did were shunned.
Right.
But now these kids in high school, it's accepted. And the teachers look away.
Yeah, no, everything's flipped. Everything that how we used to stand and everything for it, it's not like that no more. It's not. I'm sorry, with this whole thing of our rights being stepped on, it's actually stepped on all of our rights.
Oh yeah.
About 5 minutes left, guys. Just to let you guys know.
All right.
If you guys want, I can continue one on my channel. I'll start it back up if you guys want.
I'll be up all night if you want.
All right. Anybody in the chat? You guys want to continue or? All right. I'll get it. Go ahead. You guys go ahead. I'll start getting it going.
Yeah.
All right.
I think like I bought a video game called Doom, but all the symbolisms and everything in that, I was like, I'm not doing this. I started to quit on that. But
Doom is deep. That gets into the hell gates and such.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I'm like, even if the gameplay itself and mechanics and storyline is interesting, I can't have all these flashing symbols of satanic murder crap. I'm not gonna have myself open to that. Because it really does do something psychologically to you, but not just psychologically, but also spiritually. It lets something in.
I'll put the link in the back door. Go ahead.
Yeah, and just not. Ever since I've started getting into the truth like this, I found flat out elected. Probably 3 weeks ago, and I'm slowly finding myself less and less interested in video games. I'm playing a video game right now, but I haven't played very much.
Yeah, mine's been on pause, trying to figure out this whole bit.
All right, so where's the other?
He said the back door, and I don't know what he was talking. See, this is I don't like it when chats get awkward hangout or awkward silences. Yeah, right now I'm playing Assassin's Creed 3. They remade it for the Wii U.
Yeah.
I love those games. The geography is just amazing. Completely flat topography.
Uh-huh. That was one of the things that I actually took an interest to. I'm like, anytime a video game is made, it's always flat. So
I mean, damn, look at what Mark Sargent gets into with the planar surveyors. Anytime they make anything in real life, it's flat.
yeah.
I don't get why. When I say that to people, it's like a gloss goes over their eyes, and they're like, NASA.
Yeah.
So is the backdoor thing the thing, or one of the components to the Google Plus?
I got no idea. He kind of didn't explain it very well.
Oop. Yes, it is. It is that you're gonna have to go into your Gmail account.
That's what I kind of figured.
All right, see you there.